Nell, Garton. Chapter 1. In Great Straits. Ring the bell, children, when you finish tea, for the table to be cleared. What a long time you always seem to take over this meal.
And what if we do, Mother? Is it not the nicest meal in the whole day? Especially in winter time, when the curtains are drawn and the cold weather is shut outside, and we are cosy and warm in this dear old dining room. Don't you agree with me, Bertie?
Yes, Nell, quite. I wish it could be tea time all day long. This is such a happy meal, for we never seem to forget our worries as much as when we're enjoying our tea. Mrs. Garton stooped over her boy and kissed him, and involuntarily she sighed, for what he'd just said did in a measure seem true. Troubles and trials had long been their portion, and in larger quantities too than seemed to befall most people. Bertie's had been a lifelong trial, for from his birth he'd been a cripple, and always more or less of a sufferer. To have their only son thus sadly afflicted had been a bitter blight to his parents' most cherished hopes. But besides Bertie, there were the three girls. Nell was the eldest, and she was the sunshine of the family. She was always bright and hopeful, in spite of all depressing circumstances. Dolly, the second girl, was clever and studious, but poverty and its pinches pressed heavily upon her, and she was by no means satisfied with things as she found them. She therefore spent a great deal of her time in bemoaning her fate, and in dreaming of circumstances being as she considered they ought to be, a dream which did not, alas, seem to ever be likely to be realized. A natural consequence of her discontentment was that she was generally morbid and depressed, and acted as a kind of wet blanket on the spirits of the rest of the family. Ethel Garton, the youngest girl, though she was still sometimes called Baby, was now 14. On her, as yet, worry and anxiety had not been able to leave their marks. High-spirited and full of fun, she was like a kitten in the house. She could neither understand Nell's thrifty ways, nor Dolly's discontent, nor her mother's careworn looks. What did shabby clothes matter to her, or shabby furniture either? She was sure she was just as happy, if not happier, in her old blue serge dress than Gwenny Rayland at the Hall was in her silk and satin dresses, which her maid was always telling her to take care of. And as to such things as servants, of which Gwenny seemed to possess such numbers, what did she care about them? She had got old Sarah, and Sarah was worth all the hall servants put together, in her estimation, in spite of their liveries and their grand caps and aprons. Hardship and poverty had not as yet affected the joy and happiness of her life, and well for her that it was so. Mr. Garton was a clever and very studious man, and had held the living of Norton for more than 20 years now. When he came there, the income had been sufficient for him to keep his family, not in luxury, but in comfort. During his incumbency, however, the tithe had slowly gone down, and the income in consequence had steadily been dwindling down also. A large part of his stipend had just been received, and it showed another alarming fall. Looking into the future with an income reduced to hardly £120 a year, was it any wonder that Mr. Garton had said to his wife, "I feel absolutely crushed. Which way to turn for help I do not know. I'll take my tea alone tonight, for I really cannot stand the children's noise just now." So Mrs. Garton had come in to tea by herself, and Nell had guessed the reason for it, for she knew the tithe had come in that afternoon, and she understood without being told what her father's absence meant. She carried his tea into the study, without making any remark about his absence.
"Dearest father,"
she said, giving him a kiss,
"this is hard, but never mind. There are others worse off than we are. We have got each other. We shall get on in some way. Don't give up hope, father. You will feel better when you've had some tea. Look, I have made you some toast. Shall I put it in your teacup, the way you like it?"
"Yes, if you please, Nell."
Let me see. The toast comes first, then the sugar, then the milk, then the tea. That is the proper order of things, is it not?"
Mr. Garton smiled. "Yes, that is the correct order, I believe," he answered, trying to speak cheerfully. Having made her father's preparation of toast and tea, as he liked it, Nell returned to the dining room, trying to seem cheerful, though she knew, even better perhaps than her father did, what a serious thing the smallest decrease in his income meant to them all just now. So many necessary things that had been put off to be purchased until next quarter, and this had happened for so many quarters, in the hopes that the next quarter's returns would show some improvement, that they were now absolutely reduced to wanting some of the bare necessities of life. Where were they to come from? That was the question. Mrs. Garton was a quiet, gentle, loving woman, but Nell had much more business management in her than her mother had. Her mother had therefore very gladly and willingly allowed the management of the house to slip into Nell's hands, and she had tried as well as she could to keep her parents from feeling the pinch that it was to make both ends meet, and so to keep clear of debt. She had done this in every way that she could think of up to the present time. But what would happen now was more than she could tell. Something must be done. But what? That was the question which was filling her mind, in spite of her apparently light-hearted chatter, which she carried on with Ethel during the rest of tea time, in order to try and keep up her mother's and Bertie's spirits, and not to encourage Dolly's usual depression. Mrs. Garton went back to the study, when she had finished her tea, telling the children to have the tea things cleared away when they had finished. It was now Nell's time to speak. She put her elbows on the table, and resting her pretty face upon her hands, she looked down into her teacup, as if she was hoping that the tea leaves might solve her problems for her. But they didn't, unfortunately. Dolly pushed her chair back, and in a leisurely manner proceeded to make her way to the bell handle.
"Stop a minute, Dolly. What a hurry you were in,"
Nell said, almost impatiently, as Dolly rang the bell. "We've all finished, have we not? What's there to wait for?" Dolly peevishly inquired.
"The tithe is down again,"
Nell said sharply, without apparently hearing Dolly's remark. In spite of her effort to speak cheerfully, she had to gulp down a big lump in her throat, which seemed to be choking her as she spoke. They all knew, in some measure, what this announcement meant. Further pinchings and further care, and fewer good things. Father more silent, and mother more careworn, and no likelihood of getting the new boots and clothes which had been promised so long, and which were now so badly needed by them all. Nell's announcement was received with silence. Even Ethel had got nothing to say this time. Nell wished one of them would say something to break the silence, but nobody spoke, and she went on looking into her teacup, for she knew they were all looking at her and were waiting for her to go on.
"It is just this,"
she said slowly, at length.
"Something must be done, and the only thing which can be done, that I can think of, is for me to go away and earn some money."
"Oh, Nell!" Bertie exclaimed. "We can't let you go. What would home be like without you, Nell? Don't think about that old girl. We couldn't get on without you."
"Yes, you could, and you must. I am quite old enough to go out as a nursery governess or a companion, or something of that kind, and I mean to go, so you must make up your mind to it, Bertie. It must be done, and I must do it. Father shall not be worried this way. I am strong and well. I could get something to do, I'm sure, if I tried. I shall go and speak to father about it."
Dolly had so far said nothing, but now it was her turn to express her opinions. "I think Nell is about right," she said. "Something certainly must be done, and I'm sure we've had enough of this. It is absolute misery living as we're doing, with no comfort and nothing like the other girls have. It's utterly wretched and horrible. Why should we be living like paupers in this fashion? I'm sure father does his work as honestly as any man. Look how he visits and helps the people in every way he can, apart from the church services and the meetings. He wears himself out with work, and the worry is killing him. We all suffer from the exhaustion and weariness which comes to him through his earnest endeavours to feed and comfort other people's souls. Father as fairly earns a living as any working man earns his wages. It's a shame, I say, and a disgrace." And standing by the fire, Dolly stamped her foot in indignation. In the meantime, Sarah had come in unnoticed to clear away. Not that her presence there, if it had been noticed, would have stopped the conversation, for she was like one of the family. She had lived with Mr. Garton before she was married, and what were the family's affairs were hers. She now listened and took in all that was being said. She didn't mean to join in the conversation, however, but to reserve giving vent to her opinions until she got back to the kitchen, where she could express her feelings to herself. "I didn't see how we could get on without you, Nell," Bertie remarked again.
"Oh, yes, you could, dear. Dolly must take my place at home. You will have to do the cooking and the ironing and the mending, Dolly. You will like doing it once you get used to it, I expect."
And Nell's eyes filled with tears at the prospect of leaving to others all the little duties which she had done for so long and so conscientiously. "Like it, indeed," Dolly said haughtily. "That I never should. Menial work would never be to my taste. And as to the cooking, handling food for the mind is much more in my line than handling food for the body. Still, of course, I can do some of your work for you, and Ethel can do some. It's a great thing to begin when you're young." "Why don't you go out as a mind-feeder of the young, Dolly, instead of letting Nell go, if that's so much more your line than Nell's?" Bertie sarcastically inquired. "I'm sure we could spare you best." "Father could not. He likes me to read with him. Nell could not take my place in his study. You know that full well," she answered in a very dignified tone of voice. "Besides, Nell is the eldest, so of course she should be the one to go." "Well, all I know is this. If Nell goes away, home won't be home without her. Dear old Nell, you're worth all the rest of the family put together, including the superior-minded Dorothea," Bertie replied. Ethel, quite agreeable to Dolly's proposal for her to help in the work of the house, and thus seeing some hours of her studies likely to be forfeited, was only too willing to offer her services if Nell's place was to be taken by others in anything which she could do. "You will teach me, Nell, dear, how to mend and cook and iron, and I'll do my best to do what you've always done," she said, as she laid herself down on the rug beside Bertie's sofa. Old Sarah had, by this time, folded the cloth and was about to take her last trayful of tea things out of the dining room. She could restrain herself no longer, in spite of all her efforts. "I tell you as what it is, my dears," she said. "You are the dearest, goodest set of children that I've ever set eyes on, and if I could put things right as wrong, I'd publish in the world the pinches and poverties of some of the clergies and their families till I was hoarse. For I is one as knows what goes on behind the scenes, you see, and I could speak as one who knows. I'd publish it all and everywheres, I would, until I woke up the English people to the cruel injustice as is being done to such as your pa, too proud to let people know of his poverty, and too gentleman feeling like to wish to accept of other people's patronage. Yes, Miss Dolly is right. Them as cares for other people's souls as their own bodies to care for, of course they does, and yet they're not treated as if they had. I quite agree with dear Miss Dolly. It's a shame, and it's a disgrace, that's what it is, and nothing short of it." "Bravo, Sarah. Good old Sarah. When everything else fails, we'll send you out as a public speaker to right the wrongs of the poor clergy. You'll take everybody by surprise when you make your revelations, as one who knows, and speaks from experiences gathered within the walls of Norton Vicarage. Who could fail to listen to you? You would make quite a sensation, I'm sure," Bertie said. And Ethel added, "Indeed you would, Sarah." Sarah, having gathered up the cloth and the tea tray, bounced out of the dining room, apparently offended at Bertie's remarks. But it was not really so. Once more, in her kitchen domains, she gave vent to the remainder of her feelings of wrath, where there were only four walls to listen to her. "Bless their dear hearts, to think that it should come to this. Mr. Garton, a gentleman's son, and brought up as a gentleman, and Miss Mary, as it were, brought up in every comfort too. Now you might say, almost wanting of their bread, and for no fault of their own makings neither. For no one could say as the master has not done his duty. It do seem hard. And Miss Nell, to be turned out of the nest now. Well, it nigh breaks my old heart to think of it. I'd go and leave 'em myself if I thought they could do without me, but I don't think they could. There's the washing and the scrubbing and the sweeping, as saves them demeaning themselves by doing. Having that little legacy of me uncle's, I cost them nothing for wages. My food don't come to much neither, for I live very simple, and I'm getting old now, so me appetite isn't like when I was a healthy young girl. Yes, I think I helps them most by stopping along with them, especially if Miss Nell goes away. For what good will Miss Dolly be, bless her? With that clever brain of hers, she ought to be able to make a mark for herself out in the world, and something grander than house about work. But without the money, she hasn't a chance. Oh, no wonder as she feels it hard and talks a bit haughty like. Miss Nell is different from the rest of 'em. But then we can't expect all the chicks to be made after one pattern. Miss Nell, of course, stands first amongst them all, and the house won't be the same without her. But when it comes to it, well, maybe it will be good for her to go out in the world for a bit. Putting aside the money she thinks she's going to earn, bless her. It do seem hard, though, that the dear things should have to go and earn their bread. But still, if it must be, it must be, and I'll have the faith to believe as it being ordered for some wise purpose. But there, I must be getting about my washing up. What a habit I'm getting into of holding conversations with myself. It's a sign of old age a creeping on. I shouldn't be surprised. Bringing her conversation with herself to an end with this conclusion, Sarah donned her coarse apron and set about washing up the tea things while Nell and her sisters and brother finished their conversation in the dining room. Nell would not be shaken from her determination by anything which the others proposed. If a situation was to be found, she would take it. And with this determination made, she went to the study, where she knew that she'd find her father and her mother, to tell them of her plans. Chapter 2. Miss Lampeter's Commission. Nellie Garton was a girl who, if once she made up her mind to do a thing, did it, and there was no turning her from her purpose. Her mind was made up now, so the sooner she got over the task of telling her parents of her determination, the better. And having told them, the sooner she'd find a situation for herself, the better she would like it.
"I'm off to the study,"
she said as she was going out of the dining room door.
"I'm afraid Father and Mother will not altogether approve of this at first, but where duty calls or danger, be never wanting there, so I must face it."
When Nell was gone, Bertie and his sisters sat on a little longer, though more or less in silence. Bertie now and again praising his sister Nell, while Dolly interspersed his eulogies with moanings over the family's ill fortunes in general, and of course her own in particular, until Bertie at length exclaimed, "For goodness sake, Doll, do shut up, or you'll drive me crazy." At which remark from her brother, Dolly became offended, and in a very injured tone of voice told him that she wouldn't listen to such low language, and if he couldn't speak to her like a gentleman, she would prefer his room to his company. Thereupon she got up and marched out of the dining room, slamming the door behind her. Bertie and Ethel were now left alone. "Dolly puts on such airs," Bertie remarked as the door slammed behind his sister. "We all feel the trouble as much as she does, but some of us, for others' sakes, have learnt to be patient, and to bear our trials quietly." "Poor Dolly," Ethel sighed. "What a good thing it is that I'm not clever and ladylike too, Bertie. I'm afraid I don't mind slang a bit. In fact, I rather like it, and I like you, and I like lots of things which Dolly doesn't like. I can't see myself in what ways home is as bad as she makes it out to be. Of course, it would be rather nice to have some things which we don't get, but still, we don't have a bad time. And I really think myself that it's a bit unnecessary for Nell to go away. in order that we might have a little more money. It is horrid. But you know, Ethel, I don't believe it is unnecessary. The pater is very hard up, we all know that. And there are such heaps of things wanted, which, as Nell said, there's no chance of getting while father's income only just keeps us going in food. The house looks shabby enough everywhere. Look at the carpet, for instance, and your dress, Ethel, and Nellie's, and Dolly's. You're all frightfully shabby compared with other girls in your position. If it were not for your pretty faces, you really wouldn't be passable. You rude boy! But do you think us pretty? And Nell got up from the floor and poised herself in front of the old looking-glass which stood above the mantelpiece. You're not so bad, as girls go, her brother answered, and he looked fondly up at his little sister, whom he loved so well. Then I am to understand, Mr. Bertie, that my face is my fortune, Ethel said, curtsying low before her brother. You will make me a vain maiden, sir, if you do not take care. While this conversation was going on in the dining room, Nell had made her way to her father's study, and in her usual straightforward manner proceeded at once to business.
I have made up my mind to get work, father. I mean to try and find a situation as a nursery governess, or something of that kind. Don't you think it would be a good plan? It would mean one less for you to keep, you see, and besides that, it would mean my being a lady of independent means as well, which I should like very much.
She added brightly, and without waiting to hear what her father's opinion was on the subject, she took up the weekly paper which had just come in to examine the advertisement sheet.
I wonder if there is anything here which would be likely to suit me. If there is any lady in this list who is in need of a deserving and honest young person to take charge of, or assist her in the training of, her young family. Let me see.
Oh, Nell, must it come to that? Mrs. Garton asked quietly.
Yes, mother mine, it must. It will be a good thing for everybody. Dolly can take my place in the house. With more to do with her hands, she will have less time to bestow on her mind, and on commiserating herself, as she does now. Ethel, too, is really a very useful child. Between them, they can quite well manage to do all that I have done.
No one could ever take your place, my child, Mr. Garton remarked as he took Nell's hand in his and patted it. You've looked after us all, dear. I don't know where we should be if we were without you. But it's no use denying it, Nell. We are hard-pressed just now, and there's no mistake about it. Everything is getting so shabby, too, in the house, and the people to whom we let the vicarage last summer put it as kindly as they could to me, but they evidently wanted to know that if something was not done, I couldn't expect to go on letting it, as it is. There are so many new things wanted. The crockery is running very short, and your mother says that the house linen also. I'm sure I don't know how to replace them. If we hadn't got the summer let to depend on, where should we be? I always reckon that it's a matter of £20 clear profit after the duty is paid for. We couldn't do without that.
I had not thought of that possibility. Of course, we are used to the shabbiness ourselves, but I expect people who come into the house do notice how worn out everything looks.
And as she said so, Nell's eyes fell on her father's sofa, the stuffing of which seemed to be protruding from every corner, and the springs looked singularly springless, judging from their ups and downs amongst the stuffing. The chairs were in much the same condition, and the carpet was in many places quite threadbare.
You see, if I get work, father, besides one mouth less to feed, there will be my little earnings to help, and you will be able to buy lots of new things with them. Let me see what salary is generally reckoned as the worth of a nursery governess.
And Nellie again took up the paper to study the advertisement sheet.
Situations vacant. Ah, that is what I want.
And she proceeded to read as follows.
Wanted, lady, young and healthy. Anyway, I fulfill those 3 requirements. To do the entire work of a small house. No children. Small salary. Applied Mrs. C., The Nook, East Hoy. What do you think of that, father?
Not much, my dear. I'm not going to let you be anyone's drudge. You've been that here long enough at home.
Well, here is another. Wanted, nursery governess. 3 children, entire charge, no babies. Personal reference from last engagement, £16. Apply, Mrs. James, Tunful House, Haggerson. Mother can be my reference from last engagement. Shall I answer that?
If you take my advice, Nell, you'll not answer any of these advertisements. If you could get a situation through some good agency, though, or through someone who knows where you're going to, I think it will be much more satisfactory. But oh, Nell, dear, I can't bear the thought of you going away. It seems like turning you out of the nest. Poverty is hard to bear when it comes to this. Of course, Bertie will never be physically fit for it. But if he had been, I don't know that I could have wished him to follow my calling. The position is a high and noble one, but the small income to maintain it with and the constant anxiety of ways and means are enough to quench the fire and zeal in any man's heart. We clergy are but human after all. We've got the same feelings as other men, even though our position seems to make people act towards us as if we hadn't. We're bound to safeguard our respectability, and yet to live on dwindling incomes. I do not wish to complain, but facts are facts, and one certain fact is this, that just now we're very hard-pressed indeed. If you can help in this way, perhaps it will be best for you to do so. But I tell you, Nell, when you leave, the sunshine of this house will depart. If it's been a struggle with you, it will be a far greater struggle without you.
The coming home time will make up for a great deal of the disagreeableness of the time away, father dear. Shall I not look forward to it? You must all come to the station to meet me. I shall feel a person of great importance on that day. But I am counting my chickens too soon, I am afraid. It is of no use talking about coming home until I have found somewhere to go. I think perhaps you were right in advising me not to answer all these advertisements, though I am longing to apply to the lady who is wanting a lady, young and healthy, for I feel very much as if I should suit her in those respects. But what a chance she is losing! If she only knew of what Miss Ellen Garton, how easily she would seize upon and thus ensure in getting the entire work of her house done for her on that small salary. I am afraid it would be that small salary more than the entire work of the small house, which would be an attraction to me. Howsomever, as old Sarah would say, I suppose I must give it up, and Mrs. C., the Nook, East Hoy, will have to look elsewhere for her young and healthy lady helper. I've got an idea. I will go and see Miss Lampeter in the morning. She will help me if she can. She knows a great deal about women's occupations, and her advice will be worth having.
Having thus settled the subject with her parents more successfully than she had hoped to do, Nell left the study and made her way to the kitchen to prepare some tempting little dish for her father's supper. She was a very good cook.
And it is all out of nothing,
was generally her remark when her dainties were appreciated. Sarah was resting in her easy chair, having finished her washing up, and Nell now had to listen again to her ideas on the matter of her leaving home. It makes my old heart ache, Miss Nell, to think of you going away and leaving us. The only comfort that I can see from coming in this is that there's a great deal of good comes out of seeming evil, and there's no telling if it mayn't be the case in the present circumstances. As I say, you can never tell how something's going to end from the beginning, as it often takes a body by surprise. Though I shall be among those who most miss you, I wish you every success I do in this undertaking, for you're the one as ought to have it. Them as smiles over their trials is a great deal more deserving of success than them as moans and groans. It was well known that old Sarah had in mind Miss Dolly, whose fretful peevishness frequently worried and vexed her righteous soul. There was indeed some ground for her complaint, for Dole didn't exercise that patience which under the circumstances was the only remedy for her troubles. Her impatience and fretfulness very frequently added considerably to the already many trials of the family. Nell, on the other hand, however tried, showed kindness, sympathy, and help to everybody in the house.
Look here, Sarah, you are a dear kind friend to all of us, and you know very well, without my telling you, how much I care for you. But do not talk to me any more like this, for I cannot bear it. Just say nothing. There's a dear. I have made up my mind to go away, because I must, but the going will be horrid, and I shall have a hard struggle if I am to go off bravely. You must help me. Do you understand?
Nell said as she went on preparing her father's supper. Yeah, I understand, was all the answer that Nell got. And Sarah showed she understood by not mentioning the subject of Nell's departure to her again, although she said a great deal to herself and to others about it. The next morning, as soon as she'd done her duties in the house, Nell pinned on her tam o' shanter, which, although it had already seen 2 winters' wear, still looked well on her. Her pretty auburn hair peeped out from beneath it in wavy curls, forming a pretty framework to her kindly features. Some girls would not have been called passable in the old-fashioned skirt and threadbare tweed coat of antique pattern also which she was wearing. But Nell had a pretty figure, as well as a pretty face, and somehow her clothes did not look so old-fashioned and shabby on her as they would have done on some other girls. Nell was a general favourite in the village. Kindly greeting she got as usual from one or another as she walked quickly down the village street. She was not in too much of a hurry, even now, to stop and say a kind word here and there, and she had a smile and a nod for everyone. Of all the light-hearted lasses as ever lived, Miss Nell is about the light-heartest. She do seem as though she never knew what a trouble was, the old bell-ringer said to his wife, as they watched her wave her hand merrily as she passed their cottage door. Miss Lampeter lived at quite the other end of the village. Nell reached her house about 12. Miss Lampeter is rather busy this morning, the maid told her. You see, she's going to London tomorrow, but I'll tell her you are here. She won't like it if she doesn't see you, I expect.
If she is busy, perhaps I had better not disturb her,
Nell said, feeling rather disappointed. Miss Lampeter is never too busy to see Nell Garton, the old lady said as she came out of her sitting room on hearing Nell's voice. Come in, my dear, come in. Nell found that Miss Lampeter was in the middle of her packing. Going to London was an annual event in her life, and for days previous to the start, Miss Lampeter's house was completely upset.
I can help you with your packing, Miss Lampeter, if you will let me. It is such tiring work.
Nell said, taking off her woolen gloves and proceeding at once to fold 1 or 2 of Miss Lampeter's skirts. It was one of her customs to always do her packing in the sitting room, and it was wonderful to see how quickly and how neatly Nell got everything into the old lady's trunk. Well, you are a clever girl, Nell. I only go away once a year, but my packing then is always a real trial to me. I generally feel quite exhausted when I've finished it. But I do thank you very much for your help, my dear.
I'm so glad I came in. Now you can rest until your lunchtime, for you must not be tired for your journey tomorrow.
And Nell insisted on Miss Lampeter lying down on her sofa, and then proceeded to make her comfortable amongst the cushions. Stay and have a little lunch with me, my dear.
No, I am afraid I cannot do that. I must get home. But I came to see you on a particular business. I want to ask you if you can help me with your advice.
What is that about, my dear?
I want to find a situation. I hardly like to trouble you, but I thought perhaps you could help me, for I do not know which is the best way to set about finding one.
And Nell looked up at her friend with tears in her eyes. A situation? Who is it for? Surely old Sarah is not going to leave you.
Oh, no. It is for myself, Miss Lampeter.
For you, Nell? What could be the reason for that?
Well, you see...
And Nell hesitated. She was not going to own the real reason to anyone. That was her father's private affair. Well? Well, what?
Well, you see, Dolly is quite old enough to take my place at home, and I think it would be a good thing for me to go away. Besides, I should rather like it for some reasons.
And thinking of the salary, Nell smiled through her tears. Then you want to see the world, my dear. Is that it? It's only natural. Girls will be girls, and no doubt it's dull and quiet in this little village for light-hearted young lasses like yourself.
Oh, it is not that.
And Nell felt that she was going to act a lie if she let Miss Lampeter think that she was not happy at home.
It is not that. But girls like pocket money, Miss Lampeter. You know, and I thought I should like to have some money of my own earning. Do you understand?
Ah, that's it, is it? You want to have some money to buy finery with. like the rest of the girls. But it's natural, my dear, and as Miss Lampeter looked at Nell's coat and skirt, it struck her that she'd worn them out a very long time ago. "What do you think of doing?" she asked.
I am very fond of children. I think I could be a nursery governess. But the point is, how am I to find a situation? Father does not care for me to answer advertisements.
"I know of 2 good agencies in London. Shall I inquire at them for you while I'm in town?"
That would be kind of you. I came to ask your advice, but I did not expect you to do so much.
"It's little enough, child. I would gladly do anything I can to help you. You would well fill any post you undertook, and I'll recommend you, Nell, if I get the chance. But I hope you're not wanting pocket money very badly, dear."
No, thank you. At least, well, I should like to get a situation very much.
"I will help you if I can. You may rely on me to do that. But how we shall all miss you."
I shall miss everybody, Miss Lampeter, but it is best for me to go, I think. I must be running off now, or I shall be late home. Goodbye. I hope you will have a pleasant time in London.
"Goodbye, dear. Thank you for your help in my packing. It's such a relief for me to get it finished. I will help you, if I can, in your little business." Miss Lampeter was considered by some a rather eccentric old lady. Although she wasn't rich, she was comfortably off and had lived in her little house with her one maid for many years, as long as Nell could remember, in fact. Although some thought her sour and disagreeable, Nell had always seemed to understand her, and she was very fond of her. "I wonder what this means?" she queried when her visitor had gone. "It strikes me that Nell Garton has other reasons for leaving home than the wish for pocket money to buy clothes with. She's not that kind of girl. However, the Gartons' affairs are their own business, and I'm not one to pry into other people's private concerns. Of course, we all know they cannot have enough money to do with, but then clergy never are rich. By the by, Nell's coat really was very shabby. I think I'll send her a new one from London as a present. It will be a nice little surprise for her." In the meantime, Nell hurried on her way, up through the village to the vicarage, for she knew that she was late for her midday dinner. Her mind was full of her own affairs just then. She was so preoccupied with her own thoughts that she didn't notice Gwenny Rayland coming down the village street with a gentleman at her side. She would have passed them if Gwenny had not stopped her. "Good morning, Nell. Why won't you speak to me?" she asked as she made Nell stop, and she put up her face for a kiss. "Besides, don't you want to know my cousin Ronald?"
I am so sorry, Gwenny. I was what it was called wool gathering, I think. I really did not notice you.
And she stooped down and kissed the child. Then she looked up at Gwenny's companion. She had heard that Lord Rayland was expecting his nephew. She didn't know, however, that he had arrived. There had been plenty of talk in the village about him, for Ronald was the next heir to the estate. Lord Rayland had never got over the disappointment which he felt when Gwenny was born, and instead of the hoped-for son, the baby was a girl. The disappointment was only natural, and now Gwenny was 12, so the inevitable future had to be faced, for no other child had been born to him, and Ronald had at last been invited to Norton to pay his first visit to the home, which it seemed now only too probable would one day be his. "Why don't you introduce us properly, Gwenny?" Ronald said, as he bowed to Nell. "I beg your pardon, I'm sure. It's so jolly having Ronald here, Nell. He is so jolly, and I like going out with him 10 times better than going out with Miss Johnson. This is Nell Garton, Ronald, and this is Ronald, Nell. Is that right?" They both laughed. "Yes, that will do very well, little girl. What a lovely place this is, Miss Garton. How you must revel in it. I've just come from London, and the carts and carriages, chimneys and crowds, they don't compare well with all of this beauty everywhere." "You should see it in summertime, Ronald. It's even more lovelier then, isn't it, Nell? Can't you come for a walk with us?"
No, indeed, I cannot. I ought to be at home now. Goodbye. I am so glad you are enjoying your visit, Mr.
Ronald, Gwenny's cousin said. "According to Gwen. My other name is Rayland, of course."
Goodbye.
When Nell had gone, Ronald wanted to know who Miss Garton was, and Gwenny told him all about her friends at the vicarage. Nell is awfully nice, Ronald. Everyone likes her. She's the eldest of the Gartons, and beside her there are 3 of them. Dolly, who's very clever and very pretty, but not much fun, and Bertie, who's a very nice boy, but a cripple, which rather spoils his body, though his mind is very good, and I think you'd like him. And then there's Ethel. She's a little bit older than I am. She's my friend, and she's ripping. Ripping? I say, does Miss Johnson allow that? No, not she. I only use words like ripping when I'm with boys like you and Bertie. Though Ethel uses ripping too. Boys indeed. Don't you know that I'm a young man? What an insult you offer to your cousin to call him a boy. I'm awfully sorry. I forgot. Of course you're a man. I expect you would like Nell Garton best of the Gartons then, because Ethel says Nell is really a young woman now, and not a girl. Though she has lots of fun left in her still, for all that. I suppose Dolly will soon be a young woman too. Miss Garton looks very nice, certainly. Do you often go to the vicarage? No, not often. Why? Oh, I don't know. But afterwards, when Ronald got back to the park, he thought again of pretty Nell, and he rather wished he could see the rest of the Garton family also, for his little cousin's description of them had interested him. Miss Garton looked such a natural, healthy, unconventional girl, so unlike the society girls in London who were always being thrown in his way. But fortune didn't favour him. He could only stay at Marston Park until Saturday, and during the rest of the week he didn't again come across the Gartons. He went back to London having thoroughly enjoyed his visit, and in spite of feeling sorry for his uncle's disappointment, the prospect of one day inheriting one of the most beautiful estates in England rather pleased him than otherwise. Lord Rayland had showed him hospitality, but Ronald could not but be conscious of the bitterness of his uncle's feelings. Once he had made an allusion to the future, but only once, and Ronald, who was naturally of a generous disposition, felt real sympathy for his uncle and Lady Rayland, in spite of his own feelings of personal pleasure in the matter. That could not alter circumstances, however, and in due time Ronald knew that he must succeed him. Chapter 3. A Situation Found. Miss Lampeter did not forget Nell's request. For a day or two after her arrival in London, of course, she had to rest, as travelling was always fatiguing to her. But during that time she had written to 2 reliable agents for women's employment that she knew of, telling them of Nell's requirements and saying that she was prepared to interview any lady whom Miss Garton would be likely to suit. Before she had been in London a week, she had a letter from one of the agents in reply, requesting her to meet a lady at the office on the following day with respect to Miss Garton going as her nursery governess, to take charge of her 2 children. Miss Lampeter, in her anxiety to help her young friend, seemed quite as much flustered and nervous about this interview as if she was applying for the post for herself. She thought that she had better try to make as good and favourable an impression as possible. She therefore donned her best brocaded silk dress and her black satin mantle, and she put on her Sunday satin bonnet with the white feather in it. She certainly did look a quaint little old lady as she stepped out of the 4-wheeled cab and made her way into the agent's office. There were other ladies there, dressed more grandly than she, in their furs and feathers and finery. And there were other women there too, not dressed grandly, but many of them in shabby contrast to these grand ladies, waiting for their interviews to come. The employers and the employees, making in many cases sad and strange contrasts. How anxiously some of these young girls, and many middle-aged women also, seemed to be waiting for their turn to come, and their fate to be sealed. Miss Lampeter made her way to the inquiry office. The clerk seemed surprised at her question when the little lady asked, "Is Mrs. Delamere here? I'm to have an interview with her in regard to her need of a nursery governess." Yes, she's waiting in room 3. Are you to interview her?" she asked in an astonished tone of voice. "There must be some mistake, for she's wanting someone to take charge of her 2 young children." And the clerk looked doubtfully at the old lady as she surveyed her up and down. "This is my concern, not yours, young woman," Miss Lampeter answered severely. "Kindly leave me to mind my own business myself. If I do look old, you need not to remind me of the fact. You will look old yourself some day." And so saying, she made her way without further comment to room number 3. "Sour old thing," the lady clerk muttered to herself as she hastened to attend to the next inquirer. "I hope she won't get the job." Mrs. Delamere was passing the time of waiting in reading the daily paper, and didn't notice Miss Lampeter enter the room until she heard the rustle of her silk gown. Miss Lampeter, when she saw Mrs. Delamere, felt very much awed by her. She was a tall, fine-looking woman, stylishly dressed and evidently a good deal worried and bothered, like many other society mothers nowadays, by the charge of her children. "Be seated," she said to Miss Lampeter, "and now tell me, if you can, about this young lady whom the agent says you can recommend so strongly. How old is she? What is she like? What experience has she had? What I want is a thoroughly good nursery governess who will take the entire charge of my children for me. I don't want to be troubled with them at all myself. I want them to be taught to behave properly in the drawing room and that kind of thing when I'm at home. But I am away from home a great deal, and then the children are entirely in the hands of their governess. I shall be away visiting more or less all the summer, and in the autumn I and my husband shall be going abroad for 6 months. So you can understand that this is a responsible position, and I must have a thoroughly competent person for it. For I do not want the worry of the children myself. They're strong-willed, disobedient, and naughty, both of them. But so far the governesses that I've had have worried me even more than the children, I think. They have come to me saying that they could do everything, and then I have found they could do nothing, and the children have disliked them, and they have been no good. Now, I rather fancy this applicant because I can hear about her from you, instead of trusting to what I hear from herself. Tell me, how old is she?" Miss Lampeter was feeling very nervous. The answer to this first question would perhaps settle matters against Nell. "Miss Garton is nearly 19. "Oh, a mere child herself. I'm afraid she'd be quite too young for me. And yet, I don't know. I really believe half the trouble with the governesses that I've had has been that they've been too old, and couldn't thus enter into the ways of children. What experience has she had?" Miss Lampeter felt more hopeful. "More, a great deal, than some women of 50, she answered. "She's used to children, for besides looking after her own brother and sisters, she's had a great deal to do with children in her father's parish. By her loving ways, she has done much good in their parish by Sunday school and Band of Hope work. I'm afraid her experience in such work doesn't qualify her particularly well to teach and superintend my children. Parish children are so strangely different from children such as mine. Has she ever been a private governess? That's what I want to know." "She has thoroughly looked after her brother and sisters. She has been everything at home to her father and her mother. She is one of the dearest, gentlest, sweetest girls imaginable, Mrs. Delamere, and if you care to listen to an old lady's advice, you may believe me when I tell you, you can safely trust your children to her care, in spite of her being only 19. Any work that she undertakes to do for you would be conscientiously done. I can assure you of that." "It will be the first time that I've experienced it," Mrs. Delamere said bitterly. "But I see another objection to Miss Garton, besides her age. I think you said that her father was a clergyman. Would that mean that she'd be always talking to the children about religion and church-going? I don't want anything of that kind. I think it's such a mistake to force religion upon children. I let my children go to church on Sunday morning if they like, just to while away the time, but I never insist on it. I don't approve of children being made to go to church, you know." Miss Lampeter began to feel rather doubtful now if Mrs. Delamere would suit Nell Garton, even if Nell Garton would suit Mrs. Delamere. "Miss Garton is a Christian girl, Mrs. Delamere, but her Christianity is the secret of her charm, I think. I am quite certain, if you engage her, you will be thoroughly satisfied with her influence upon your children." "Well, I have half a mind to try her, if she cares to come. Of course, there'll be nothing menial for her to do. I keep a schoolroom maid who does everything of that sort. Her duty will be to take the entire responsibility of the children in my absence. For, as I say, I shall be more or less always away. How soon would you want her? I want her at once, as soon as she can come. I packed off my last governess yesterday, and I must have someone at once. What holidays would you give Miss Garton? Oh, let me see. A fortnight in the summer, perhaps. That's all I can promise at present. And what salary? £40. Miss Lampeter could hardly believe this piece of information. Did you say £40? She inquired. Yes. And I should raise Miss Garton's salary to £50 at the end of the year if she proves herself to be competent. As I say, this is a responsible position, and I am quite willing to pay for good work. Yes, it is a good salary, certainly. You may take my word for it that if Miss Garton agrees to come to you, you will get good work done, Mrs. Delamere, in return for your good salary. I hope you will get her. Mrs. Delamere rose to go, as much to say the interview was over. I will write to Miss Garton at once and offer her the post. Mind, it's because of your recommendation that I shall take her, she said as she bowed to Miss Lampeter. You will be responsible if she's not a success. If Nell gets this, I really think she'll have me to thank for it, Miss Lampeter said to herself as she left the office. The dear girl's age would have prevented her from getting the post if I'd not been there to speak for her. As she folded up her letter to Nell, telling her about the interview, she felt very happy to think of the successful part she had taken in this business. Mrs. Delamere's letter went by the same post, so that both of the letters arrived together at Norton Vicarage the next morning, just as the vicarage family was finishing breakfast. Letters always make more or less excitement in every house. There is always the possibility of their containing important news, either for good or ill. And so indeed it happened in the vicarage pile that morning. Nell's circle of friends outside Norton was not a large one, and letters were not, in a general way, very frequently received by her. Old Sarah brought them as usual and planted them down with a heavy thud at the side of her master's plate. It was Sarah's custom to look through the letters as she brought them down the passage, which as usual she had done that morning. It was her custom, that was all. She didn't do it in any spirit of prying. What were the family's concerns she considered were her concerns likewise. And 2 letters for Miss Nell, when it wasn't her birthday neither, and both of them with a London postmark too. That set the old domestic wondering what could be the meaning of them. I shouldn't be surprised if them letters hasn't to do with the situation business of hers, she said to herself as she made her way back to the kitchen. Miss Nell said that she would go, and now I'm blessed if she isn't going. Oh, dearie me. And I'm not to speak of it to her neither. Dearie me. Oh, dearie me. It's quite clear that there is something wrong this morning with the letters in Sarah's estimation, Mr. Garton said, when she had withdrawn from the dining room and closed the door. With what vengeance she put them down on the table. Perhaps there's an unstamped envelope, or an overweight letter amongst them. Either cause would be quite sufficient to ruffle her righteous soul. So saying, he looked through the pile, consisting mostly of advertisements, money-lenders' liberal offers, and begging appeals. Nell's 2 letters Sarah had placed last in the heap. Ah, here is the explanation, he said. Here are 2 letters for you, Nell. Lucky little woman. Who can they be from? It was such an unusual event that Nell opened her letters quite nervously, feeling that the whole family's eyes were upon her. The first one that she opened was from Mrs. Delamere, short but to the point, telling her exactly what she required and what her duties would be. It is not so much their lessons that I care about. What I want to feel sure of is that my children will be happy and well looked after in my absence. I want you to take the entire responsibility of them, in regard to their health and their clothes, as well as their education. You are much younger than any governess that I've ever had before, but Miss Lampeter so strongly recommended you to me that I feel inclined to be led by her in offering you this post. You will need a firm and strict hand, as my children have lately had so many changes with their governesses that they've got into rather bad ways, I fear. But I shall give you absolute control of them. They are bad-mannered and often rude. I hope you will do your best to correct these faults. Your salary for the first year will be £40, and I should raise it £10 a year for the next 4 years if you give me satisfaction. I want you to come at once. At the latest, next Monday. I shall be glad of an answer by return. Nell read the letter straight on to the end, making no comment. Then she handed it to her father and opened the second one, which consisted of 4 sheets of close writing from Miss Lampeter, telling her every detail of the interview with Mrs. Delamere, what she was like, what she did, and what she said. I cannot say that I was altogether attracted by Mrs. Delamere, Nell. She is fashionable, good-looking, and well-dressed, but she doesn't seem to me to have much of a real mother's love and care for her children. However, I think you might do worse than accept her offer. You'd have a comfortable home and no hard work, though no doubt a great deal of responsibility. I can quite picture you, dear, with those 2 naughty, unruly children, making them love you in a very short time. I shall be anxious to know what you decide to do. Mrs. Delamere said that she wanted you at once, I'm afraid, sooner than you would like. But if you get this post so quickly, you really ought to be glad. For if you could have seen all the other poor ladies, young and old, that I saw waiting to get work in the registrar's office, it would have made your heart ache. Write to me as soon as you've decided. And then there was a short postscript at the end of the letter. I am sending you a new coat and skirt, Nell dear. Mr. Garton had come to the end of Mrs. Delamere's letter long before Nell Garton got to the end of Miss Lampeter's. Mrs. Garton had read it too, but nobody had spoken. Nell laid down the second letter and looked at her father.
Well, father?
She said. Well, Nell, what's it going to be?
Yes, of course.
And Nell got up from the table and went to her room, whilst the others heard from their father of Mrs. Delamere's proposal for Nell. Monday? Next Monday? Nell's going to leave us? Oh, father, was Bertie's exclamation. I can't stand it. And that is all about it. It's simply beastly, said Ethel, stamping her foot. I can't see it in that light myself, Dolly remarked. For my part, I think Nell is an extremely fortunate girl. She'll have all the advantages which London offers. I only wish I could have a chance like this instead of Nell. So do I, Bertie muttered to himself, but he didn't say it out loud, as his father was present. Mr. Garton got up and went to his study, for the trial of parting with his daughter pressed more heavily upon him than he could tell anyone, and yet he felt that she was acting rightly under their present circumstances. Mrs. Garton made her way to Nell's bedroom. She entered the room without rapping, in time to see Nell just rising from her knees. There were no tears in the girl's eyes. Instead of that, she looked up brightly at her mother.
It is quite settled, mother. I am sure this offer has come in answer to my prayers. I have so entirely trusted this matter into God's hands, and I am sure that this is his answer. It is so sweet to believe and know that he plans our lives for us. I do not think I could go away if it weren't for that. Now, mother mine, no tears, please, no tears. It is quite for the best. I am sure it is, dear little mother. Absence is said to make the heart grow fonder, but I do not think that that is possible in my case. £40 a year, mother! £40! I can hardly believe it. What a friend that dear little Miss Lampeter has been to me. I only hope I shall succeed, after her kind recommendation, that is all. Now I am going to write my answers, for I must catch the early post. Tell Dolly she must do the cooking this morning. It will make her get her hands into the work a little, before I go.
Mrs. Garton went downstairs to find Dolly, who, after a considerable amount of grumbling about the hardness of her own particular lot, made her way into the kitchen, where she succeeded in further upsetting old Sarah by ruffling feelings by her irritating ways. Fortunately, Ethel followed her, and in her happy, merry manner soon put things straight again. While this was going on in the kitchen, Nell was getting on with her correspondence upstairs. She had no writing table in her room, so she made a writing table of her lap, and in due course, and after several unsatisfactory copies had been made, her letters were ready. She donned her tam o' shanter and ran downstairs on her way to the post office, humming as she went, almost unconsciously, the air of Home, Sweet Home. She didn't want to meet anyone until the letters were posted and the deed was done, but her father heard her step on the stairs and opened his study door and called her in. "Is it quite settled, Nell?"
Yes, quite, father.
"The charge of 2 unruly children. It seems a great responsibility for you, my dear."
Poor little pickles. I feel as if I love them already. I expect we shall soon be friends. And the salary, father. Think of that. What a rich young lady I shall be.
"I hope this will prove to be for the best, Nell. But, my darling, we shall all miss you so much. And what will the parish do without you?"
Yes, I think you all will miss me, father. But the world goes on in spite of its losses, and Norton Parish will soon go on just as well without me, I expect. As for myself, as I told dear mother, I have yielded myself up to God's guiding hand in this matter, and I do firmly believe he has sent me this work.
"May it be so, child, and may he ever have you in his keeping, for you are safe there. You must be quick, or you will miss the early post." Nell kissed her father and was gone, and in 5 minutes her letter, accepting Mrs. Delamere's situation, was past recall. Chapter 4. Preparations and Goodbyes. "That is all right," so saying, Mrs. Delamere folded up Nell's little letter with a complacent air. "I only hope this one may stop," she added. "Have you found another governess for those little urchins, my dear?" "Yes, Gerald. I'm rather doubtful, though, how this one will succeed. I've changed my custom this time, and have engaged a girl of 19 instead of a middle-aged lady. How do you think it's likely to answer?" Mr. Delamere gave a low whistle. "Whew. Poor girl. She little knows what she's being led in for." "What made you do that?" "For 2 reasons. The elderly ladies we have already had have all been failures. This young person could not therefore be more of a failure than her predecessors, and I thought she might possibly be a success. She was recommended, too, to me by another, instead of by herself. I went to the usual agent's office, where I had an interview with a friend of this young lady's, who spoke so strongly in favour of the girl she was recommended, and looked so genuinely truthful in all she said, that I felt sure that I was not being taken in this time, as I have so often been before. So I engaged her. But of course it is risky. However, if it does not answer, it does not, and there will be an end of it." "What's her name?" "Miss Garton. She's a clergyman's daughter, Gerald." "Oh, indeed," Mr. Delamere said significantly. "This is indeed a fresh venture of yours, my dear. When is Miss Garton coming?" "On Monday." "Not till then? And the children to run wild till Monday? Dear me, what a trouble one's children are." "I quite agree with you on that point. I only wish there were creches for children of the rich, as there are for children of the poor. Muriel and Headsore should have gone to one of them till Monday, if it had been so. You are a queer mother, Agatha. Children are not your line, are they? In their proper place they're all right, but I cannot stand the worry of them, and I don't see why I should. I do not think that people in our position are expected to do either. If we could only find a good governess for them, I should feel my conscience quite clear on the matter. I do trust to goodness this one will suit. We have had enough trouble lately. I have told Gordon that she must look after the children until Monday." "You'll have Gordon giving you notice next." "I hope not. There are only 4 days before Monday. I should think she should be able to manage them for that time. Are you ready? It's time we were starting for the Peels, if we hope to be there for lunch." As Mrs. Delamere and her husband went downstairs, they saw above them, 2 flights higher up the stairs, 4 little legs dangling. "What are you doing out on the landing this cold day, children? Go into the schoolroom at once," Mr. Delamere called. "We've locked Garton in, and we're not going to let her out until she says we can have chocolate pudding for dinner. So there," Mr. Delamere's son replied. "Open the schoolroom door at once, Headsaw. Don't see why we should, unless Garton says we can have chocolate pudding." "Don't you?" Muriel whispered. "Open the door directly, sir," Mr. Delamere called again. "Can't. We've lost the key." And so saying, Headsaw flung the key out of the landing window, which was standing open. "You little liar!" his father called. "I'm not a liar," Headsaw exclaimed. "I won't be called a liar." "We shall be late, Gerald," Mrs. Delamere said in an irritable voice to her husband. "We cannot wait to settle this matter now. You are very naughty children, hindering us in this way. Muriel, where is the key?" "Lost," Muriel answered defiantly. "You are 2 little liars," their father angrily exclaimed. "I'll settle this whether we're late or not, Agatha, before we start." And so saying, he stalked angrily upstairs. Headsaw and Muriel were as afraid of their father as they were of anybody, and they rather wondered how the matter was going to end, whilst Garton, hearing their father approaching, was shaking the schoolroom door, entreating to be let out. "Abominable, rude, unruly, disobedient, horrid children! I won't stand for it, I won't!" Mr. Delamere could hear Garton saying to herself in a very high-pitched key as he came up the stairs. "No, I will not stand for it another day." He passed the children, and with one heavy thrust he burst open the offending door. "Never mind, Garton, cool down and forgive them this once," he said, trying to appease the wrathful maid. "You have only got to put up with this till Monday, when there's another governess coming. You, Headsaw, go to your own room, and stay there until you choose to say where the schoolroom key is. Muriel, you can go to the schoolroom." Muriel sullenly obeyed, whilst Headsaw faced his father. "The key is lost. I've told you so, and so is Muriel, and if you do not believe the word of an Englishman, then you should do the other thing. I do not know where the key is more than you do. I flung it out of the landing window. You deserve a caning for this, Headsaw, that you do. You are to have nothing but bread and water for the rest of the day." And the boy's father went downstairs, feeling he had done a parent's duty in thus punishing his boy, and feeling more than ever what a trouble children really were. "I wouldn't be the governess of those children for something, Agatha," he said as they drove along to their luncheon party. "What salary have you offered Miss Garton?" £40. I should make it 50 if she succeeds. I'm glad we're off on Tuesday. They have quite upset me. I rather wish that I hadn't called them little liars, though. Only 4 days. What a short time it seemed to Nell. In some ways she was rather glad than otherwise that it was such a short time. When a painful thing has to be done, the sooner it is over the better, and leaving home was a very painful thing indeed to Nell. There was a great deal to be done in those 4 days. First and foremost, there was her little wardrobe to look over. How many times already it had been looked over, for everything was more or less patched and darned now. But going away with patches and darns is different from wearing patches and darns at home, and clergymen and clergymen's daughters are afflicted with much the same feelings of personal pride and what other people will say, in spite of their high calling, as other people suffer from. And Nell now felt herself to be terribly shabby and very unfittingly dressed to go into a fashionable London house. Mrs. Garton, in true motherly spirit, turned over her wardrobe also. If there was anything there of any good to Nell, she was only too welcome to it. "Have that black cashmere petticoat of mine, Nell dear, that you made for me out of your old dress. It's not so worn and shabby as yours. Why, yours is threadbare at the knees.
And what are you going to do, mother mine?
Oh, I'll wear yours, and put a patch underneath the warm part. That'll do nicely for me. And an evening dress, did you say, Nell?
I might have to take the children out, mother. It would be rather awkward if I had nothing of that sort to wear. But still, I don't think it matters much.
There is my black silk dress. It's very shiny, I know. I have had it nearly 20 years, but perhaps if you sponged it with tea, Nell, and ironed it and trimmed it in a little more up-to-date fashion, that would do for the present. Nell was a clever girl in doing up clothes, as well as in making tempting little dishes all out of nothing, and she and her mother and Ethel had plenty of stitching to do during the rest of the week. It was really a very good thing that they were so busy, for it prevented them having much time to think about the coming parting. When Nell could get away for a little while, she went round to say some of her goodbyes. How many friends there were to leave behind! For Nell had been the sunshine of the village as well as her home, and as she ran in and out saying her farewells, she felt how much she loved all her father's people, and how many true and kind friends she had in Norton. Miss Lampeter's promised gift arrived on Friday. The old lady had shown very good taste in her choice, and the rest of the family were lost in wonder and admiration as Nell put on her neat but well-cut and nicely fitting brown cloth coat and skirt. Miss Lampeter had also sent a pretty toque of the same colour, and a brown silk blouse, and 2 pairs of brown suede gloves. "I think they will all fit you very nicely, Nell, dear, because my niece went with me to choose the things and tried them on, and she's just about your size," Miss Lampeter had said in her letter, which came with the parcel, and she was quite right. As for Sarah, she was at first dumb with admiration when Nell went into the kitchen with her new clothes on for her inspection and criticism. When at length she found words to express her feelings, she was full of praise. "There, I call it as that should be," she said at length. "Fine feathers don't make fine birds in your case, dear Miss Nell. But I says, as you look just heavenly in that attire, and the lads up in London town will just lose their hearts when they sees you." Nell laughed.
Poor little me. Nursery governesses, even in brown cloth coats and skirts, are not so eagerly sought after, Sarah, even in London town, I can tell you.
"Well, we shall see. We shall see," was Sarah's only reply. Mr. Garton and his wife had already talked over their daughter's outfit. Temptations to do things which meant the abandonment of independence had appealed to them with great force. They argued that if others did it, it was open to them to do likewise. But braver and better counsels prevailed. "It must be our consolation," Mr. Garton said, "that we've neither begged nor gone into debt. And what brings consolation to us will bring comfort to Nell. Fine feathers do not make fine birds, and we know that Nell's good qualities will do more for her than a large wardrobe would do." I quite agree with you. Certainly in these days it really seems as if clergy must be celibates if they're going to live in any comfort. Or if they choose to marry, they must expect to live on other people's charity. Celibacy would not have suited you, dear, would it? No, I would rather have you with poverty than enjoy even luxury with solitude. You make up for a good deal, and yet poverty is galling. The church people of England must know how depressing it is if they think, but apparently they do not think, or they do not care. Dolly was very silent during those 4 days. Her hearts were full of envious feelings, for she seemed to look upon Nell's departure as if her sister was starting off on a visit. Bertie was silent too. But his were different feelings from Dolly's. His were feelings of resentment, that he should have to lie at home and do nothing, when he should have been the one to go out and help his father. Ethel did not say much either, but she clung around her elder sister, doing all she could in every way to help her. Saturday came at length. The last stitches had been put in the humble little outfit. The small trunk had been packed and all was ready for the early start on Monday morning. Nell was so glad that her last day at home was going to be a Sunday. The help of that day would strengthen her in her new life, and would be a happy recollection for her when she was away in London. She got up and went to the early celebration with her mother and brother. Dolly had overslept herself and so wasn't there, and Ethel had not yet been confirmed. She so much enjoyed the quiet calm of that service, that winter's morning, as she knelt with those she loved best on earth. The summer seemed a long way off, and a long time to look forward to when she hoped they'd all meet together again. But she prayed for strength and courage and help, that she might do well the work which she had undertaken, and that she might be brave in leaving the dear home which she loved so well on the morrow. She played the organ as usual that day. The village choir boys had always been of special interest to her. When they heard that she was going away, they could hardly believe it, and felt that they were losing their best friend, for Nell had always cared for them, and knew all about each one of them. "We'll never have anyone to help us like you, Miss Nell. You understands us, and you makes us want to be good," the biggest of them said, acting as spokesman for the rest, when they heard that she was leaving.
"I'm leaving home tomorrow, boys,"
she told them at her afternoon Bible class.
"but I shall never forget you, and when I'm in London and see the choir boys there, I shall think of you and pray for you. You must all try to be good boys, for Miss Dolly will play the organ, and you will still have your Bible classes, for Mr. Bertie is going to take that for me. And so you must all come regularly and give him no trouble."
"Mr. Bertie ain't you, Miss Nell, nor Miss Dolly neither, but we will behave ourselves, and we'll come to the Bible class regular. We promise you that," Sam Jones, a big farm boy, said in a husky voice. And as Nell shook hands and said goodbye to them all as they were leaving the church that night, Sam pushed a bag of big peppermints into her hands, saying, "I thought you might like these to eat in the train tomorrow, Miss Nell. They're capital things to keep a body warm. Though they ain't extra strong, I knows lots of people who like something to eat on the train." Nell thanked him and took the peppermints. She knew the boy's heart was good in giving her this gift. Ethel's friend, Gwenny Rayland, met them as they were leaving the church in the morning. Ethel told her the news that Nell was going away. "Oh, I am sorry," the child said as she took Nell's hand. "You're the nicest girl that ever lived, Nell, except Ethel. I told Ronald you were, and he said that he thought you looked very nice, so there you are. Oh, I am sorry." Lord Rayland and her ladyship had joined them now. There was a private path through the park to the church, and Nell and Ethel walked part of the way with them. Like many other rich people, they had no sort of comprehension of what poverty means, except as regards the poverty of the lower classes. Lord Rayland knew that the Norton living was not a large one, but the Gartons lived at the vicarage, which was a large house, so if they gave the matter any thought at all, they supposed that all was right, little knowing what a white elephant a big vicarage is to many a poor clergyman. They sent Mr. Garton a present of game now and again in the shooting season, and a turkey at Christmas, and there the kindness ended. They'd invited the vicar and his wife to dine at the hall several times in days gone by, but Mr. and Mrs. Garton had always declined their invitations. So they supposed it was because they didn't care for society, and long ago they'd given up asking them to such functions. Ethel Garton, however, often went to the hall to play with Gwenny.
"I'm not going on a visit, Lady Rayland. I'm going as a nursery governess to 2 naughty children, so their mother describes them,"
Nell said, smiling, in answer to the inquiry as to where she was going visiting. "Going as a nursery governess, did you say, Miss Garton? You're tired of life at Norton, no doubt, and it's not to be wondered at. Country life doesn't suit all people."
"I shall be rather glad to get work to do. It is because of that I'm going away. I'm not tired of the country. I do not think I shall like London after Norton."
"That's what my nephew Ronald said." "Ah, well, Ronald will be able to satisfy himself with the country some day. I hope you will get on well, Miss Garton," Lord Rayland chimed in. Nell and Ethel wished them goodbye when they reached the wicket gate, and she and her sister retraced their steps towards home, arm in arm. "A plucky girl, that," Lord Rayland said when they were gone. "I wonder why she has to leave home if she doesn't want to. Garton's never mentioned any need to me. I must look into the matter." But like many another fair promise made, unfortunately it was forgotten, and the needs of the Vicar of Norton were not looked into by the squire after all. On Monday morning, everyone at the vicarage was up early, and Nell's train for London started at 10.
"I think I would rather that only father should come and see me off,"
Nell had said the night before, and it was just as well that it was arranged so, for in spite of everybody's efforts to be cheerful, everyone utterly failed, except Dolly, who showed a stolid demeanour up to the end. Bertie was absolutely and hopelessly miserable, and didn't hide his hopelessness, while poor little Ethel gulped and coughed and laughed and cried by turns. At their morning family prayers, when Mr. Garton commended his loved and loving child to the Heavenly Father's care, Nell herself gave way, and old Sarah sobbed like a child, working hard all the time at the corner of her apron, as the manner of some women is to do. At 9:45, the porter came to fetch the luggage, and then the goodbyes had to be said. They were over at last. With one last long embrace from her mother, Nell waved her hand and was gone. Several of her friends were at the station, amongst them some of the choir boys. But Nell clung to her father. She didn't want to talk to anybody. The train came puffing into the station. One more last long hug, and then she jumped into the train. The whistle blew, and Nell had really started on her journey, a brave little breadwinner, to seek a fortune for herself, like many another poor girl in similar circumstances in London's great city. Chapter 5. Arriving in London. If the last 4 days had passed quickly at Norton Vicarage, they certainly could not have passed more slowly in the schoolroom at Winston Square, as far as Garton, the schoolroom maid, was concerned. She had more than once asserted during those 4 days that she should pack up her things and go, as she really couldn't stand the doings of 2 such unruly children any longer. But she had not carried out her threats, and when Monday came she was still there, in spite of everything. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were to leave London early the next morning. For this the children were not altogether sorry, as when their parents were home they always got more punishments when they did wrong than they cared for. And besides that, they had to go down into the drawing-room in their best clothes, which they very much disliked. And if their parents were at home, they had dinner with them in the dining-room when they had lunch, which was not half so nice, even if it meant they had more dainty things to eat, as having it alone in the schoolroom. For Hedsaw always spilt his gravy, or Muriel knocked over a glass, or they choked, or did something equally awkward when they were there. If they went down to dessert in the evening, the children always wanted what was not good for them, and they made such unpleasant and uncomfortable remarks that Hedsaw and Muriel did not seem to give much satisfaction and pleasure to their parents, except in the manner of their looks, for they were certainly both very handsome children. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere had been away from home so much that Muriel and Hedsaw, as a matter of fact, were quite used to being without them, and did not seem to miss them as some children would have done. The choice which Mrs. Delamere until now had made in her governesses had been most unfortunate too for the children. When they were younger they had had a good nurse, to whose early training they really owed all that was good in them. Considering everything, therefore, it was not to be wondered that Mr. Delamere had said in despair that if this new governess should prove to be a success, she would be well worth £50 a year to them, and so she would. It was a long journey for Nell from Norton to London, and her train didn't reach King's Cross until nearly 4 o'clock. It was quite dark when she arrived at Winston Square. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were out. The children were in the schoolroom. Garton had just brought up their tea. Nell was feeling terribly lonely and nervous as the cabman stopped at the tall house in Winston Square and rang the bell. The front door was opened by a footman, whom Nell thought looked very formidable in his grand livery. She mounted the wide steps, feeling herself to be a very insignificant person indeed in his eyes, as she asked for Mrs. Delamere. "She is, out, miss. She'll not be in until 6:30. Are you, Miss Garton? Because if so, she said that you should make yourself at home until she arrives. I will bring you some tea, miss, in a minute." Nell paid the cabman and saw her luggage brought in. She was very conscious of the shabbiness of it as she saw the footman's scornful glance at her box.
"It can't be helped,"
she said to herself, as she had so often had to say about things of more importance before, and wishing that it might be got out of sight of the rest of the household as soon as possible, she said,
"May my luggage be taken to my room?"
"I'll see to it, miss, directly. But I'll put some tea for you in the morning room first, for I expect you're feeling tired and cold. It won't be very long before the mistress is back."
"I would much rather find the children and have tea with them than be down here by myself, if I may,"
Nell said, almost in tears, for it did seem such a cold and dreary welcome after her long journey. "As you please, miss. I'll find Garton, the schoolroom maid, and she will show you the way, if you'd prefer to have tea in the schoolroom." So saying, the footman withdrew to find Garton, while Nell was left standing just within the morning room.
"I will be brave. God help me,"
she said, half to herself and half in prayer, as she gulped down the lump in her throat. Then she heard the children's voices upstairs, and looking up she could see the same little 4 legs dangling through the banisters that Mr. Delamere had seen the previous Friday.
"I won't wait for Garton or anybody else. I'll find my way myself."
And she ran off upstairs, whilst Fisher was telling the listening servants in the servants' hall of the arrival of another new governess. "She is a mere chit of a girl. I could hardly believe my own eyes when I saw her. I wonder what the mistress thinks she'll do with those 2 young monkeys upstairs. She won't last long, mind my words. I feel quite sorry for her. She wants to go to the children at once, Garton," he said, with a sarcastic smile. "Bless me, I'm thinking that when she's had as much to do with them as I've had, she won't be in such a hurry," Garton answered sourly. "I give her a week, or at most a month." And so saying, the schoolroom maid withdrew from the servants' hall and went up to the morning room to find that the new governess had not waited for her to introduce her to the schoolroom domain, for the room was empty. Muriel and Hedsor had heard the cab drive up. In fact, they had spent the afternoon at the window with their noses pressed against the window panes, watching for Miss Garton's arrival. But as it was quite dark when she arrived, they had seen the cab, but they had not seen her. And now they had gone on to the landing to hear what her voice was like, and to catch a glimpse of her, if they could.
"Oh, here you are. I'm so glad to see you, darlings,"
Nell said as she came running up the stairs. Hedsor and Muriel had never seen any governess of theirs run upstairs before, and they were not used to the title of darlings from anybody. She stooped down and kissed them both.
"It is rather cold for you out here, is it not? I am ever so cold. Do take me where there is a fire. Please do."
"This is our favourite seat, and we get rowed for it from everybody, but we intend to go on sitting here when we choose, whatever people may say," Muriel answered. "However, if you are cold, we will take you to where there is a fire. This is our room." And the child proudly led the way into the schoolroom, followed by Nell and Hedsor. Nell paid no attention to Muriel's statement about the seat on the landing. In fact, she appeared not to have heard it, as she brightly exclaimed,
"Oh, what a lovely fire! And the tea is all ready too. That is nice. But they only have put 2 cups. Just fancy, I was asked to have tea alone downstairs."
"The new governesses always have tea downstairs on the first night," Hedsor volunteered.
"I thought it would be ever so much nicer to have it up here with you, and so it will. We 3 together. Won't we be cosy?"
And Nell held her cold hands before the fire in order to warm them, whilst the 2 children stood and stared at her, She had so completely taken them by surprise. Gordon, by this time, had followed Miss Garton upstairs, and was as much amazed as the footman had been by the youthful appearance of the new governess. She couldn't help being attracted by her friendly voice and the pleasant way in which she was talking to the children. "If you would like to have your tea up here better than downstairs, I'll put another cup in a minute, miss. But I'll look after the children if you would rather be alone." "No, you shan't, Gordon. I'll fling a sofa cushion at you if you stay another minute. We want Miss Garton with us, and not you, you cross, crusty old thing. Go away at once," Headsaw said, stamping his foot.
I have got my hands full, without a doubt,
Nell thought to herself, but she said nothing, apparently not noticing the little boy's rudeness.
I should like to have tea up here much better than alone downstairs. Thank you, Gordon,
she said as the maid gratefully withdrew to fetch another cup and saucer.
Oh, I do want some tea so badly, darlings. I have been in the train ever since 10 o'clock this morning.
And Nell glanced at the timepiece on the mantel shelf as she spoke. It was just 5, the very hour when they would all be sitting around the tea table in the dear old dining room at home. How differently this luxuriously laid table looked from the meagrely spread one at home, and yet how terribly homesick she felt. She wondered who was making her father's toast for him that night, as her eye fell on the hot toast on the table before her. She knew that they would all be thinking of her, and probably be talking about her, but she must not let her thoughts wander homeward, or she would only feel more miserable. She must give herself at once to amusing these children. "The governess generally pours out," Muriel said, "and if we haven't got one, Gordon does it. Are you going to pour out?"
Would you not like to do it tonight?
"Yes, that I should. I like pouring out tea most awfully, but Mother says I always spill things, and I suppose I do. But I will not spill it tonight. I promise you, if you will let me do it."
Will you be very, very careful, dear? Let me see. What is your name? I cannot always call you dear or darling, can I?
Nell said, laughing. "You won't call us either dears or darlings long, Miss Garton, even if you could. Nobody does, not when they know us. She is Muriel, and I am Headsaw," Headsaw volunteered.
I am going to call you dears and darlings at present. If you can be very careful, Muriel, then you may pour out my tea for a great treat. Just for tonight. I am a stranger, you see, and of course I feel shy, so you two must treat me as your visitor.
"We don't like Mother's visitors much," Headsaw said. "At least not many of them. We have to be so proper when they come." "Are you proper? Most of our governesses have been. Very."
I don't think I am,
Nell said, smiling.
Don't you think I might as well take off my hat and coat before we have tea? Is my bedroom near?
"Yes, quite close. Our 3 rooms are all in a row. First Headsaw's, then yours, then mine. They are all 3 connected."
How nice. We shall not feel lonely then. Is this mine?
"Yes," Muriel answered, as she led her through Headsaw's to the governess's room. Nell took off her things and washed her hands, while Muriel stood by waiting for her. "Is that your trunk?" at length the child inquired.
Yes.
"What a funny one it is. Why do you have all that big string round it? It can't be large enough for you. My clothes aren't as big as yours, but my trunk is larger than yours. We always have leather trunks when we go away."
Do you?
Was all Nell's answer, as she brightly said,
I feel ever so much more comfortable now. Shall we go back to the schoolroom?
She took the easy chair by the fire, whilst Muriel handed her a cup of tea in the most correct style, with not a drop of it spilt into the saucer, and Headsaw offered her toast and bread and butter, quite after the manner of his father in the drawing-room. "You are our visitor tonight, Miss Garton, so we're being polite. But we don't always behave like this, you know." "You seem a rather nice sort of visitor, I think," Headsaw remarked.
I am glad you think so.
Nell said. "And I haven't spilt one drop of tea," Muriel exclaimed.
No, you have poured out the tea beautifully, and it is delicious. I am enjoying myself ever so much.
"You won't say that for very long, if you're like all the other governesses, Miss Garton," Headsaw again encouragingly volunteered, No one enjoys being here with me and Muriel for long, neither governesses nor nursery maids.
I believe I shall.
Nell answered, as she asked for another cup of tea.
I am so cold tonight, and I am a visitor. But when I am not a visitor, I like sitting up to the table best. It always seems to me to be more friendly, though I am enjoying this all the same.
You are like us then, Miss Garton. Sitting in chairs all about the room is just like the visitors do when they have tea in the drawing room. We both hate drawing room tea. It's perfect misery for us when we have to go down there to tea, balancing our cups and saucers in our hands and eating thin bread and butter without any plates. One or other of us always upsets something, and then of course there's a row. There are lots of rows here. There is a row over almost everything we do. Nell smiled as she put down her cup.
There is no row tonight, anyway. You have been two very kind children, and you have made me feel so happy. Have you finished your tea? You both have been so kind in looking after me and my wants. I don't believe you have thought about yourselves at all.
It's so much more fun looking after other people than being looked after yourself, Hedsaw remarked. What Mui and I do hate is that we're forever being looked after. You may not do this, and you cannot do that, and you are to do this, and you're not to do that. Oh, we're sick of hearing these remarks. We have ever so many governesses over the years, and they've all been just alike, always scolding and rowing and sneaking and ordering. I wonder if you'll be just like the rest. You certainly look rather nice, and you seem very decent, but some of the others that we've had have seemed the same at first, and then in the end they've all turned out either crabby or horrid or stupid, haven't they, Mui? Yes, Muriel answered solemnly, surveying Nell critically at the same time. But they were none of them quite like you, Miss Garton. You look more like our big sister than our governess. You look so jolly, as if you'd like doing the same things as we like doing. Most of our governesses have been old people. Some of them were as old as father and mother are, I should think.
Listen to me, my darlings. I don't want to know about anything of what has been in the past. I want to talk about the present, about what is. I am so glad you think I look like your big sister. That sounds so much nicer than being your governess. For, do you know, I so badly want a little brother and sister here in London, to take place of a brother and sister I have left at home. I shall miss them so much. But if I have got you two to take their places, I shall not mind half so much. Come and sign our compact with a kiss, will you?
Gordon came up now to clear away the tea, and was much surprised at the sight which met her gaze, of Master Hedsaw sitting as meek as a lamb on Nell's knee, and Muriel on a stool at her feet. I never saw two such innocents as them two children looked, she said when she went downstairs again. But you know what the saying about new brooms is, and it won't last long. Miss Garton will find out what the rest have found out sooner or later, that them two children are utterly unmanageable. It will be very jolly having a big sister, Muriel said as she took Nell's hand when Gordon had left the room. Tell me about your sister and brother at your home. Nell told the children a little about Ethel and Bertie.
They are always so kind to me, and they do all they can for me, so you must be just the same,
Nell was saying in her clear, gentle voice, when the schoolroom door opened and Mrs. Delamere entered the room. Nell rose at once, trying to smooth down her curly hair, which Hedsaw had been running his little fingers through. Mrs. Delamere noticed at once what a pretty girl she was. Good evening, Miss Garton, she said, scarcely hiding in her voice the surprise that she felt when she saw how young her new governess looked. I was sorry to be out when you arrived. You seem to have made your pupil's acquaintance already, without any introduction being needed from me. I hope you have had some tea.
Oh yes, thank you. The children have been treating me as their visitor for tonight, and they have looked after me so nicely.
Muriel and Hedsaw felt very pleased for their mother to hear this praise given to them, when they were so used to being scolded for their awkwardness. I am very glad to hear it. I should like to have a chat with you in the morning room. Will you come down in half an hour?
Yes, certainly.
And Nell felt that this interview might be a formidable one. I think you have found us a jolly governess this time, Mother, Headsaw said, in quite a patronising tone of voice. We are quite at home with Miss Garton already. We three are going to be sisters and brother, because Miss Garton has not got her real sister and brother here in London. Mrs. Delamere smiled. Mind you two children always behave to Miss Garton as a good brother and sister should, that's all, she said. Good night, children. You do not need to come down tonight as we're dining out. I do hope I shall hear good accounts of both of you while I am away. Is your luggage packed yet, Mother? Muriel inquired. I don't know. Why? I was only thinking about Miss Garton's luggage. It came in such a funny trunk. It was like a big biscuit box. Nell blushed. She knew the children had not made this remark unkindly, though she knew Mrs. Delamere would understand from the description what her unfortunate little box was like.
It can't be helped,
she thought, as she said.
You are used to leather ones, are you not, dear?
And she stroked Muriel's hair. Mrs. Delamere did not stay long in the schoolroom. When she met her husband downstairs, she greeted him with, I really think I have got a nice governess at last, Gerald. Miss Garton looks very young, but she has such a nice way with the children. Even in this short space of time she seems to have tamed them down a bit. I am sorry we've got to go out tonight, as I'd like to have seen more of her before we go away. We shall only be away for 3 months, however, and when we come back we shall be able to judge how she's getting on before we leave home again for next winter. Let's hope she'll stay 3 months, was Mr. Delamere's cutting reply. Muriel and Headsaw were hearing meanwhile more about Ethel and Bertie, until the time came for Nell to go downstairs for her interview with Mrs. Delamere. Kissing them both, she told them that if she had a good report of them from Garton, she would come and sit beside them for 10 minutes when she came upstairs again, and chat to them before they went to sleep. Chapter 6. Mrs. Delamere's Requirements. Mrs. Delamere was waiting in the morning room when Nell got there. She was already dressed for the dinner party to which she was going. She was standing beside the fire, dressed in an elegant gown of rich white satin, when Nell entered the room. An exquisite bunch of lilies of the valley was pinned at her breast, and some magnificent pearls encircled her neck. Nell thought that she had never seen anyone looking so lovely before, except in picture books. She felt as if it were in a dream, as she gazed at her. Then she thought of the detailed description of Mrs. Delamere that she'd sent home in her first letter. How very insignificant and how very shabby she felt in this lady's august presence. Mrs. Delamere, although she was certainly a smart society woman, and though she didn't profess to care for the troubles of her children, yet had her good points. She was generous and good-natured, and kind-hearted in a certain sense. She really wanted her children to have a happy life, so far as they could have it, apart from worry to herself. When they were older, she intended that they should both go to school, but her wish was that they should be taught together at home by a governess until Headsaw was 11, when it would be quite soon enough to separate them. He was 8 years old now, and Muriel was 10. Those placed in charge of them had so far, as has already been said, really been the cause of the children's misfortunes. For since their old nurse had left them, they seemed to have been misunderstood and rubbed up the wrong way by all who had care of them. And this their mother knew, and she was sorry for it. Come and sit down by the fire, Miss Garton, she said as Nell entered the room. I've got just half an hour to talk over matters with you before we start. I wonder how you'll get on. You really look so young. I do not believe I should have engaged you, had I seen you first.
I am very glad you did not see me then,
Nell answered brightly.
For I do hope I shall get on, in spite of my youth. Headsaw and Muriel seem two such dear little things. I am so fond of children. I want you to tell me exactly what you expect me to do for them, for I do not wish to worry you about things when you are away.
Well, Miss Garton, as I said in my letter to you, in my absence I place you in absolute control of the schoolroom. Garton, the schoolroom maid, has been here for some years, and in spite of her complaints about the children, you'll find her to be a trustworthy, reliable woman. The children do not like her, but that doesn't matter. I know they're often very trying to her, and she is not too patient with them. She does all the schoolroom work and looks after yours and the children's bedrooms. She bathes and dresses the children, and when we're away she waits for you at meals. She also makes the children's underclothes and does their mending, and any mending you want done for yourself. She can do that for you. What luxury this sounded to Nell, who knew so much about darns and patches. She wondered what there was left for her to do.
And now, what exactly is my work, Mrs. Delamere? Please tell me exactly,
she said. Very well, so I will. I like the children to be early risers and to have their breakfast at 8:15. Please be punctual. So many governesses that I've had have made it 8:30 before they were ready, and some 9:15. I don't like that. It's bad training for the children. I therefore hope you'll be punctual in this matter.
I will, most certainly,
Nell said, thinking this was no very severe requirement. After breakfast, when it's fine, I like the children to have a walk from 9 till 10, and when it's wet, you must make the best of it and amuse them in some way. From 10 to 12, I wish them to do lessons. You'll find all kinds of lesson books in the schoolroom, on the shelves there, which one or another of their governesses have thought necessary to get for them. You can make your own selection from amongst them. I don't think you ought to require any new ones. I only want you to do just simple lessons, copies and spelling and a few sums. You know all about that, though, of course. Nell couldn't help smiling at this general kind of order concerning the children's education. At 12 o'clock, you can take them out again until 1:30, when they have dinner. They can do lessons again from 3 till 4:30, except on Wednesdays, when you must take them to their dancing class, and on Fridays, when their music master comes. I do not know that I can give you any settled rule for the rest of the day. I only want you to keep them occupied and happy, and that's all I care about. If they behave properly all the week, I always allow them some treat on Saturday afternoon as a reward for their good behaviour. They may go where they like, to the Hippodrome, or the Egyptian Hall, or Moore and Burgess, or anywhere they like to choose. I am sorry to say that in the past these treats have only been on rare occasions enjoyed.
What are your wishes for them on Sunday?
I don't know. I always allow them to please themselves on Sundays. I never insist on them going to church. I don't believe in it myself, but whether they like to go or not, you are free to attend church yourself every Sunday morning, if you choose. You can leave the children in Gordon's charge. If they wish to go, take them with you. If not, go alone. And be sure not to force religion on them, for I have a great objection to that being done. Besides, thinking that your age was rather a drawback to you, to tell you the truth, I was rather afraid of your religion also. As you are, I understand, a clergyman's daughter. However, I have told you my wishes, and I think I can trust you to carry them out. Nell's eyes filled with tears.
I do not think one's religion ought to be a drawback to anybody, Mrs. Delamere. I hope it will not prove to be so in my case. I think I understand what you mean, but I cannot absolutely promise to keep my lips closed about what I care for most.
Oh no, Miss Garton, do not upset yourself, please. I'm sure I can trust you. What I mean is this: I don't like those goody-goody people who always pull long faces and live in one everlasting expectation of death. I don't want my children to be like that. I want them to be merry and happy and to enjoy themselves.
I will try my best to make them do so, Mrs. Delamere.
You will not find it altogether an easy task, I'm afraid. They're fine, handsome children, are they not? And Mrs. Delamere spoke with something of a mother's pride in her voice. But they are undoubtedly a handful for anyone. You will find that they will require a great deal of managing, but you must be firm with them. If they get the upper hand with you, you will be lost. Do improve their manners for me if you can. I'm quite ashamed of the way in which they behave in the drawing-room and at table. One more thing I must ask you to look after, and that is that each of the children writes to us once a week. I like Hedzer to write on Saturdays and Muriel on Wednesdays. I don't wish these letters to have any supervision or oversight from you, but to be absolutely private between us and them. It's the only confidence, you see, that we can have from them, when we're away. We know that what they say will be just what they feel and what they like. I'm sure I can trust you to see that this is done.
Certainly, Mrs. Delamere. How you must value those little letters.
Yes, I do.
How often would you like me to write to you?
I should like you to write to me every Monday, when you can send me the account of any expenses you have had in connection with the children during the week. By the by, how would you like your salary paid to you? Nell flushed at the mention of salary.
I do not know.
She answered. It shall be paid to you once a month, then.
Thank you very much.
The carriage was at the door. Mr. Delamere came into the morning room to announce the fact to his wife. Good evening, Miss Garton, he said kindly. So you've come to take charge of our two little pickles upstairs. Do what you can for them, won't you?
Yes, indeed I will,
Nell answered, and she spoke as if she meant what she said. She took up Mrs. Delamere's fur-lined evening cloak.
May I put this on for you?
She asked. Mrs. Delamere accepted her offer and thanked her. As she was going out of the room, she looked again at Nell and said, I believe you mean what you say, Miss Garton, when you promise to look after our children well. Yours is a truthful face. Nell smiled.
Yes, I do mean it.
A very nice girl, that, was Mr. Delamere's only comment when Mrs. Delamere asked her husband what she thought of Nell Garton. She is an attractive-looking girl, is she not? In spite of the shabbiness of her clothes, which I couldn't help noticing. Her salary will soon correct that fault, my dear. Oh, yes. And although her dress was old-fashioned and shabby, there was no mistake about her being a lady. The interview over, Nell went upstairs again. If it didn't mean hard work, she was certainly having a very responsible position to hold. After the freedom and friendship of her father's country parish, it would be a very quiet and perhaps a dull life also, to spend her days and weeks shut up in a London schoolroom with only 2 children for her companions. But there was a bright side also. There were 2 loving little hearts there. Of that fact she felt sure. And to teach and train these 2 children for their life which was coming, that was the work that had been given her to do, and she would do it to the best of her power. As she reached the landing, she heard 2 little voices calling to her. Miss Garton, Gordon says that we have been 2 little angels. She couldn't help smiling as she thought of the very unangelic way in which these 2 little angels had addressed Gordon a little while before.
I'm so glad to hear that. Now I must come and keep my promise.
First of all, she went in and sat down beside Hedson's bed and talked to him for a few minutes in her gentle, soothing way, as only Nell knew how to talk. She held his little hand in hers, and now and again she kissed it. And instead of feeling it a burden and a task to look after him, she already felt she must love the child, and that he would be a comfort to her. Nell's voice was so soothing, it was not long before she could tell that he was falling off to sleep. Good night, dear big sister, he mumbled. I'm so tired.
Have you said your prayers, Hedza, darling?
Oh, no, I have not. It doesn't matter. I'm too sleepy now.
I'll pray your prayers for you, Hedza, darling, tonight, for you would not like God to forget to take care of you, would you?
And she softly asked God to take care of and bless the child.
I must see about this earlier another night,
she thought. And almost before she had finished his prayer, he was asleep. Then she tucked him up and lowered the light and went into Muriel's room, where she found Muriel keeping awake for her. I'm nearly asleep, Miss Garton. You must come to me first tomorrow night. We will take it in turns. Who has you first?
Very well. Have you prayed your evening prayers, Mewey, darling?
Oh, no, Miss Garton. I don't like prayers. We never have to say them.
Very well. I'll tell you a story before you go to sleep if you like. Shall I?
Nell said brightly. Oh, yes, do. I love stories. It will be much jollier than saying prayers. Nell sat down beside her and took the child's hand in hers, as she'd done Hedsor's, and began her story.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl. This little girl had a good, kind, tender father who gave her ever so many beautiful and lovely things. He did everything he could to make her happy, and he loved her dearly, but this little girl gave him no love in return. She took everything he sent her as a matter of course, without even saying thank you, and she never sent him any loving and kind messages. She treated him so coldly, and she never thought about him, and she never wanted to talk to him at all. Oh, he felt so sad and hurt and grieved.
"What a horrid little girl," Muriel said. "I wouldn't have given her any more nice things if I'd been her father, after being treated so."
But he was so loving and kind, you see. He could not treat her like that. He kept on forgiving her, and he kept on loving her, although she never said thank you. When she was in danger, and when she had to go through dark places, he took such care of her in spite of her never speaking to him. But it made him so sad and so grieved.
"I really think she was a horrider child than either me or Head saw. Did she live near you, Miss Garton?"
No, she did not. She lived in London, in Winston Square. That little girl was you, Muriel darling. Your Father in heaven has given you so many good things today, and you have never said thank you to him. And now you are going through the darkness of another night, when you need his care so much, without asking him to protect you. I should say thank you to him, darling, if I were you, before you go to sleep, and ask him to put his arms around you for the night.
"Is that what you meant by your story? It was all about me, was it? No, I don't think I'll say thank you, or anything else to God. I said I should not, and I never like being made to do something that I've said I will not do."
Very well, Muriel. I shall ask God to take care of you instead. Good night. It is time you were asleep, and I have been here quite 10 minutes. Good night, darling. Thank you very much for being so kind to me when I arrived. Good night, little sister Mewey.
Nell turned out the gas and left the room. As she was going into the schoolroom again, she heard a little muffled voice under the bedclothes saying, "Thank you, God, all the same, for giving me everything today, and do take care of us all, please, tonight. I'm sorry that I've been a horrid child to you. Please forgive me. Amen." And then she could not help smiling. As the prayer finished, she heard Muriel say to herself, "Miss Garton shall not know about this, though."
Dear little girl, the child is not so bad as she makes herself out to be. I'm sure I shall soon love both her and Hedzer dearly.
She made her way to the schoolroom fire and sat down beside it, and she sat alone there and realised, more than she had done before, her new position. What a long time ago it seemed since the morning, and since she was at home. She went back again to her own bedroom and unpacked her little tin box. She found her writing case and took it back with her to the schoolroom to write a letter home. There seemed already so much to tell. She didn't know where to begin, but at length the journey, the house, Mrs. Delamere, the children, Gordon, one after another, they were all described in detail. She had not finished her letter when Gordon arrived with her supper. How very quiet and lonely it seemed to be having supper by herself. How different from the happy party at home. She couldn't help feeling homesick in spite of all her resolutions. She tried to drive her thoughts of home away, but somehow they wouldn't be driven. Now there was no one to speak to. When Gordon came in a little later to clear away the supper things, she found the meal had hardly been touched, and Miss Garton standing by the mantelpiece, gazing into the fire. "I tell you what it is, Miss Garton, if I were you, I would go to bed. This has been a tiring day for you, and your long journey too, and you'll feel much better in the morning. I've placed a nice hot bottle in your bed, and if you like a fire, miss, you've only got to say so."
Oh no, thank you. I'm not used to such luxuries, but I think I will take your advice, for I do feel rather tired. Good night.
"Good night, miss. I'll do all I can to make you feel comfortable. Don't hesitate to ask me for anything you want. I hope you sleep well. I'll call you at 7.
Thank you, Gordon. I do feel a little bit strange, of course, tonight, but I shall soon feel at home, I'm sure, and I know you will do all you can for me. I should be so grateful if you could get this letter posted for me tonight."
"Certainly I will." And Gordon went downstairs carrying Nell's home letter with her. Nell went to her room and got into bed, but it was a long time before she fell asleep.
Home, sweet, sweet home,
she softly sang to herself as she brushed out her hair. How she missed her mother's kiss and her father's good night. How she missed Bertie and her sisters also. Alone in London just described her feelings about herself that night. For she did feel so dreadfully alone, and notwithstanding all her efforts to stifle her despondent feelings, her pillow was wet with tears, and it was past midnight when she fell asleep. But sleep came to her at last, and in her dreams she dreamt of a strange medley of naughty children and frantic servants, and trains, and Mrs. Delamere's exquisite satin gown, which somehow her mother seemed to be wearing, and her despised box, which had become untied on the railway platform, revealing her scanty wardrobe to the curious travellers. Gordon had gone down to the servants' hall, full of the new governess's praises. She does seem a nice young lady, sure enough, and she's so grateful for everything. All I can say is this: if she sees fit to stop, it will be a real pleasure to wait on her, which it hasn't been the case with some that I've had to do it for. She is a lady born, in spite of her being a governess. There's no mistaking the real article when you come across it, notwithstanding the airs and graces which some give themselves. She does look young, though. But still, she looks sensible along with it. Beyond her age sensible, I shouldn't be surprised. Chapter 7. A Saturday Treat. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere left home early the next morning, and so Nell entered upon the full responsibilities of her new position without much delay. Gordon was as good as her word, and did all she could to make everything comfortable for her. For the first few days, all went smoothly. The novelty of having a big sister instead of a governess pleased the children immensely. Nell didn't give her orders in the same peremptory manner which the other governesses had done. The way she taught them, too, was much more interesting and successful than any of the many systems that had been tried upon them previously. Their lessons no longer seemed a drudgery to them. In fact, they really liked them. And instead of disliking their walks, as they'd done in former times, marching demurely along uninteresting rows of uninteresting houses, one of them on either side of their governess, they now enjoyed their daily walks with Nell most thoroughly. They were London children, and used to London sights, and it pleased them to be the ones to point out this and that place of interest to her. The shops were a great delight to Nell. She found so much to notice, and to make them notice of one kind and another, that the time when they were out went all too quickly for them. The park, which until now the children had considered a very prim and proper place, quite altered its aspect when Nell took them out of the beaten paths of fashionably dressed people to the bypaths, where she ran races with them and played touch last, and enjoyed herself as much as they did. When she discovered that there was a pond, the children were allowed to go and feed the ducks there sometimes. "We've always wanted to feed the ducks, most dreadfully, Sissy, but all of our other governesses have either not cared for ducks, or they said we were too old for such babyish pleasures," Muriel told her.
Let us live in the present, Mewey darling. We will feed the ducks now, anyway. Poor little things. They want their food, whatever our age may be.
"Yes, that's just what we used to say," Hedzer remarked. "We couldn't see anything babyish in it, but it was of no use. We were not allowed to feed them, and there was an end to it. We often used to get sulky about it, and then we wouldn't speak, and then we got rowed." "We haven't had one row since you've been here?"
I should think not indeed. Why, today is only Friday. It is but 5 days since I came. I hope there will not be one row in 5 weeks even.
"I don't know about that, Sissy. We should be getting too good to live. It would be rather slow to always be good and having no rows. I don't think we will go on like that. Do you, Mewey?" "No, I don't. It wouldn't be natural, would it?" "Not at all," Hedzer remarked, and he tucked his little hand affectionately within Nell's arm. "I wonder what will be the first naughty thing that we shall do," at length he remarked. "I mean the first naughty thing that will get us into a big row with you, Sissy," he said.
I think calling me Sissy is most improper piece of behaviour from 2 pupils towards their governess.
Nell said, laughing, and although they were in the park, she couldn't help stooping down and giving the little boy a kiss. Yes, it does sound rather impudent, but then you see you are our sister, so we can't help it.
No, of course you cannot, and I like it, darling, very much.
But the children had not developed suddenly into perfection all the same, which Nell knew. They did decidedly need training in many ways. Her idea was to try and achieve this, however, without letting them feel the process, which after all is the cleverest and generally the most successful way of getting unpleasant things done, within all of us. Their table manners were certainly open to improvement. She did want to improve them in this respect before their parents' return. Then, too, they were undoubtedly selfish children. As far as she could judge, they seemed to have little thought for other people's needs and wishes. This was no doubt due to their bringing up, and as to their behaviour to Garton, and the way in which they spoke to all those whom they considered beneath them, it really grieved her. Their religious training, as she very soon found out, had been entirely neglected, or speaking more strictly, they had never had any. As to their lessons, that was the easiest part of her work, for they were intelligent children and really liked learning. The question was, how was she to bring about all these improvements? Mrs. Delamere's request that religion was not to be pressed upon the children made her careful not to wish in any way to let them feel that she was forcing religion upon them, although she well knew that religion must be the foundation on which she could alone successfully build all those other improvements in the children's character which she saw were so badly needed. She received a kind letter from Mrs. Delamere that morning, saying that she hoped the children had not given her too much trouble, and reminding her that she was free to take them to some place of amusement on Saturday afternoon, if they deserved it.
Where would you like to go tomorrow? She
asked, as they were making their way home for dinner.
I heard from your mother this morning, and she says that if you have been good, you may go somewhere tomorrow. I think you may, certainly.
That's all right. We've not been good enough to go anywhere for ever so long. It will be quite a change. Where shall we go, Mewey? Let's go to the Crystal Palace. No, let's go to Maskelyne and Cook's. Oh, you always say that. What's the use of going there? You can never find out how they do the tricks, however much you try, and I hate not being able to find out things. Besides, we've been there heaps of times. Well, I'm sure the Crystal Palace is dull enough for anybody. It isn't. Besides, there's a cat show on there now. Who cares for cats? Screeching, scratching things.
Hush, children. I can't have you quarrelling like this. You will not be able to go anywhere if you talk in this way to each other. Why not think of a place which would please you both? Do you like the Hippodrome?
Oh, yes. And you've never been there, Sissy. I'm sure you'd like it there, too. It's got all sorts of jolly things there, Hedsaw eagerly replied. Will you decide for us to go there, Sissy? But Muriel was not to be put off by her little brother quite so easily. It is Mother's treat for us, therefore it's for us to decide where we will go, she said in her old haughty tone of voice. Nell didn't know quite what to say. She hesitated for a moment. Then she said,
That being so, Muriel, and you being the eldest, we will go to the Crystal Palace tomorrow, and next time there is to be a treat, Hedza will decide where we will go.
Now Muriel wished that she hadn't spoken. How uncomfortable she felt. Yet she had no intention of saying so. For the rest of the way home she said nothing, though she felt sorry enough all the time that they were not going to the Hippodrome instead of the Crystal Palace, which really she would have liked ever so much better, though she was too proud to confess it. By the time they reached Winston Square, she was in a decidedly bad temper, and Hedsaw was feeling very upset also that Muriel should have behaved as she had done. Nell was wondering, too, what the end of this would be. For kind as she wished to be to the children, she knew she mustn't let them get the upper hand with her, and Muriel had certainly been very rude and very disagreeable. At dinner, the little girl's temper had not improved, and as Garton was passing the gravy to her, she carelessly let a spoonful of it go over onto the cloth. "You silly idiot, Garton! Why did you make me do that?" she said.
Go to your room, Muriel. I will not have you speak to Garton like that,
Nell said quietly. I shan't. Nell did not speak, and dinner was finished in silence. The children's new governess felt that her first struggle had commenced. She must win this victory, or her future cause would be a lost one. She took not the slightest notice of Muriel. Until it was time for the lessons to commence, she played a game with Headsore. Muriel went to the window and carelessly hummed a tune. Then came lesson time. But Nell took no notice of Muriel and gave her whole attention to the little boy. And when it was time for tea, instead of having the usual cosy meal with Nell, which the children enjoyed so much, she hardly spoke at all, and then only to Headsore. When tea was over, she got a book and read to Headsore until Gordon came to put him to bed, and then she went to her own room. As she left the schoolroom, she heard Muriel say, "She's just like the rest. I knew she would be. Calling her Sissy doesn't make any difference, really. She's as bad as all the others. I don't like her a bit. I hate her." And Nell felt for the first time unhappy at being with the children. When Headsore was in bed, she went to him as usual for his 10 minutes of good-night talk. She sat down on his bed beside him. He didn't speak for a minute or two. So at last she said,
"Well, Headser, what are you thinking about?"
"I'm thinking, Sissy, what a little brute I am.
Why?"
Because this is the first time I've taken sides with the governess against Mewey, and I guess she thinks it's awfully hard luck on her, and very mean of me. I don't know quite what I ought to do. I don't like being mean to Mewey, and yet I don't like going against you."
"It is no case of taking sides, dear boy. Mewey has been very rude and very selfish and very disagreeable, and now she is feeling very miserable, I know, as people always do after they have been disagreeable."
"Yes, I know that. But I don't half like not being on her side after all these years of backing her up. It seems horrid of me, I think. And yet I don't want to have a row with you, Sissy, unless I can help it. I don't know what I ought to do. You see, Mewey and I have always been together in our rows up till now."
"Don't talk about rows, Headser darling. I do not want to have rows at all, but I must have a good, kind and polite little brother and sister. Mewey has made me so unhappy, and all about nothing too. I'm so sorry. No, Headser, you must not have a row with me, please. I could not bear it. I think I should have to go away and leave you if you started that kind of behaviour. Are you going to say your prayers tonight, dear boy?"
Nell asked the same question tonight as she'd done each evening that week. "No," Headsore answered decidedly. "I am not. Prayers are dull things. Besides, as I've told you, I've not made up my mind yet whether I want to be good or not, so it's not much use praying about it, is it?" Remembering his mother's orders, Nell answered,
"Very well. You can do as you like, Headser, but I shall pray your prayers for you if you won't pray for yourself."
And so saying, she knelt down beside the child's bed, and taking his little hand in hers, she quietly asked God to take care of him. Then she kissed him once more and lowered the light, and returned to the schoolroom, which was empty now, as Muriel had gone to her bath. After Muriel had got into bed, she lay and wondered for some time if Nell would come to her as usual after what had happened. But she didn't come, and so after a few minutes the little girl jumped out of bed, and getting into her dressing gown, made her way to her brother's room. "Are you asleep, Headsore?" she whispered softly. "No, not quite. What do you want?" inquired a sleepy little voice. I think you're a great big funk. That's what I think about you, if you wish to know. Sissy, indeed. She's no sissy to me. She's just as bad as all the rest, and I intend to call her Miss Garton in future. That's a much more suitable name for her. You might have come on my side, old boy, I do think. I'm awfully sorry, Mewey. I told Sissy I was afraid I'd been a brute to you." "And what did she say?" "I suppose she said you were a good little boy." "I would not be called a good little boy if it meant being horrid to a sister, I know," Muriel observed in a sanctimonious tone of voice. "I'm awfully sorry that you're angry with me, Mewey. Whatever you may think of me, I certainly didn't say my prayers because of you. I wasn't certain, you see, whether I meant to go on being good or not, until I had a talk with you. I do think you were too bad, though. You know as well as I do that we both think the Hippodrome is 10 times nicer than the Crystal Palace, and you knew well enough that Sissy would like it much better too. You might have given in like a decent girl. That you might. I can't say that I agreed with you at all in the way you behaved. Poor Sissy is awfully upset with you, and she has been so nice to us. I'm sorry about it. Really I am. Why don't you go and tell her you are sorry? Wouldn't you like to see me? I'm not going to do any such thing, for I'm not sorry. You might as well. It's horrid of you, Mewey, and I don't think I shall take your side if you don't, because it isn't fair. You ought to apologise. You've spoiled all our pleasure for tomorrow. I don't care. Then you're a silly, selfish stupid. That's what you are, spoiling all our fun for nothing. Do go and tell Sissy you're sorry. You won't be happy till you do. I know you won't. Then I'll be unhappy, and I'm not going. So that's all about it. And I can see it's of no use talking to you. If I'm a silly, selfish stupid, then you're a frightened, foolish funk. And with this scathing retort, the little girl gave up her cause with her brother as a hopeless one, and marched back to her own bedroom and got into bed. But she didn't go to sleep. Nell had her supper and tried to read. She felt upset, however. She was so disappointed in Muriel. What had taken place had been so unnecessary. She did wish Muriel would say she was sorry. The two children had been good all week, and this sudden exhibition of temper on Muriel's part had quite surprised her. She wondered if she was asleep. Before she went to her own bedroom, she felt she must go in and see, for she always kissed them both last thing at night. Headsor was sleeping soundly, and so was Muriel, she supposed, as the child said nothing as she stooped over her and kissed her.
Good night, dear little Mewey. May God bless you.
To her surprise, as she was rising from kissing the child, she felt two little arms thrown around her neck, and the next minute Muriel was seated on her lap, her head hidden in her breast, and the child was sobbing as if her heart would break. I said I wouldn't say I was sorry. I said I hated you, but I don't, Sissy. I love you, and oh, I am sorry. Do please forgive me, she sobbed.
I have quite forgiven you, darling. Here is another kiss to seal my forgiveness. It has been such an unhappy day. Let us forget all about it now and start afresh tomorrow, shall we?
I don't think I'll ever be good, Sissy. It's impossible. Do you know, I tried to make Headsor go against you too.
You must go on trying to be good, darling. You did not try today. That was how it was that you did not succeed. And, Mewey, darling, you must try to help, not to hinder, little Headsor in his efforts to be good in the future. You will, won't you?
Yes, I will, the child meekly answered, and then she softly added, I haven't said my prayers tonight, Sissy. Headsor told me that he wouldn't say them either, so you said them for him. Will you pray my prayers for me tonight?
Do you really want to be good, Mewey?
Yes, the child answered doubtfully. I think I do.
Then you had better pray your prayers for yourself. Good night, darling. I must give you one more kiss before I go. I shall pray for you in my room, but you just tell our Father in heaven yourself what you want. He will like it much better than if I tell him for you.
The next day all the clouds had rolled away. Headsor spent the morning in writing his private little letter to his parents. It was a very curiously composed jumble of misspelt words, blots and smudges. But as his father and mother deciphered it, they felt quite satisfied that the first week of Miss Garton's regime had so far been a successful one. Dear Father and Mother, the letter ran, we are quite well. I hope you are quite well. The new governess is awfully nice. We call her Sissy. We have had no proper rows, you will be glad to hear. So we are going to a place of pleasure this afternoon because we have had no rows of a proper sort with her or with Gordon. Your loving little son, Headsor Delamere. Whilst Headsor was thus engaged in the morning room, Muriel found Nell. Sissy, I've been and told Gordon I'm sorry about yesterday, she meekly said. Nell guessed what it had cost the proud child to apologise to her maid. And now I think everything is all right, she added. So will you please let us go to the Hippodrome and not to the Crystal Palace this afternoon? We would both so much rather go there.
Very well, darling.
Hedsaw and I both think you would like it best as well, she added.
By the by, Mewey, how would you two children like it if we make Saturday quite a different day from the rest of the weekdays? We will call it our visiting day. We will take it in turns to be the visitor, and the other two must be the ones who have to do the entertaining. Hedzer shall be the visitor today, and we must do all we can to make sure he enjoys himself. We must behave very politely, like grown-up people behave. Of course, it will be a kind of game, but would you like it, do you think?
Muriel thought it would be great fun, and when Hedsaw came into the schoolroom a little later on, carrying 10 very inky little fingers and his finished but very smudgy little letter besides, he quite approved of the game too, especially as he was the one chosen to be entertained today.
I can improve their manners pleasantly in this way, without letting them know I am correcting them,
Nell thought to herself as the idea entered her head.
We have invited you to come to lunch with us, Mr. Delamere. We shall have lunch at 12:30 today, because the Hippodrome entertainment commences so early. So please be punctual. And be sure you arrive in proper style, with washed hands, brushed hair, clean collar, etc., etc., and don't forget your handkerchief. It is now 12:15, so you have not much time in which to make your preparations. Miss Delamere and I will be in the drawing-room to receive you.
Turning to Muriel, she said,
We will pretend the morning-room is our drawing-room, shall we?
The game answered splendidly, politeness being of course a necessary part of it. The Hippodrome was a great success also. Master Lane had never been more funny, and they all enjoyed themselves most thoroughly. Nell was quite as much lost in wonder at what she saw as the children were.
If only Bertie and Ethel were here,
she thought ever so many times.
Even Dolly would enjoy this, I believe, and to see all these funny things would make father and mother feel young once more.
When they got home, they were quite ready for the tempting tea which Gordon had put ready for them in the morning room.
You will come home with us, of course, Mr. Delamere,
Nell said to Hedsaw when the entertainment was over. Yes, you must come home with us, Muriel chimed in, quite entering into the game.
We will have drawing-room tea today, Gordon. Put in the morning room for a change, please.
Nell had said to the maid before they started.
Not round the table tea, you know.
And perhaps the tea party was the best fun of all, for it was managed capitally. No cup was upset, and no bread and butter dropped. Muriel was allowed to pour out and succeeded in the operation without one drop of tea being spilt. We have had such a happy day, Sissy, Muriel said, as she gave her governess her good-night kiss that evening. You are so nice. It has all been so jolly. But, oh dear, she sighed, tomorrow will be Sunday, and we do both hate Sunday so much. Yes, we do, Hedsaw called from his bed as he heard his sister's words.
Do you?
Nell asked, with a surprise in her voice.
I don't. Do you know, at my home it was the day in all the week which I liked the best.
Did you really, Sissy? I didn't think anyone would like Sunday. It's so dull. There's no fun in going out, for all the shops are shut, and there's nothing to do at home either. We don't like it a bit.
I am sorry. Good night.
When Nell got back to the schoolroom, she couldn't forget the children's words. As she sat there alone, she wondered what she could do in order to make them think differently about it. For she did want them to love God's day, and she would teach them to do that if she could. She came to that decision as she sat there thinking. Chapter 8. Sunday Treats. In Nell's home, Sunday had always been observed as a different day from the ordinary weekdays. There were the Sunday clothes, the Sunday books, and the Sunday treats, such as a few sweets. There were nicer things for dinner, too, than on other days. There was cake for tea. All of these little details were somehow associated with Nell's home Sundays from her earliest childhood, as well as the custom of going to church, and her Sunday church work. Of course, as she'd grown older, these had been the things that had made Sunday so dear to her. But on thinking over her childhood Sundays, as she sat alone in the schoolroom that evening, she knew well enough that it was the little Sunday treats which, as a child, she had appreciated so much, and which had made so much difference in her childish mind between the Sundays and the weekdays. She must therefore think of some such plan to adopt for Muriel and Hedzer. And yet, what could she think of? That was the question, for they knew no lack of sweets or other good things.
I must make tomorrow a bright day for them in some way,
she said to herself.
I must start as a mean to go on.
She looked through the schoolroom bookshelves, and to her delight, stowed away in a dusty corner, on the top shelf she discovered at length an old copy of Pilgrim's Progress. How that book brought back to her mind her own childhood Sundays at home, when her father had read that book aloud to them, all between tea time and the hour when he went into his study before the evening service. Hedzer and Muriel were imaginative children. She believed Pilgrim's Progress would take their fancy too, so it would do capitally for one Sunday book. She looked again on the shelves. There was no lack of story books there, fairy stories, books of adventure. In fact, all kinds of exciting stories were on the shelves. But Nell was one of those old-fashioned people who had been brought up to believe in books suitable for Sunday reading being of a different kind from weekday ones. And amongst all these, she didn't see any exactly answering to the description of what she had in her mind. She thought of the old Sunday bookshelf at home, on which were Mrs. Wharton's stories, and A Lady of England's, and Hesper Stretton's, worn and shabby through constant use. Even now she loved them, as she thought of them, and she knew very well that Hedzer and Muriel would like them too. If only she had brought some of them with her. But it was no use wishing for what she could not have, and yet she felt she must do something for them if she was to succeed tomorrow. She sat gazing into the fire, as was her habit when she was in any difficulty, and wondering what could be done. Suddenly an idea came into her mind. It was Saturday night, so she knew that plenty of the shops would still be open. She put on her hat and coat and was just coming out of her bedroom when Garton came upstairs, bringing her supper. "You quite startled me, Miss Garton. Wherever are you off to?" she said. "Is it a letter you want posted? If so, I'll get that done for you."
No, I want to go out shopping,
Nell answered brightly. "It's very late for that, isn't it, miss? Is there anything that I can get for you?"
No, thank you. I'm wanting some Sunday treats for the children, and I've just got an idea. I know where there is a little stationer's shop quite close. It is not 10 minutes' walk. I'm going there. Keep my soup hot for me. I will be back in no time. I am very sorry to trouble you to do this, but I must go out.
Garton retired with the soup to the kitchen. "I don't half like letting a young lady go out alone," she said, but she seemed quite set on it. She's got some plan in her head. I don't know what it is, but I do know we've never had such a peaceful time before with those children. They seem quite different since Miss Garton came and took them in hand. And yet she don't seem to rule them a bit like a proper governess. They seem to be as happy together as little birds. In the meantime, Nell was making her way quickly along Winston Square to the small bookseller and stationer's shop nearby. To her joy and relief, she found the shop open.
Do you sell coloured chalks? She inquired.
"Yes, miss," and the shopkeeper showed her some boxes of pretty coloured chalks. "They're only a penny each, miss." She purchased 3.
Do you keep books of texts for colouring?
She next inquired. "Yes, miss. Yeah, I've just got a fresh stock in." And the man brought out some books of texts plainly printed, all ready for colouring. "They're 3d each," he said.
They're exactly what I'm wanting. I will have 3, please.
And Nell felt very delighted as she gave her order. What can I do for you next, miss?" Nell was just about to say,
Nothing else, thank you,
when her eyes fell on a pile of the penny edition of Peep Behind the Scenes.
I will take a copy of that book, please,
she said, and there was a quiver in her voice. For this really seemed like an answer sent from heaven to her desire to make the child's Sunday a happy day for them. 1 shilling and a penny, please, miss." Nell opened her purse. 1 shilling and a penny meant something to Nell in those days.
But if I am obliged to give less to the collection in church tomorrow, in consequence of this expense, I think the Lord Jesus will understand,
she said to herself as she paid the money. She ran back with her treasures. How little those two wealthy children knew of what shillings and pence mean to some people. But the pleasure which those little purchases gave well repaid Nell for her unselfish outlay on them. She was back again in less than 20 minutes and thoroughly enjoyed her supper. When that was over, she added a little more to her weekly home letter, which she had arranged that she'd always send on a Monday, and which was really quite a diary.
It will save the expense of stamps, and will answer just as well,
Nell had said, when she settled this matter thus. But could she have known how eagerly that letter was being looked for at home, perhaps it would have gone earlier, in spite of an extra stamp being needed for it. She had received a budget herself that morning. There was a letter from everybody. She took them all out now and read them again. They were all characteristic of their writers. Her father's, short and sweet, in its expressions of love and of tender care for her, but little said about the blank at home, his silence speaking more eloquently perhaps than his words would have done. Her mother's, sad, despondent, and full of how much she missed her. Dolly's, sarcastic, bitter, and full of complaints. Bertie's, loving and devoted, and Ethel's, racy, bright, and full of fun, telling her everything which she could think of, which was amusing about old Sarah and the house and the parish in general. When she had finished reading them all, she kissed them, folded them up, and put them back again in the big envelope.
Dear, dear father and mother, and all of you,
she said as she tucked them in.
How dreadfully I miss you all. 1 week has nearly gone at last, though it seems like a month.
She took up a pencil and began dividing £40 by 52 on the envelope.
I shall have earned nearly 15 shillings and 4 and 3 farthings on Monday. I can hardly believe it,
she said to herself. She went to the children's rooms and kissed them both. And as she knelt in prayer in her own room that night, she asked her Heavenly Father to help her to teach these children to love his day and to keep it holy. On Sunday the weather was fine and frosty. Nell got up early and was dressed before the children were awake. She put on Miss Lampeter's gift, and as she finished getting ready before the looking-glass, she couldn't help knowing that her new dress suited her well. Gordon, amongst her other little attentions to Nell, always brought her up a cup of tea, which she appreciated very much. When Nell said good night to her on Saturday night, she asked her if it would be troubling for her to treat the children to a cup of tea each on Sunday morning.
Just 2 little tiny cups,
she said, to which request Gordon had readily assented. Accordingly, on Sunday morning she arrived at Nell's room at 7:30 with 3 early cups of tea. They were daintily laid on a tray, with a spotless white cloth, and 3 tempting slices of thin bread and butter were placed in a little plate beside them. "You're up betimes, miss?" she said.
Yes, I am used to getting up early on Sunday morning. I always enjoy the quietness. Thank you so much for doing what I have asked you. How delighted the children will be. Should you mind always bringing them up for them on Sundays?
"Not at all, miss. Pouring out 2 cups of tea is of no trouble to me, if it obliges you."
It does very much.
And Gordon left the room. Nell went into Muriel's room. She was already awake.
Good morning, darling. I have got a treat for you, because it is Sunday. Put on your dressing gown and warm slippers, and come into my room.
"Whatever can it be?" Muriel said as she quickly jumped out of bed and got into her pale blue dressing gown.
A cup of tea.
"How nice! What fun!"
Be quick, or it will be cold. I will go call Hedzer.
Hedzer was quite as pleased as his sister. An early cup of tea was an unknown luxury to them. They'd always looked on it as something only suitable for grown-up people. Hedzer soon got into his dressing gown and came skipping into Nell's room. She had placed 2 chairs for the children beside the table. Because this was a novelty, and out of the common way of doing things, they were greatly delighted. What made you think of this treat, Sissy?" Hedzer asked.
Because today is Sunday.
"What difference does that make?"
Sunday ought to be what its name implies, the Sunday of the week. And that is what I want it to be to you both. We always had special treats at home on Sundays. I suppose that is why I wanted you to have some treats too.
Did you all have early cups of tea on Sundays?"
No, we did not have that.
Nell said, smiling, as visions of old Sarah stomping round the house with cups of tea for the family came before her mind as a rather comic picture.
But we had other things.
What things?
Well, let me see. We had sweets on Sundays.
Only on Sundays, Sissy?
Not often besides.
How horrid for you.
Oh no, it was not. It made us appreciate them all the more when we did have them. Then we had other things of that sort, specially nice, on Sunday. And we had Sunday clothes, and Sunday books, and Sunday toys, and our father read to us on Sunday. Everything was different in my home on Sundays from the weekdays.
I suppose that was because of those things that you didn't think Sunday was a dull day. Not a bad idea, was it, Mewey? I wish you would let us try doing the same things with us, Sissy. Let us do what you used to. It sounds so very nice. As we told you, we've never liked Sundays at all here, and this would make quite a change for us. How pretty you look, doesn't she, Headsaw? Is that your Sunday dress?
Yes.
Nell said, laughing.
Do you like it?
You look ever so nice. Of course, you always look nice, but you look just spiffing this morning.
It is because I have got on my Sunday dress, you see. You must put on your Sunday clothes too, if you are going to spend Sunday like we did.
We haven't got any.
Oh yes, you have. Your visitors' clothes will do for your Sunday things. It is God's own special day, so we ought to put on our best things to honour to him.
You are funny, Sissy. No one's ever talked about these things like you do. I think it's rather a nice thought about dressing differently on a Sunday, though, if you think of it as being God's day, Muriel said.
Now you must be off, you two little wise heads. Get dressed as quickly as you can, or breakfast will be ready before you are. If you have enjoyed this little treat, we will always have a cup of tea together in my room on Sunday mornings. It shall be one of your Sunday treats. But I think you might thank Gordon for so kindly bringing it up for you.
Oh yes, Sissy. Please let us always have it on Sundays. We do like it very much. But I don't quite see why there's any need to thank Gordon. It's her place to bring the tea up. If you tell her to do so, Hedsa said proudly. Still, if it will please you, I suppose we'd better do it.
A kind word does not cost much, does it, darling? And it makes so much a difference to the one whom it is spoken. Do not be such a little miser with your thanks. I know you will thank Gordon, for it is very kind of her. Run along, little man.
He blew her a kiss as he ran out of the room. Already Nell was beginning to fill a big place in the child's heart. All right, Sissy dear, I will thank Gordon, he called. Breakfast was at 9 on Sunday mornings, and during the meal the children could talk of nothing else but how Nell used to spend her Sundays at home. Bertie and Ethel were now well-known characters to the two children, but they were never tired of hearing about them. What do Ethel and Bertie do after breakfast on Sunday? Hughie inquired.
They generally sing hymns together for a little while, and Ethel reads to Bertie some pleasant Sunday book until it is time for them to get ready to go to church, she answered.
Let us play being Bertie and Ethel, shall we, Mewey? Hedsa suggested. Nell looked at the fine little lad before her, dressed in his beautiful and costly suit of dark green cloth, and compared his well-made little figure with that of her poor crippled brother at home. Her eyes filled with tears. The comparison was so painful to her.
I hope you may never have to suffer like my brother Bertie does, Hedsa darling. But if you and Muriel would like to sing hymns like Ethel and him are probably doing now, it would be very nice. I will go and fetch my hymn book. It is in my room. There are so many sweet and beautiful hymns in it.
Children always love singing, and Nell had a good, strong, clear voice, and she felt it would be no difficulty for her to teach them the tunes. She'd brought her big tune book with her from home. Fortunately, it was in very good print, so Mewey and Hedsa on either side of her, with their little arms round her, could see the words quite plainly as she sat at the piano and played the tunes. The half-hour passed very quickly. The clock was striking 10 when the last hymn was finished.
There is just half an hour before I shall be going to church, children. Would you like me to read to you?
Awfully.
I will read you this book. It is called Pilgrim's Progress. It is ever such an old book, and was written by a man who was a tinker when he was shut up in prison hundreds of years ago. Does that not make it interesting? It is such a wonderful book, and if you like it today, I can read it to you every Sunday morning for half an hour before I go to church.
Nell was careful to put an emphasis on the I. For remembering Mrs. Delamere's wishes, she had no intention of pressing the children to come with her to church today. Can we still be Bertie and Ethel?
If you like, but I always left them and went to the Sunday school at 10:15, you know, so we cannot quite play that game.
Well, can we be the Sunday school children now? Hedza suggested.
Yes, if you like.
Nell said, smiling. What were the children's names?
Let me see. There was Tommy Jones and Jenny Green, and there was Hezekiah Tompkins, and we always called him Hezzy Tompkins. And there was Jemima Lawson. And do you want to know any more of their names?
No, thank you. That will do, Hedza said. From 9:30 till 10 on Sundays, we will be Bertie and Ethel and you. Then from 10 till past, I will be Hezekiah Tompkins. I think I should prefer that to be called Hezekiah than Hezzy. And you, Muriel, you will be, Jenny Green or Jemima Lawson? Jemima Lawson, I think, Mui answered. And you will, of course, be Miss Garton, Sissy.
Very well. Now, Hezekiah Tompkins and Jemima Lawson, sit down on these forms like good children and behave yourselves properly,
Nell said, as she placed 2 hassocks on either side of her in front of the fire. The Pilgrim's Progress fortunately happened to be a fully illustrated one. The children were charmed with the pictures and listened most attentively to the reading. They saw in this story the possibilities of making a game for themselves, with which they might amuse themselves when Sissy had gone to church. The names of the gentlemen Christian encountered at the start took their fancy exceedingly. It would be so easy to make a little wicket gate with 2 or 3 chairs. One side of the schoolroom would be Mr. Legality's house, Mui must be Christian, and Hedza would do the rest. They had only got as far as the place where Christian meets with Evangelist, when Nell looked at the clock and saw it was time that she was getting ready for church. So far the morning had gone most happily. She wondered what would happen now. In her own mind, she didn't consider there ought to be any question as whether the children wished to go to church or not. She had been brought up in the old-fashioned way of thinking that children ought to go to church as a matter of course. There was never any question about their wishes on the subject in her home. Therefore, Mrs. Delamere's order that Muriel and Hedza were only to go to church if they wished it seemed so utterly wrong to her. However, she had got to obey, so she thought the wisest course to adopt was to ignore any question about their wishes at all.
I must go now, or I shall be late for church,
she said, shutting up the book and putting it on the table. As she left the schoolroom, she was wondering if the children would express a wish to go too. Mui looked at her brother, and Hedza looked at her. She doesn't want us, at length Mui said. She prefers to go to church alone. I expect she is a bit tired of us. Very likely Mother told her that we didn't want to go to church unless we liked, so she hasn't bothered herself about it either. I quite expected that she'd try and make us go. So did I. And I meant to say I wasn't going if she'd asked us, Mui said proudly. So did I. It's rather a sell that she hasn't asked us, isn't it? It makes a chap feel rather small. And it's just as bad for a girl. But we will enjoy ourselves at home together, all the same. I suppose Gordon will be coming to spy out as usual as Sissy is away. It will be rather horrid without Sissy, won't it? We must make the best of it. Let us have out your electric train. We've not played with it for ages. It makes a good noise too, which will keep Gordon out of the schoolroom, perhaps. Do you think Sissy would approve of the train, Muriel? She said that in her home they didn't play with weekday things on Sundays. We agreed we'd try and be like them today. Only for singing hymns and Sunday school. We didn't say we'd be Bertie and Ethel all day long. If we'd said so, we would have to go to church, because that's, of course, where they've gone. We will have out the train now, for we can't play Bertie and Ethel anyway without Sissy. I think it's rather horrid of us all the same to be different when Sissy is out from when she's with us. It seems to me it was rather horrid, too, for us to let Sissy go to church by herself on her first Sunday here. I don't believe she wanted us. She would have told us if she wanted us. Besides, We both hate going to church. You know we do. In the meantime, Nell had gone to church alone, telling Gordon she hoped the children would behave properly in her absence. She found her way to the parish church and thoroughly enjoyed the calm, sweet service. The church was already filled when she got there, so the only seat which she could get was in the far corner. But that made no difference to the heartiness of her worship. She was in God's house. She had come there with the purpose of worshipping God, and the crowd around her signified little to her. The text of the sermon seemed chosen for her, as she heard those beautiful words given out, "Fear not, for I am with thee." When the service was over, she went back again to Winston Square, feeling that she had indeed received help from the service. The task which had been given to her to do was not to be done in her own strength, but in the strength which God would supply, and she would succeed. The morning had passed very slowly to Muriel and Hedzer. They had soon got tired of the electric train, and the noise it made didn't prove sufficient to drive Gordon away. Then they played at Pilgrim's Progress, which meant turning the schoolroom upside down. At last Gordon told them she'd have no more of their muddlings, and they were to put the schoolroom tidy at once. When at length they had put things straight once again, they looked out of the window, but as it was Sunday, there were very few people about, so it was not very interesting, and long before Nell's return, they both heartily wished that they'd volunteered to go to church with her. It was such a lovely morning. It looked so much more inviting out of doors than it did shut up in the schoolroom with nothing to do. Nell got back at 1:45. Again the children were struck by her pretty Sunday appearance, as she was now equipped in all Miss Lampeter's kind gifts. How forlorn and miserable they both looked. Nell felt quite sorry for them. She went up to them and kissed them both. "Oh, we are glad you did come back, Sissy. It's been such a long, dull morning. We've not known what to do with ourselves," Muriel said in a most disconsolate voice. "Yes, it's been dreadfully slow. We couldn't be Bertie and Ethel without you. Then we played Pilgrim's Progress, but Gordon scolded us because we made the schoolroom into a muddle with the wicket gate and Mr. Legality's house, so we had to give that up and put the room tidy. The electric train wouldn't make enough noise to send her out of the room, so that was no good. And when we looked out of the window, there was nothing to see. And we did so want you to come back."
Poor little things, what a chapter of troubles. I am so sorry for you, especially because, whilst you have been miserable, I have been spending such a happy morning.
"That's because you didn't have us," Muriel said defiantly.
No, it was not, Mewey dear. Not having you both with me was just the thing which spoiled my morning a little bit, for I did feel so lonely, and I did miss you both so badly.
"Why didn't you tell us to come with you then?" Hedzer asked.
On that matter, your mother told me she always wished you to please yourselves. That is why I did not tell you to come.
Hedzer and Muriel looked at each other. "We thought you didn't want us, as you didn't tell us to come with you."
I shall never tell you to come, children. You can please yourselves.
I would like to go with you next Sunday, if Muriel will," Hedzer said.
You can please yourselves entirely about it, darlings.
Nell answered in an unconcerned voice.
Now, put on your best clothes and hats as quickly as you can, and we will go for a little walk before dinner. It will do you both good, for it is so lovely out of doors.
Nell took them for a quiet walk, and after dinner she brought out her treasures, which she had purchased the evening before. Whilst Gordon was clearing the table, she told them about the 3 poor old women in her father's parish, whom she had always been in the habit of visiting and had read the Bible to every week.
They will miss me a little, I am afraid, now that I have come away. I have been thinking a great deal about them, and I have been wishing I could still go on helping them in some way, though I cannot go to see them.
"Poor old ladies. I expect they will miss you. What do you think you could do for them?" Hedzer inquired.
I have got an idea. It is this. I should like to send each of them a nice, clear, well-printed, coloured text each week.
And so saying, Nell opened her parcel of textbooks and her boxes of coloured chalks.
There are 3 of them for you to see, to send text to, and I wondered if my little brother and sister would help me to colour 3 texts for them every Sunday afternoon. We can each do one, for I've got 3 books. We must do them as well as we possibly can, and then I will send each of them to my father every week, for him to take to the dear old people from us three. Would you like to do this?"
"Very much indeed, Sissy," they both eagerly exclaimed. "But please tell us the old women's names and who they are."
One text would be for Mrs. Wigram. She is the old woman whose husband is the bell ringer at the church, but she is too infirm to get out at all. And one would be for Miss Pocock. She is an old woman who used to clean the schools in the days gone by, but she has got the rheumatics now, and is quite out of work. And the third text would be for Mrs. James, an old woman who is paralysed and bedridden. I have got 3 boxes of chalks as well as 3 books of texts, so we will see which of us can do our text the best and the most artistically.
Muriel and Hedza were charmed. "I'll do mine for Mrs. James," Muriel said. "And I'll do mine for Mrs. Pocock," Hedza chimed in.
"Then I must do mine for poor old Mrs. Wigram,"
Nell added. "Really, we will soon begin to wonder who we are if we go on like this," Hedza said. "Let me see, I'm already 4 people. Hedza Delamere of Winston Square, Bertie Garton of Norton Vicarage, Hezekiah Tompkins of Norton Village, and Mrs. Pocock of the same place, besides being Evangelist, Obstinate, Pliable, and also Mr. Worldly Wiseman and Mr. Legality." The afternoon passed very quickly. Their texts were coloured most carefully, and they were only just finished as Gordon came up with the tea. After tea, Nell still had a piece de resistance to bring out, in the form of another Sunday storybook. Whilst they were waiting for the tea to be cleared, the children themselves proposed some more hymn singing, which Nell was only too pleased to agree to. Then they settled round the fire again, and she brought out her storybook. How attentively they listened! If she left off for a minute, they begged her to go on, and the story appealed to them as it had done to so many. One more treat Nell had in store for them, and that was that they should sit up to supper with her as it was a Sunday. And when at last it was nearly time for them to go to bed, she told them she would read to them just a little longer. She brought out her Bible and read to them the story of Christ blessing the children. She was sitting in the easy chair, and she had them both cuddled upon her knee now. When at length she had finished reading to them, she sang to them that well-known hymn, "I think when I read that sweet story of old," right through to the end.
"Good night, dearest children. You must really go to bed now. That dear Lord Jesus that I have been reading to you and singing to you about does love you so much. He does want you to love him and his day. He wants you to be happier on Sunday than any other day in the week. Has this been a happy Sunday?"
"It has been the very nicest Sunday we've ever spent, Sissy. It's all been nice, except that time when we didn't go to church. We have enjoyed it, and you have made lots of treats for us. Can we always have Sundays like this?" Muriel said.
"Yes, if you like, darlings, always."
"But we will go to church with you next Sunday as well, please, if you'll take us," Hedza meekly remarked. "I think it's rather horrid of us towards Jesus if we don't go to his house, after what you've told us about him." When at last the children had gone to bed, Nell still sat on, thinking over the day that had gone. She couldn't help feeling that there was much for her to be thankful for. Her efforts had proved far more successful than she had hoped in making the day a happy one for her little pupils. Chapter 9. The First Check. Nell's first week at Winston Square was over at last. She wrote to Mrs. Delamere on Monday, giving her a full account of the children's doings and a very satisfactory report of them both.
"We are all so happy together, and I am sure both the children are trying to be very good. I love them dearly already."
Muriel's letter was quite as satisfactory. "Dear Father and Mother, I hope you are quite well. We like Sissy very much. She is very kind and jolly. We play ever so many new games. Being visitors on Saturday is one. We are going to take it in turns to be the visitor. Hedza was visitor last Saturday. On Sunday, we have ever so many games. We liked it very much. We didn't go to church because Sissy did not tell us to, but we mean to go next Sunday. One game was Hedza being Hezekiah Lawson and me being Jemima Tompkins. I don't know how to spell the names, but that was a game of Sunday school. Gordon brought us up some tea on Sunday morning for a treat. I don't know what else to say. Gordon is going to bring us tea every Sunday. Your loving Muriel Delamere. Mrs. Delamere and her husband read the letters and were quite satisfied, though Muriel's letter, to say the least of it, was rather mysterious and difficult to understand. The children didn't go to church then, after all. I told Miss Garton that they were not to be pressed to do so, but I had my doubts, considering that she is a clergyman's daughter, whether she wouldn't make them go all the same. No doubt she was only too glad to obey your orders. I expect Miss Garton was thankful to get clear of those little monkeys for a bit. I know I should have been if I was their governess. I don't blame her for not making them go, Mr. Delamere replied. Games on Sundays too. She's evidently not so straight-laced as I feared she might be. I don't know how the Sunday school came into it. I shouldn't worry myself, my dear, if I were you. The children are evidently happy, which is a great point. And Miss Garton is, for the present, satisfied, and that's a great thing also. Poor little mites. They've had a strange bringing up, and much that's been against them. How do you mean? I'm sure no expense has been spared. No, but they haven't received much mother's care, my dear. That's what I mean, and that must be a loss to any child. To some, no doubt, but circumstances have obliged it in our case. Besides, children have always worried me, so I don't think it would have been good for me to have had them always about me. It will be different, of course, when they're older. I shall be glad to have them then, when they're no trouble. Mr. Delamere said nothing, but he wondered how it will be in the future with his children, whether love undeveloped in childhood develops naturally in later years. He had his doubts on the subject. The weeks went on until the children's new governess had been with them nearly a month, and it was time for the first payment of Nell's salary to be made. She didn't like to even tell herself how excitedly she was looking forward for that enclosure to arrive. When at length her first cheque came, the pleasure of feeling it was almost too much for her. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere had decided that if everything went on satisfactorily, instead of making her salary £50 at once, they'd give her an extra £10 at the end of the year as a mark of their appreciation. So the cheque was made out to Miss Garton for £3 6 and 8p. She had brought £1 with her from home when she told her father she'd only take it as a loan till the money came in. She had not much to spend it on at present. There was still plenty left for all the likely needs of another month. She would so much like her first earnings to go entirely to her father. She had never in her life felt so happy and so proud as she felt that night when she was signing her name, Ellen Garton, at the back of the little slip of pink paper on which had come from Mrs. Delamere that morning. The children had gone to bed, and she was alone in the schoolroom as she did it.
Dearest, dearest father, I feel so happy I do not know how to write. Here is my first cheque, all for you, and every penny of it is given freely with gratitude and love. I know that dreadful poor rate is due. This will just help you to pay it. Now, please smile and be your dear bright self. If only you knew how happy I feel, I am sure you would smile. I only wish this was all a gift, but £1 of it is what I borrowed. I have made a most elaborate list of all my wants and expenses for the next year, in which I include one journey to Norton in very large capital letters, and I find £10 will cover everything, so that I can keep back one cheque every 4 months and send the other 3. You will know what is coming. I am as happy as it is possible to be away from those I love so dearly. My love to everybody in the parish, and the biggest share to your dear self and mother. Ever your devoted, Nell.
She sealed up her letter and dabbed on the stamp with an unusual amount of energy.
That will be a letter for father worth having. It will be quite a change for him from those impotent money-lending missives which are always coming,
she said to herself. She couldn't resist the pleasure of going out herself to post her letter. That month that Nell had been in London had been passing very slowly at Norton Vicarage. Everyone missed Nell at every corner. It's generally worse for those left behind than it is for those who go away to seek a fresh field of work. Nell had new interests and new occupations, but it was still the same old routine at home, the same old struggle, the same old cares, with no Nell to smooth the ruffles, to keep things straight. So many things had seemed to go wrong. Real need and want are depressing under any circumstances. This continuous and increasing poverty was having an increasingly depressing effect on the Garton household. Poor and proud described Mr. Garton, as it had described many other clergymen in similar circumstances. He didn't complain, for what was the use of complaining? His intelligence, his education, his position prevented him from wishing to appear as a pauper before the world. But existence was little short of salvation, and it was no wonder that it galled him. People talk about their hearts being stirred to their depths by the grandeur and magnificence of our churches and their services. Is it not a pity that those same hearts are not sufficiently stirred to make their owners put their hands into their pockets and see that the servants of this soul-stirring church are sufficiently and fairly paid to perform her services? Nell's letter came like a godsend. "I hate to take the child's earnings, Mary, but I'm afraid I must. I had another application for that poor rate today, and the threat of a summons. I wonder if they would really summons me. What an anomaly it seems to think of, me being summoned for not paying the poor rate. Poor rate indeed. I can see nothing but the workhouse before us in our old age. We'll have this satisfaction, however, when we get there, that we paid our share towards its upkeep in our fair weather days, if such might be called. Don't despair, dear. We have not starved, and we have just paid our way. We can say that. This is not the first time that in our extremity help has come. I'm sure Nell's words are true when she says it's been her joy to send us this help." So Nell's first earnings did literally smooth over another difficulty. A heavy burden was thus lifted from her father's shoulders, and the knowledge that an additional £30 a year was coming in meant to Mr. Garton what £300 or £3,000 would mean to some. "God bless you, Nell," her father said, as he acknowledged her loving little letter. "If you didn't know the stress of the need, I could not bring myself to accept your offer, but you know everything. And all I can say again is, God bless you, my child, and thank you 100 times. That letter from her father well repaid Nell for all she'd done. Though the children were by no means perfection yet, she did have this encouragement also, that they certainly had very much improved since they'd been with them. She did hope that when their parents came home, they would notice these improvements too. She'd always talked to the children a great deal about their father and mother. With her own deep affection for her parents, she couldn't understand the reserve and coolness with which Hedzer and Muriel always seemed to speak of theirs. She wished there was more affection and love. Nell's new games and new ideas had answered capitally. There had been very few Saturdays when the weekly treat for good behaviour had to be forfeited. With her new programme for Sunday, that day was literally now the Sunday of the week to them. She'd never asked them to come to church, but since that first Sunday they'd never missed going with her. She'd explained the prayer book simply to them, so that now they could intelligently follow and take part in the service, which made it so different from what it had been before. She told them stories from church history in her own pleasant, interesting way, and the history too of many of the prayers and collects. She told them of how the knights of old stood up with their swords drawn to defend it, if needs be, when they recited the creed. She made them take their Bibles to church and follow the lessons in their own Bibles. They soon began to know the tunes of the hymns, now that they went regularly to church, and they both joined in heartily in the singing. She generally sat between them, so that she could find their places for them. They certainly looked a pretty trio, and people in the congregation couldn't but notice them, and spoke of them as that handsome little boy and girl and their pretty elder sister, and wondered who they were. When Nell found out that there was a monthly afternoon service for children, she suggested that they might like to go to that service instead of the morning one sometimes. But they had no wish for any more Sunday mornings at home alone, so they proposed that on children's service Sundays they should go to church twice instead of once, which Nell was only too ready to agree to. They enjoyed the children's service very much. At one of these services, Mr. Thurston, the vicar, first noticed them and wondered who they were. When the service was over, it was his custom to go to the church door and say a kind word to the children who were unknown to him. When Nell and her little charges came along, he asked if she would tell him their names.
The children are Hedzer and Muriel Delamere, and I am their governess.
Do you live in Winston Square?
Yes.
Then you're parishioners of mine. I must come and call on you.
It is very kind of you, but Mr. and Mrs. Delamere are away at present.
May I not come then? Nell was rather in a difficulty, for she was not sure whether Mrs. Delamere would approve of this caller.
Mr. and Mrs. Delamere will be at home in about a fortnight. Perhaps you will wait to call till then.
Very well, but I should like to think of you as my little friends, Hedzer and Muriel, even if I do not call upon you. Will you be my friends? Thank you, Hedzer said. We will think about it and let you know. I think we will, though. Shall we, Muriel? We will think about it, Muriel answered sedately. Mr. Thurston patted Hedzer on the head. God bless you, my boy, and God bless you, Muriel, he said. And when they had left the church, he wondered what the children's reasons for hesitating and accepting his friendship had been. Are clergymen very, very good men, Sissy? Hedzer inquired directly when they got outside the church gate.
They ought to be, darling.
Is Mr. Thurston a very, very good man, would you think?
Yes, I should think so, certainly. Why do you ask?
Well, because if he is, I think we should settle to be friends with him. He ought to know us a little bit better before we do that. If he thought afterwards that we were not very good, he might wish he'd not asked for our friendship. You could hardly call us very good, could you? That is just what I thought about it, Muriel said. We've never yet been considered good by anyone. He would be disappointed in us probably then, and he'd not wish that we had become friends with him. No, I don't see how we can agree to be his friends until he knows what we're like, and that we're not at all like him.
I think he would find out the same thing as I have done, that you two are dear little friends to possess.
You understand us, you see, and you make allowances for us, Muriel answered. The children were very pleased with the idea of being called Mr. Thurston friends all the same. It sounded grown up. Besides, he had nothing to do with their mother's acquaintance. It was their own private property, and a friend of their own making. They still feared, however, that if he knew them better, being a clergyman, he might be disappointed in them. I think we should write and tell Mr. Thurston we have made up our minds to say yes, if he will take us as we are, Hedzer confided to Muriel a day or two later, when they were having a private conversation together on the subject. Nell had got a bad headache that afternoon, so the children were alone. Yes, it would be a very good plan, I think. We had better tell him not to expect too much of us. That would be a most truthful thing to say. And Muriel quite agreed with her little brother's proposal, and she found a sheet of notepaper and an envelope. Let us settle the business at once. We must be quick, Hedzer, or Gordon will be coming in prying and wanting to know what we're doing. It's no business of hers or anybody else, not even of Sissy's, for he didn't ask her to be his friend. It is our own affair. He only asked us, so it's for us to settle. Nobody else need to know anything about it. Father and Mother, they like to have private letters from us, and I expect Mr. Thurston will too. Here goes, Hedzer said, and taking up a quill pen, he began scratching away at the letter. Dear Mr. Thurston, Muriel and I have decided at last that we will say yes to being your friends, only we should like you to know before we begin being your friends that we are neither of us half as good as clergymen are. So you must not think we have taken you in if you do not find that we are all right. We will be as good as we can, and we think we shall like having you as our friend very much. Your loving friends, Hedzer and... Hedzer was just about to add Muriel, but Muriel, who was looking over his shoulder and helping him considerably with his composition and spelling, said, I think I would like to sign my own name. It will look more as though I meant it too. Do if you like, by all means, but it's very uppish of you. I was the one who thought of the letter. You didn't. I told you what to write, though. You wouldn't have written half so much if it had been other than for me. Mother always says I tell her far more than you do, and my spelling is ever so much better than yours. Oh, yes, it's always you. You're so wonderfully clever. Anyway, you've written your letter badly enough. I don't believe Sissy would have let you send it with all those blots and smudges. That's the silly old quill's fault, and Sissy's not going to see it. but Muriel's remark reminded Hedzer that Gordon might be coming in at any minute, so he quickly folded up the letter after letting Muriel sign her name and deposited it in the envelope. "You can do the directing part of it if you like, Muriel," he said in a conciliatory tone of voice, and Muriel took the envelope from her little brother, glad to have this small share in the business. "I wonder how you ought to address a clergyman's letter," she said. "I'm sure I don't know. Besides the usual name, I believe there ought to be a Rev somewhere in it to show the man is a clergyman. I expect the Rev goes instead of Esquire on other men's letters," Hedzer volunteered. "Yes, I expect it does. Father is G. Delamere, Esquire, on his letters, I know. G stands for Gerald. I wonder what letter Mr. Thurston's is. We don't know his name, do we? No, but do hurry up, Muriel. I believe I can hear Gordon coming upstairs. Stick on Mr. Thurston, Rev. That will do. Mr. must be right, for it suits any man. We know where he lives, so you need not put anything else. We will make Gordon take us for a walk round by his house, and you must talk hard to her when we come near the house, whilst I run up to the door and slip our letter into the letterbox. When that's done, it will be too late for anyone to scold us, and we will tell Sissy all about it. You always want to do the most important things, Hedzer. It's just like a boy. Why can't you talk to Gordon and let me put the letter in the letterbox?" Muriel asked in an aggrieved voice. "It would be much more unladylike for a girl than for a boy," Hedzer said. "It's the kind of thing all boys do." "Indeed," Muriel said with scorn. "But never mind. I'll talk to Gordon and you can put it in." The children had not settled their business in a minute too soon, for Gordon had been talking in Miss Garton's room and had herself proposed to take the children for a walk while Nell rested. It was to the children's advantage to behave properly if they were to achieve the object. "Let us be very nice to her," Muriel whispered as Gordon opened the schoolroom door and told them she was ready to take them for a walk. They were soon ready also, and Gordon was quite delighted to see them so affable and pleased to go with her. She was quite willing to take them anywhere that they would like to go. Under ordinary circumstances they would have chosen the park, but it did not lie in the direction of Mr. Thurston's vicarage. "We would like to go round the square and out to Regent Street," Muriel said very politely, and Gordon complied. As they got nearer the vicarage, the children chattered more incessantly. Gordon had never known them to behave so pleasantly to her, and was all the time commenting to herself on their improved behaviour since Miss Garton took them in hand. At length they reached the vicarage, and the critical moment had come. Muriel was eagerly giving at length a description to Gordon of one of the monkeys at the zoo, to which place the children had been the previous Saturday. Hedzer lingered behind. He pulled the crumpled little envelope out of his pocket and ran up the vicarage steps and pushed it as quickly as he could into the letterbox. There was no need to ring or say it was there, for he saw a plate on the door saying, "Do not ring unless an answer is required." This letter required no answer. The letterbox lid had just snapped down again, and Hedzer was running down the steps when Gordon turned round. "What have you been up to, Master Hedzer?" she inquired. "No business of yours, Gordon. It's not for you to know what I do." "I don't want none of your impertinence, Master Hedzer. I don't believe as Miss Garton allows children to go up and down people's steps flapping their letterboxes. It's not the usual doings of young gentlemen. You'll get caught some day by the police and put in prison. And how will you like that?" Hedzer was only thankful that Gordon had seen no more. She evidently hadn't seen the letter. "Let her think me a rude boy if she likes," he thought. "Anyway, our letter is safe, and Mr. Thurston will know what we wish." Then he meekly said, "I won't run up any more steps, Gordon. You need not tell Sissy about me doing it this time. I promise you I won't do it again. I'm sorry I was rude." Chapter 10. The Return. Mr. Thurston, when he came in that evening after an afternoon's visiting, found the children's letter lying on his study writing table. He was not unused to receiving dirty envelopes, which generally contained letters pleading poverty or other tales of misery, and at first, by the look of the outside of it, he concluded that this was another of the same kind. Taking up the soiled and crumpled envelope, he read the strange address. When he opened it, however, he found it was not a letter asking for money, but a letter asking for friendship. He carried it to the drawing-room to show it to his wife, and as he placed it in her hand, he said, "I shall keep this among the trophies of my ministerial experiences." Then he told his wife about the two interesting and handsome children whom he'd noticed in the church at the children's service. Their name is Delamere. They live in Winston Square. Their father's a very wealthy man, I believe, and he and his wife travel a great deal, while the children are evidently left at home under the charge of a governess. I proposed going to see them, but from the governess's manner, I'm not sure that I'm wanted. However, Winston Square is in my parish, and I'll be quite within my rights if I do call. I've taken a strange fancy to these children and their governess, and I believe that you would like them too. Children will always appeal to you and me, Edward. Yes, he said sadly. One still longs for and misses the touch of those vanished hands, even though it's 10 years ago now since they were taken from us. But God knows best, darling. Among all our troubles, that was the greatest. But he who allowed the trial to come also sent us special strength wherewith to bear it. I cannot help remembering our loss, and these children reminded me more of our precious Olive and Anthony than any that I've ever seen. Mrs. Thurston read her husband's letter over again. This letter is certainly the children's own unaided work, she said, as she put it down. They're not little hypocrites, evidently. No, bless them. I like their letter all the better because of its smudges. It's not been written under a governess's eye. Anyone can tell that. And yet I'm rather surprised at receiving it, for I could tell the governess wasn't sure whether I'd be a welcome visitor at their house. You'll have to be careful how you proceed with your friendship, Edward. Clergymen are not always welcome visitors. Yes, for the present, I think it will be wiser, perhaps, to keep my acquaintances with these two little people to the children's service on Sundays. In the meantime, Hedzer and Muriel had returned to Winston Square with Garton to find that Nell's headache was better. She was sitting in the schoolroom waiting for them. Garton had forgotten now about the letterbox episode, and except for that, the children had been so good that she told Miss Garton she had quite enjoyed her walk with them, in such a tone that Nell could tell very well that had not always been the case. If Master Hedzer and Miss Muriel could always behave as they've done today, I'd have no objection to taking them out for you, Miss Garton, she volunteered as she was leaving the schoolroom. Oh, please don't let her do that, Sissy dear, Muriel said when the door was shut. We like going out with you ever so much better than going with Garton. Nell smiled.
I'm not going to give you up to anybody. Not until your father and mother come home. Then, of course, I will have to give you up to them. Only 10 days more, and they will be here. Won't that be lovely?
And thinking of the time when she'd once more see her own father and mother, she tried to awaken in the children the same spirit in the prospect of so soon meeting theirs. Tell us what you will do when you see your father and mother, Sissy.
I really don't quite know, children. I shall feel so glad.
Well, tell us what you think you will do.
I think I shall want to hug them both at once,
she said, and Nell's eyes filled with tears at the thought of that happy meeting time. But you would muddle your mother's toque if you hugged her, Muriel said, knowing from past experiences how careful her mother was, lest the children should in any way disarrange her toilette. Mrs. Garton in a toque was a vision Nell couldn't picture, but Mrs. Garton's black straw bonnet, trimmed with black lace and satin ribbon and a deep red rose in it, might be crushed a good deal, she knew, and yet would not be much the worse for wear. It was this advantage, therefore, over Mrs. Delamere's more fashionable toque. Its fashion would not prevent Nell hugging her mother. There's always a silver lining to every cloud, if you look for it, so they say, and here was the silver lining to the cloud of Mrs. Garton's well-worn, shabby and old-fashioned headgear. I don't think Mother likes hugs much, Muriel volunteered in a subdued voice. Nell saw her mistake.
Very likely not, darling. Some people do not. In that case, I should give my mother ever such a big kiss.
Mother doesn't like big slobbery kisses, Hedzer observed.
No, I should think not indeed. If I were going to see my mother again, and she did not like hugs, I should wipe my mouth first, and then I should give her a great big dry kiss, and tell her how glad I was to see her. I should get in the hall before the door was opened, and then I would run out and meet her, and bring her in, and make ever such a great fuss over her.
And what about your father?
I should treat them both alike, of course. I should make just as much a fuss over one as the other.
I'm not sure whether our father and mother would like it, Hedzer said doubtfully. You see, we've never done that sort of thing to them.
You try.
And then Nell enumerated all the things their parents had done for them, until the children began to feel quite unhappy that they'd shown them so little gratitude in return. And so, in every way she could, Nell tried to make the children look forward and wish to see Mr. and Mrs. Delamere again. Muriel and Hedzer had their own weekly allowances and were allowed to spend their pocket money as they liked. Nell proposed that they should buy some flowers with their own money and put them in their mother's room the day she returned. At first, they didn't altogether approve of the plan, but Nell's picture of their mother's pleasure at receiving the flowers at length prevailed.
You shall go and choose the flowers yourselves,
she said, when they were starting for their morning walk on the day their parents were expected home.
We will go to that lovely shop in Regent Street, and you may get just what you like.
To these London-bred children, flowers were always a great delight, and the pleasure of going to a flower shop on their own account was a real treat to them. The spring flowers were in now, and the shop that morning seemed like a bower of delight. They stood gazing into the window for a long time before they could make up their minds as to what they would choose. At length they decided on some white lilac and violets. Muriel chose the lilac and Hedzer the violets. They insisted on having them put into 2 parcels so they might each carry home their own. Then came the task of arranging them. Nell helped only by her suggestions in the arrangement of the white lilac. Muriel really did the work herself, and the pure, sweet flowers looked lovely when she had placed them on Mrs. Delamere's handsome dressing table. Then came Hedzer's big bunch of violets. "I think father ought to have some of these," he said.
Yes, of course. Shall we divide your violets into 2 bunches, and then you can put some in your father's dressing room as well?
And Nell helped the child to divide his flowers. "I think I'll put 1 vase of my lilac in father's room," Muriel said. "It wouldn't be fair unless, and we don't want to make them jealous of each other." So 1 vase of Muriel's lilac was taken out of her mother's table and placed with some of Hedzer's violets in the dressing room. The children were very excited about their flowers. This was the first time they'd ever spent their money on or given presents to other people, and they were finding out what pleasure this gave to themselves. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were expected to arrive about 5 o'clock. Tea was ready in the drawing room. Nell had told Gordon to put on the children's new spring things. She'd chosen them herself for the children, in accordance with Mrs. Delamere's wish, and she was very pleased with her choice. Muriel's dress was of a pale electric blue colour. It was very simply made, after a pattern which Nell had chosen, and Hedzer's suit was in cloth of the same colour. They did indeed look pretty children when they were dressed and ready for their parents' return. Nell donned her Sunday gown, also in honour of the occasion, though she felt it was rather extravagant of her, in view of £10 serving her for all her expenses for a year. She had so often talked to the children about their parents' return, picturing to them what they should do, if she were in their place, that they were well primed up till now in what they naturally ought to do. She heard the carriage at the door.
There they are. Now run down into the hall as quickly as you can.
Without waiting to think about what they'd done at other times, the children ran off and got into the hall as the front door was opened. They rushed at their mother. "Please, we want to give you a big hug," Muriel said, forgetting all about her mother's toque. Mrs. Delamere was naturally delighted to see the children. They came to her so naturally, not in that frightened and shy way which they'd been accustomed to greet her in former times, but as if they were really glad to see her again. She forgot all about her toque, if they did disarrange it, but somehow they didn't seem so careless either, for though they hugged her, her toilette did not seem disarranged by their huggings. She had a mother's heart in spite of everything, and of course it was nice to feel the arms of her own children round her neck. Mr. Delamere got quite as warm a greeting. "Well, this is nice," That's something like a welcome, children. It's quite worth coming home for. And his words reached Nell's ears up in the schoolroom. She did feel so pleased.
Dear little things. I am so glad for them. I was so afraid they would make some mistake. I wonder if Hedzer remembered to use his handkerchief, or if his kiss was very slobbery.
The children led their father and mother to the drawing room. We must have some tea, Mrs. Delamere said. We are so tired. And she sank down into an easy chair by the tea table. Hedzer and Muriel stood by. Can I pour out tea for you, mother? Muriel asked with assurance. Oh no, child, thank you. You never could manage that, and we don't want a fuss tonight. I think I could, mother. I am quite used to it now, Muriel said shyly, and she went up to the teapot and began pouring out the tea in the most correct style. And I will wait on you both, Hedzer added, as he handed the cakes and bread and butter to his parents in the most gentlemanly manner. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere looked at each other. Where is Miss Garton? At length their father asked. She is quite alone in the schoolroom, father. It's so horrid for her, because she knows all about how nice it is for us to have our father and mother. I wish you would ask her to come down tonight, as it's your first night at home, and we are all alone. Gordon had taken Miss Garton's tea up to the schoolroom, as it had been the custom never in the past for the governess to have tea in the drawing-room. Nell was just going to begin her tea, though, and in her girlish, loving way, she was feeling a little bit lonely and downhearted in the schoolroom alone by herself. Yes, fetch her down, my boy, by all means. May we both go? Muriel asked. If you like. And the children ran off. What an improvement, Gerald. Can this be Miss Garton's doing? The drawing-room door opened, and Nell came in with the happy children on either side of her.
It is so nice to have you back again,
she said, as Mrs. Delamere shook hands with her.
I do hope you are not very tired. The children have been so much looking forward to today.
She spoke so naturally, and there was no shyness in her manner. She saw Mrs. Delamere was tired and placed a cushion behind her back. She seemed more like an elder daughter amongst them than a governess, and it was so nice to see the deep affection between her and the children. Hedzer and Muriel had never had such a happy drawing-room tea before, with no misfortunes of any sort. Nell could see the result of her Saturday visiting game in the ease with which they behaved themselves. When the tea was over, Mrs. Delamere went to her room. The children insisted on going with her. She felt at first inclined to say that she was too tired to have them, but Nell, guessing this, and knowing at the same time what a disappointment it would be to them if their mother didn't see the flowers, said,
May they just take you to your room, Mrs. Delamere, and then come back to me?
Very well, but I'm very tired, children. I cannot allow you to stay, she said. I must rest for a while. This rather repressed their spirits, but they were not to be repressed. I think you'll be very pleased with something we've bought for you when you get to your room, Mother, Hedzer said. Hush! You mustn't tell. It's a secret, Hedzer, Muriel whispered. The bedroom was quite scented with the children's flowers, and Mrs. Delamere was very pleased and very touched. This is a surprise, indeed. Thank you both so much. Thank you both, my darlings, very, very much, she kindly said. By the by, I think your father has got a surprise for you both in his bag. You may go down and ask him. So downstairs again the children ran and insisted on escorting their father to his room to see the surprise which they had for him also. Bless your kind little hearts. These are sweet flowers, and bought with your own pocket money too, did you say? That makes them 10 times more valuable. Very kind of you, my children. Sissy put it into our heads, father. Never mind who put it into your heads. I like your kindness. And while he was talking, he was fumbling in his bag and at length brought out 2 little boxes. Here are your mother and my surprises for you, because we've been away such a time and we've heard such good reports of you while we've been away. The children opened the boxes and found inside 2 lovely little watches. Thank you very much, father, Hedzer said. They're lovely. Then the little lad stood quite still, gazing intently at his father for a moment. What are you, thinking, my boy? I think I think it was Sissy who deserved the surprise, Father, more than we did, for it was she who made us good. Yes, it was all through her, Father, Muriel chimed in, that we've not got into any rows this time while you've been away. You can't long be very naughty with Sissy. She makes you like being good best, somehow. I don't know how it is, but you feel horrid inside you if you're naughty with her. I think I understand what you both mean, their father said. Now run off, and you may both come down to dessert tonight. Mr. Delamere went to his wife. You found a treasure, my dear, when you found Miss Garton. What a change in the children! They're just as fine a little pair as ever, but so much happier, and so loving, and so gentle to us. I feel we owe that girl a debt of gratitude already. If we're going to be away again for 6 months, who can tell what a relief it will be to leave her with them? What a nice girl she is. Why not let her dine with us tonight? After all these weeks of solitude, it must seem rather hard for her to be shut up in the schoolroom now, when we're downstairs. Very well. It's never been our habit, though, for the governess to dine with us. Mrs. Delamere rang the bell and told her maid to tell Miss Garton she hoped she would dine with them that evening. Nell received the message with mingled feelings. It was kind of Mrs. Delamere, but she'd really much have preferred the solitude of the schoolroom to the formality and state of the dining-room dinner. However, there was nothing for it but to go down. She turned out her mother's old silk dress. She felt very shabby, but Nell had a way of putting on her things which showed them off to her best advantage, and her pretty face didn't need all the outward setting of finery which some faces need in order to make them look nice. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were most agreeable, and she really enjoyed herself in spite of the prolonged dinner, with its many courses and the formidable butler and footman to wait upon her, instead of her faithful and homely maid, Gordon. The children came down to dessert. Mrs. Delamere was charmed with Miss Garton's good taste in the manner of their clothes. They looked so dainty, and yet so simply dressed. Nell had made Muriel's little white silk dress herself, much to Mrs. Delamere's surprise.
I am so fond of needlework, and I have so much spare time. Muriel has something to show you too. We have had so much fun over our dressmaking. Run and fetch your doll, darling.
Muriel brought down her biggest doll, dressed in a white silk dress, almost exactly like her own.
We both dressed our dolls together. Muriel was getting ever so clever with her needle. I only did the difficult parts.
Yes, and I did something too, Hedzer said. Whilst Muie was making the dress for her doll, Sissy showed me how to use the fretwork tools you gave me last Christmas, Father, and I've made 2 frames. There's one for each of you. Sissy is as good as a boy at lots of things. She knows all about fretwork because of her brother Bertie. May I go and fetch the frames? He didn't wait for permission and was soon back again with the fruit of his labours. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were very pleased with the child's handiwork. Bravo, Hedzer! Capital, my boy, his father said. I am pleased. It was very jolly doing it, Father, for Sissy told us stories all the time. We know really everything about her parish, I think. Hezekiah Lawson and Jemima Tompkins and Mrs. Pocock and Mrs. James. We know them best of all, of course, apart from except Mr. and Mrs. Garton, and Dolly, and Bertie, and Ethel, and Gwenny Rayland, who's Ethel's great friend. Have you come to the end of the list yet? Mr. Delamere inquired, laughing. Because if so, I think it's time you went off to bed. It's past your bedtime, ever so much. Nell was blushing, and wondering if Mrs. Delamere would approve of the children knowing so much about her home people. Stay downstairs with us a little longer, Miss Garton, Mrs. Delamere said as Nell rose to go upstairs with the children. Nell sat on. They were alone now. I must tell you at once, Miss Garton, Mrs. Delamere said, how very much we are both struck with the improvement in the children. You've indeed done your work well. As that old lady friend of yours told me, she knew that you would.
It is very good of you to speak of me so kindly. Believe me, the children have made me very happy here.
You have certainly found your way into their hearts, Mr. Delamere said. They seem so happy and contented and different in every way from what they've been like in the past. They appeared to be so pleased to see us again. On our return generally, We've had to look forward to receiving a long account of their wrongdoings, and a consequent lecturing has had to be given. This homecoming has been very different, and we all know it's due to you." Needless to say, Nell went to bed that night with a very happy heart, conscious of knowing that her work had been well done and that it had given satisfaction. As she knelt at her evening prayers that night, she did thank her Heavenly Father for all the help which he had given her in the past, and she prayed very earnestly too that those 2 little lives which had been committed to her care she might train for and might be devoted to his service. Chapter 11. Mrs. Trelawney's Visit. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere's return, of course, made certain changes in life at Winston Square. Muriel and Hedzer, by their continued good behaviour, proved in every way the beneficial effect of their governess's excellent training. Their parents were more than satisfied. They had been at home now for about a fortnight. It was Sunday, and the day for the monthly children's service, which since their letter went, Hedzer and Muriel had been looking forward to so much. Mrs. Delamere was expecting friends, however, that afternoon, and at luncheon told the children that she should want them in the drawing-room about 3:30. Hedzer and Muriel looked at Nell when they heard their mother's orders. They wondered if she would take their part and speak up for them. Nell felt decidedly in a difficult position. She didn't know what to say. Mr. Delamere noticed that there was something wrong. "What is it, Hedzer? What's the matter? Surely you children don't mind coming down to the drawing-room? Why, I feel quite proud to let people see how nicely you can behave." It's not that, Father. It's our service this afternoon," Muriel said. Muriel and Hedzer had had so many private talks together about this service, hoping they might then renew their acquaintance with their friend, Mr. Thurston, and hear from him whether he had received their letter or not. If they had to comply with this wish of their mother's, everything would be upset. "Your service, Muriel? What do you mean?" "Why, I saw you children going to church with Miss Garton this morning." "To go once on a Sunday to church is as much as is good for anyone, I consider," Mrs. Delamere said. Nell felt she must say something on the children's behalf. She got very red. Then she said,
"This is a service especially for children, Mrs. Delamere. It is only held once a month. I have taken the children to it several times, and they were wishing to go again this afternoon. I know."
"They can't go then. That is all about it. You have been to church once today, children, which is quite as much as is good for you. Besides, my wish is that you should be in the drawing-room this afternoon, so let's say no more about it." The children were very much upset. This was a bitter disappointment for them, worse than any one they knew, for they did so long to hear about their letter. "Please do let us go, Mother. We will come home directly it's over," Muriel said in a pleading voice. "I have told you what my wishes are. Say no more about it. My orders are to be obeyed." And Mrs. Delamere went on crunching her butter and biscuits. "It's a horrid, abominable, wicked shame," Hedzer said. "I don't care about your old visitors. I will be more rude than I've ever been in my life if you won't let us go. So there." "And so will I," Muriel chimed in defiantly. Nell felt absolutely ashamed of both of the children. "Go to the schoolroom at once, you naughty children," Mrs. Delamere said, her temper now thoroughly roused. "If this is the result of your church-going, the less you go to church in the future, the better." The children left the room. "Oh, I wish they had never come back. I wish we were alone with Sissy. We should have seen Mr. Thurston then, and we should have been quite happy. Now we're thoroughly miserable and wretched. It's a shame," Muriel said. Hedzer did not speak for some time, though at first he had a struggle to prevent himself from giving vent to his angry feelings also. At length he said, "I tell you what it is, Muey. I believe if Mr. Thurston knew what little brutes we've been to our mother, he would not have us for his friends at all." Muriel thought over these remarks of Hedzer's. They rather weighed with her, and she began to wonder if Hedzer might not be right. Like her children, when Mrs. Delamere's temper was roused, she let everyone know it, and Nell, who had never known such a thing as a harsh word from her own parents, could understand now the difference between them and the parents of her little pupils. "I am exceedingly annoyed with the children, Miss Garton, and disappointed too," at length she said.
"So am I. Very disappointed, Mrs. Delamere."
"I do not approve of all of this church-going either. To go to church once on a Sunday is too much for some of us, but once ought to be the limit of everybody's attendance there, I consider. Evidently you have not succeeded in making little saints of the children, in spite of your taking them to church so much." Nell was almost on the verge of tears.
"I have conscientiously done my best for the children, Mrs. Delamere, but please do not charge me with making the children go to church. That, in accordance with your wishes, I have carefully avoided. They have always gone to church of their own free will. Do not please forbid them to go to the children's services in the future. They have always so much enjoyed them."
Nell left the dining room, glad to get away. "If I were you, my dear, I should put no restrictions and not interfere in any way with Miss Garton's methods. Until this little upset today, we have both agreed as to the success of her training. And knowing what exhibitions of temper we have had with the children in days gone by, this was, well, really nothing to speak of. Bless their little hearts. If they'd set their minds on going to this service, it was nothing very bad on their part, after all. I expect they were a bit disappointed. Whatever you do, pray don't upset Miss Garton or give her any cause for leaving us. The children might just as well have gone to their service, as far as I can see, and come back to the drawing-room on their return. Then all parties would have been pleased. Why don't you change your mind and say that they can go?" "Because I am not going to do any such thing, Gerald. I do not believe in saying one thing and doing another. No, the children are to come into the drawing-room, as I have said. You know Mr. and Mrs. Trelawney are coming with their little boy, and the children must be here to play with him." Mr. Delamere knew from his wife's tone of voice that the matter was settled, and it was better for him to say no more, so he remained silent. Nell had made her way to the schoolroom, feeling very upset with her interview, and expecting to find the children still in a very defiant frame of mind. The prospect of having to pacify them was not a pleasant one, but to her surprise and relief, instead of finding them angry, she found them sitting at the table with their texts and chalks, quietly colouring Mrs. Pocock's and Mrs. James's weekly texts. She sat down beside them and kissed them both.
"I think I will do my text whilst you are in the drawing-room, and I will read to you now instead. It will make us all forget about what has just happened,"
she thought to herself. "Oh, that will be nice, Sissy." Nell got her storybook and read on until the texts were finished, and it was time for the children to be getting ready to go downstairs. Muriel looked at the schoolroom clock. "It's almost 3:30, Sissy," she said, and Nell knew the child was thinking of the service, which would just now be commencing. "Mr. Thurston will think we've forgotten all about him, and that we don't want to be his friends after all," Hedza said, in a choking voice.
"Do you know, my darlings, I believe if Mr. Thurston knew that if you were trying to please your mother at home, and doing nicely what she has asked you to do, he would be much more pleased with you than if you were to go to his service to please yourselves. And, my precious little brother and sister, although Mr. Thurston does not know about your disappointment, God knows. He heard you speak so rudely, but he will forgive you for that if you tell him that you are sorry, and he will be so pleased if he sees you trying to behave nicely downstairs for his sake, and in order to please him. Will you try to do so for his sake?"
And again she kissed them both. "I will, if you will," Hedza volunteered. "Very well, come along." And Muriel led her little brother into her room. "We had better tell God we're sorry first up here," she said. "Then we can go downstairs and behave properly." "Which of us shall tell him?" "You can, if you like, as you're a boy," Muriel said, feeling rather shy of asking God's forgiveness before her little brother. "No, you can do it, Muey. You're the eldest." Shall we ask Sissy to do it?" Muriel suggested. "Perhaps that would be best." So they made their way back into the schoolroom, and Muriel told Sissy they wanted to whisper to her.
"What is it about, darling?"
"We want you to ask God to forgive us both for being so naughty to Mother, and to ask him too to help us to be good now, downstairs, please. The children had not been to the children's service, certainly, but perhaps the little service in that Winston Square schoolroom bore greater fruit in those two children's lives than the service in the big London church might have done. Nell did ask her Heavenly Father to forgive them, and to help them to always act in his sight with the desire to please him. They were soon ready to go down, and as their father heard them come tripping down the stairs, he thought to himself, "Happy childhood, its troubles are not long-lived," little knowing the struggle and victory which had been fought and won in the schoolroom first. Mrs. Delamere was also greatly relieved to see the children come in so brightly. Mr. and Mrs. Trelawney were going to travel with them during the winter, and she wished the children to compare favourably with Mrs. Trelawney's only son, whose many marvellous and clever qualities she had already heard so much about. Muriel and Hedzer did not disappoint her. Between them they did their best to entertain Mrs. Trelawney's little boy. He was not so surprisingly attractive after all. He wanted to look at and touch everything, as the manner of some children is to do, and was not satisfied with anything for long. Hedzer and Muriel were not sorry when he and his mother took their departure. Visitors came and went all the afternoon. Hedzer and his sister made themselves agreeable to everybody, and more than one commented on what nice-mannered and well-behaved children they were. At length the afternoon was over, and every one had gone, and the children were told that they might go to the schoolroom if they liked. Nell had finished her text and was sitting reading. "Here we are at last, Sissy. Oh, we are so glad this afternoon is over. But I think we have been good." And Muriel laid her head on Nell's shoulder.
I am so glad. What would you like to do now?
"Let's sing hymns."
Very well.
And Nell got out her hymn book, and the children began to sing their favourites. Mr. Delamere heard them singing as he sat in his smoking room under the schoolroom. He crept upstairs in order to hear them better. How sweet and clear Nell's voice sounded, and the children were joining in so prettily.
Christ who once among us as a child did dwell is the children's Saviour, and he loves us well.
That does sound sweet, he thought. He didn't go into the schoolroom, for he didn't want to disturb them. But as he went downstairs, the words still rang in his ears.
Help us to remember all thy love and care. Trust in thee and love thee always everywhere. And
he hummed the tune over again to himself. I used to sing hymns like that on Sundays with my mother when I was a child, he thought to himself. But God knows it's a long time since I gave any thought to that kind of thing. He didn't say anything about the hymn singing to his wife, but a little later in the day he remarked, "Those children, they are wonderfully improved, my dear. How nicely they behaved in the drawing-room in spite of their tempers this afternoon." "Yes, I was glad to see it. They certainly have improved," was Mrs. Delamere's only comment, but she thought more. Mr. Thurston had missed the children. He had gone to the service quite hoping to see them again when it was over, for he wanted to find out when their parents were returning so that he might call upon them. He also wanted to thank the children for their letter, but to his disappointment they were not there. Mrs. Thurston was almost as disappointed as her husband, for they had talked together about them often since that smudgy little letter arrived. "I shall take my chance and go and inquire tomorrow," Mr. Thurston said. "There must have been some reason for their absence yesterday. Perhaps their parents are home again. You must come with me." Accordingly, on Monday afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Thurston made their way to Winston Square, and fortune favoured them, for they arrived about 10 minutes before the time when Mrs. Delamere had ordered the carriage for her afternoon drive. They were ushered into a gorgeous drawing-room. "What a lovely room!" Mrs. Thurston exclaimed. "Yes, there's wealth here, without a doubt." Mrs. Delamere was considerably surprised to read the names on the cards when they were brought to her. The Reverend E. Thurston and Mrs. Thurston. Oh, how inconvenient. I wish Gerald was in. It's not at all to my taste to interview parsons. He's sure to have come on some begging business. They always do. By dipping my hand in my pocket, I can soon get rid of them, though. But it is a bother, all the same, she said to herself. She went to the drawing-room, ready dressed for her drive, as much to say she didn't wish to be kept long. "We are so glad to find you at home, Mrs. Delamere. We did not know whether you had returned or not. You are parishioners of ours, and we have so much wanted to know you since I made the acquaintance of your two sweet children," Mr. Thurston said as he shook hands with her. "Do you know my children? How?" Mrs. Delamere asked, almost sharply. This was evidently another piece of Miss Garton's doing, she felt sure. She had always prided herself on keeping clear of all clergymen, and she didn't like being let in for this acquaintanceship by a governess. "I know them by sight very well, but I've only had the pleasure of speaking to them once, Mrs. Delamere. I've told my wife about them, and she wanted to know them too, but we felt we must not ask them to come and see us until we knew their mother. You must not be surprised, Mrs. Delamere, at my husband's interest in your children, when I tell you that they've reminded us so much of our own two sweet children, who are now in paradise," Mrs. Thurston added. Mrs. Delamere did not like this conversation very much. She had no wish to talk about death to anybody, and certainly not to these visitors. She thought the wisest thing to do was to change the subject. "Would you like to see the children?" she asked, and she rang the bell and gave the order for Hedzer and Muriel to be sent down to the drawing-room. "We are leaving home again shortly," she said. "My husband is ordered abroad, and we both like travelling, so I'm afraid there will be little opportunity of knowing you well. We consider ourselves fortunate in finding you at home this afternoon. We heard you were obliged to be away a great deal. It is sad for the children, though, is it not?" "Yes, of course. They make it awkward for us, but we've a very good governess for them now, so we can leave them much more easily." So the conversation continued until Hedzer and Muriel came in. "Oh, some more visitors," they had sighed when the message came up that they were wanted in the drawing-room, little guessing who the visitors this time were. When they saw Mr. Thurston, in spite of their mother's presence, they both ran up to him and kissed him. "Did you miss us yesterday?" "We couldn't help it, really," Hedzer said. "Did you get our letter? We do want to be your friends." Mrs. Delamere couldn't understand the children's behaviour at all. She was afraid there would have to be another unpleasant interview with Miss Garton after this. But Mr. and Mrs. Thurston would not be put off. What could she say but yes, when Mrs. Thurston pleasantly said, "Muriel and Hedzer may come and see us for you, Mrs. Delamere, may they not? Can they come to tea with us on Saturday?" "May Sissy come with us too, please?" Hedzer asked. "I'm sure she would like it." "Who is Sissy, darling?" "She is our governess. Her other name is Miss Garton, but we both like calling her Sissy best." "I really thought Miss Garton was the children's elder sister at first, Mrs. Delamere," Mr. Thurston said. "The children are so fond of her." "Yes, so they are. She is very young-looking, but she's thoroughly reliable. Her only fault is that she's a little too keen on the children coming to church. I do not approve of it in too large quantities for anybody, especially for children. You must forgive me for saying so." Mrs. Delamere was determined to suppress Mr. Thurston's attentions if she could. "In too large quantities, perhaps. It might not be a good thing, but the children only come to church once on Sundays, except on Children's Service Sunday. You do not call that too large a quantity, do you?" "You must leave that for their parents to decide, Mr. Thurston. It's very kind of you to invite the children to see you. Yes, they can come on Saturday, I think." "You must bring Miss Garton with you, my darlings," Mrs. Thurston added, as they rose to go. "Thank you very much. This will be our Saturday treat for the week, and it will be the biggest treat we've ever had. We can settle all about our being friends then, can we not?" Hedzer said, as Mr. Thurston said goodbye. But that Saturday treat did not come off, after all, much as it was talked about during the next 4 days by both of the children. Mrs. Delamere's interview with Miss Garton did not come off either. She remembered her husband's advice not to give Miss Garton any cause to leave them, and she did not wish to do so, for Miss Garton suited her too well to want to lose her. After all, the children must do something on a Sunday, and it really didn't matter much if they liked to pass away their time in church, if they did so. On the whole, therefore, she thought it might be wiser not to interfere again. As to Mr. Thurston, he certainly seemed very pleased to see the children. There was no real reason why he shouldn't have that pleasure denied to him from time to time. She must hope for the best. This church-going craze was probably only a childish fancy, which they would soon get over when they grew older. A letter arrived on Wednesday from Mrs. Trelawney, which made Mrs. Delamere feel rather worried and uncomfortable. It said Mrs. Trelawney was very sorry, but her little boy had developed measles on Monday morning. She sincerely hoped he would not have infected Hedsa and Muriel. If there was one thing more than another which Mrs. Delamere dreaded, it was an infectious illness. If only the children had gone that afternoon to the service, they would never have seen the boy, for the Trelawneys had gone again before 4:30. She began now to wish most heartily that she had let them have their own way. She showed her husband Mrs. Trelawney's letter. Measles, I say, they are horribly infectious things. Well, the mischief is done now, my dear. If the children are to have it, they will have it, and no one can prevent it. With which wise words of comfort he withdrew, wishing devoutly, as his wife did also, that the children might escape. But wishes are not always realized, and it was not so this time. Chapter 12. Measles. On Thursday, Hedsa complained of a headache, besides which he had a streaming cold, and altogether seemed so poorly that Nell felt quite anxious about him. Possibilities of measles did not enter Mrs. Delamere's mind, but she hoped this might only prove to be an ordinary cold. It was unnecessary to cause needless alarm, so she said nothing about her fears to anybody, and hoped for the best. As the day wore on, however, Hedsa got no better, and in the afternoon he seemed to be very poorly, so Nell suggested it might be wise to send for a doctor. Mrs. Delamere had been up to see the child once or twice during the morning. She had intended to go out that afternoon. This was very awkward. If the doctor came, she supposed she would have to stay at home. It seems making rather a fuss to send for a doctor for just a little cold in the head, she said. But still, if the boy is as poorly as you seem to think he is, perhaps the doctor had better come. So Dr. Colville was sent for. When he came, he found Hedsa on Nell's knee. Indeed, the child had been there all day long, and would not let her put him down. Mrs. Delamere brought the doctor up to the schoolroom. He looked at the child, and at once examined him to see if there was any rash. There was no rash to be seen, but to his experienced eye all the other symptoms of measles were evident. "Has the boy been anywhere near measles?" he asked. Mrs. Delamere had to confess to Mrs. Trelawney's letter. "I'm afraid there's little doubt that your boy is in for it too. The rash will be out tomorrow. It is a pity you didn't send for me earlier. It will be wise to keep your little girl away from him, though. I expect it will be too late. The mischief has already been done. Anyway, he must be isolated at once. Shall I get a nurse for you?" "Yes, if you will. That will be very good of you. This really is most tiresome." "Please do not let Sissy leave me, Dr. Colville. I must have Sissy. I won't have a nurse." "Yes, you must, my dear, and you will, so be a good boy about it," his mother said in rather an irritated voice, feeling just now what a great worry children were to her. "I will have Sissy. I won't have a nurse. Please, please don't let Sissy leave me. Sissy, darling," he howled. Nell looked at Dr. Colville.
"If you think I am competent, and Mrs. Delamere will allow me to do so, I am quite willing to nurse the child. Indeed, I should love to do so."
This was a very easy way out of the difficulty. Mrs. Delamere hated scenes, and she felt very sure that there was going to be a prolonged one with Hedsa if he didn't get his own way in this matter. "It's certainly very good of you, Miss Garton. What do you say, Dr. Colville?" "I must leave it in your hands to decide, Mrs. Delamere. Miss Garton, of course, runs the risk of infection, but as to her being competent, if she follows my directions, I am quite sure she'll prove herself competent for the post."
"Then may it be settled so?"
Nell asked. "Certainly, and Gordon can look after Muriel. I am much relieved." Hedsa's and Nell's rooms were soon stripped of everything which was not absolutely necessary, and in a very short time the hospital was ready for the patient, and Hedzer was comfortably tucked up in bed, with Nell ensconced as his nurse. "You cannot manage it entirely, Miss Garton. I think I will send a trained nurse for the night work, just for a week, till the worst is over," Dr. Colville said as he was leaving. "Measles require every care, and the little lad is pretty bad."
I can manage for tonight, I think. He will get more reconciled to the idea of a stranger if I talk to him about it first. Wait until tomorrow for the nurse.
"Very well, as you like," the doctor said, after giving her his last instructions. But alas, during the night, Muriel too showed evident symptoms of having caught the complaint, and in the morning the rash was well out on both the children. Muriel's bedroom was stripped, and instead of the pretty suite of rooms that had been there a short time ago, the 3 rooms now literally took on hospital wards. Dr. Colville came early in the morning, and when he found how matters were, he at once insisted on a nurse being engaged. Gordon was to do all the waiting outside the sick rooms, and Nell and the nurse between them were to look after the patients. Mrs. Delamere was so absolutely scared of the complaint that she quite agreed with everything being arranged, which would prevent her from running any further risks herself. Nell could only devoutly hope that in her nervousness Mrs. Delamere might not contract the measles too. She kept entirely away from the sick rooms, comforting herself with the fact that the children were in good hands, all was being done that could be done, and it would only be adding to the trouble already in the house if she needlessly ran into danger. She contented herself, therefore, with hearing reports on how the little patients were going on from Dr. Colville and Gordon. Mr. Delamere was not so easily satisfied with this form of isolation, though, and the doctor did say that it was wiser and safer for as few people as possible to go into the infected rooms. However, he often used to creep upstairs and listen outside the sick-room doors. No one knew of those journeys of his, but strange and mysterious parcels of grapes and jelly and new toys were found on the landing, and Nell guessed that they were placed there by Mr. Delamere. "The boy is seriously ill, Miss Garton, but the disease must run its course," the doctor said on the 3rd day, after Hedzer had sickened, when he came and saw how anxious Nell seemed. Hedzer was very ill, undoubtedly. He had been light-headed more or less all night. His poor little eyes were quite sightless, and Nell could tell by the doctor's manner that he was not altogether satisfied either with the way he was going on. The nurse was in Muriel's room.
Do you not think his father and mother ought to know? She quietly said.
Yes, I think they should certainly know that the child is worse. There is no denying the fact. Sissy, Hedzer called.
Yes, darling?
It's so dark. Do light a candle.
I will talk to you in the dark, darling. That will be best.
I do feel so ill, Sissy. I wonder if I am very ill.
You were rather poorly, dear boy,
Nell said with a choking voice.
But we hope you will soon be better.
She did love the child so dearly. She couldn't bear to even think that she might be losing him. If I get very ill, I suppose that means I'll die. I don't think I should be afraid to die, Sissy dear, for I do love Jesus. I wish I'd served him better. I wish you would sing, Christ, who once among us as a child did dwell to me. In the meantime, the doctor had gone downstairs to tell Mr. and Mrs. Delamere that their little boy was worse. Mr. Delamere did not wait for permission. He ran upstairs and softly entered the darkened room as the little boy was making his request. Nell was so glad to see him.
Here is your father, darling. Sit down here, Mr. Delamere,
she said, offering him a seat beside the child. Don't leave me, Sissy, the old cry. How tired and worn out she was getting. But Nell went round to the other side of the bed.
I'm here, my pet, and father too. Isn't that nice?
Mr. Delamere took the little burning, wasted hand. Should you be very sorry, father, if I don't get better? At length the little boy whispered. Mr. Delamere, with the possibility of such a prospect in view, knew now, as he had never known before, how very dear his little son was to him. You must get better, my boy. You mustn't talk like that. People don't always get better, father, when they're very ill. And I do feel very ill. I wish I'd never been naughty to you. Don't talk, darling. Just lie quiet, and hold father's hand. I'll lie quiet if you will sing, Sissy. This was not a time to ask permission or to make apologies. Nell knew the child must be pacified, so she softly sang over again, as she'd sung so many times before, a verse or two from Hedsa's favourite hymn.
Though we may not see him for a little while, we shall know he holds us soft and feel his smile.
Nell hesitated. She felt she could not finish the verse. Go on, Sissy, he whispered feebly. Nell's voice almost broke down now, but she bravely sang on.
Death won't be to slumber in that sweet embrace, and we shall awaken to behold his face.
I'm not afraid to die, father. Why should I be afraid? I shall soon see Jesus' face. Won't that be nice? Sissy made me love him. Do you love Jesus, father? Mrs. Delamere entered the room. The little blinded eyes didn't see her enter, but she had heard his question. She was glad the child had put it to his father and not to her. Even in her grief, she hoped he would not go on talking in this strain, or she didn't know what she could do. Nell got up from her chair and beckoned to Mrs. Delamere to take it.
Here is mother. Come to see you too, darling.
Mrs. Delamere took the other little hand, which was peeping just outside the bedclothes. Dear little Hedsa, she said. It does seem funny to be lying in bed holding yours and mother's hands, father. I never thought being ill was like this. Don't you leave me, Sissy. I wish I could see.
You are tired, darling. Try and go to sleep. I will go on singing.
So Nell continued softly singing, while Mr. and Mrs. Delamere quietly sat and held their little boy's hands. How altered he looked. How terribly high the fever was running. It was not long before he dozed off again.
He is asleep now.
Nell whispered.
Won't you go in and see Muriel?
Mrs. Delamere withdrew her hand gently, without rousing the little sleeper, and softly made her way into the other little patient's room. Muriel was lying quite still, with her eyes shut, for her eyes were troublesome too, through her attack, but it had not been as sharp as her brother's. The doctor was satisfied with the way she was going on. As she lay there and listened most intently for any sound to come from Hedsa's room, she knew he was very ill, and oh, she thought, if he should die, what would she do? Her mother came and sat beside her. The child asked her at once how little Hedsa was. He's very ill, darling. Yes, I know he is. Oh, mother, won't he get better? I know by Sissy's look he's very ill. Whatever shall I do if he doesn't get better? I can't live without Hedsa. Mrs. Delamere didn't know what to say to comfort the child. At last Muriel exclaimed, What day is it, mother? Isn't it Sunday? Yes. Why? Saturday is gone then. The day that we were going to tea with Mr. Thurston. We shall never go together to Mr. Thurston's now if Hedsa dies. I don't want to go without him. Oh, mother, she sobbed. Suddenly an idea seemed to enter the child's mind. Mother, she exclaimed. Yes, darling. Will you do something for me? Anything in the world that I can do, I will do, darling. What is it? Mother, Muriel hesitated. Well, Muie, darling, what is it? Tell me. Will you write at once and tell Mr. Thurston about Hedsa being so ill? In his church, sometimes they ask God to make people better who are ill. If all his congregation ask God to make Hedsa better, perhaps God might do so. Do ask him, mother, will you? It is Sunday, you see, so there'll be lots of people at church to ask him, and he's sure to hear them. You must be quick and do it at once, because today is so much the best day for it." The nurse came back into the room. She saw that Mrs. Delamere's visit had excited the little girl. "I think you'd better lie quietly for a bit now, dear," she said. "Yes, Muriel. Try to go to sleep. I'll come and see you again presently, darling," her mother gently said. "Promise me that you'll do that for me, mother. Promise," the child with eagerness cried. "Hush, darling. You'll disturb your brother." "Promise me then, mother," Muriel said, with a little of her old imperious tone of voice. "Yes, I promise, Muriel," Mrs. Delamere said as she left the room. She found her husband downstairs. "Oh, Agatha, Agatha," was all he could say. "We can't lose the boy. We must not. I cannot let him go." Mrs. Delamere, during those few minutes in her child's sick rooms, with the angel of death overshadowing one and not very far from the other, feeling herself almost an intruder at their bedsides, had also learnt what treasures were nearly being snatched from her grasp. Had she but valued them more? If they were to be spared to her, what a different mother she would be in the future. They were hers, her very own, and she had always looked upon them as a trouble and a care. No wonder that they were going to be taken from her, and yet, oh, if she could but pray for them. She knew nothing about prayer, however. She couldn't do that. No prayers of hers would be heard. "Mr. Thurston prays for people who are ill in his church." Muriel's words still rang in her ears, and she remembered her promise for her child. There was something which she could do. If she couldn't pray herself, she could ask others to pray for her and for her children. She went to her writing table and took out a sheet of notepaper. It didn't take her long to compose her letter. "Dear Mr. Thurston, you will be sorry to hear that my children are both very ill with measles. Hedzer, we fear, is—" She couldn't bring herself to even write the word dying. He mustn't die. No, she mustn't put that fatal word on paper. "He is very ill indeed," she put in the letter instead. "Will you ask your people to pray for him and Muriel in your church tonight? Yours sincerely, Agatha Delamere." She rang the bell and ordered that the note should be taken immediately to Mr. Thurston. He and his wife were at tea when it arrived. "Here is the explanation of the children's absence yesterday, Mary," Mr. Thurston said, as he read Mrs. Delamere's note to his wife. "Poor little darlings, I am sorry. I'm sure they must be very ill for Mrs. Delamere to have been driven to take such measures as to ask for the prayers of the congregation of our church on her children's behalf. I wonder whatever made her think of doing such a thing. Let us hope and pray it may be God's will that the children's lives may be spared. I'm so glad she's asked for this. It's not the first time that such prayers have been answered, is it? How we can sympathize with her and their father. Yes, indeed, those who've been through the fire know most about how it burns. And purifies too," Mr. Thurston added in a quiet voice. "Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. We set too much store, perhaps, on those two sweet children of ours, so God took them from us to himself, in order to make us set our hearts more keenly on the treasures above. It's been different, though, with Mr. and Mrs. Delamere and those children. I should say they've scarcely treasured them enough." There was not enough time to go round to Winston Square before the evening service. "I'll go round afterwards," he told his wife. "The prayers of the congregation are desired on behalf of Hedzer and Muriel Delamere, who are seriously ill," the vicar announced, when the prayer for all sorts and conditions of men came in the service. Dr. Colville was in church that night, as the children's names were announced. It almost made him start, he was so surprised. He'd been in and out of Winston Square all day long. He'd never thought that Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were the kind of people, though, to apply for this remedy for their children. The doctor's prayers were added to those of the rest of the congregation that night, that his little patients' lives might both be spared, and that he might have skill given to him to deal with the case. He went into the vestry after service. "Hedzer and Muriel Delamere are patients of mine, vicar," he said. It quite startled me to hear their names mentioned in church." "Why did it? Are they not very ill, then?" "Yes, alas, they are both very ill. Their illness is about at its height. The little girl will pull through all right, I trust, but I'm afraid we'll lose the little boy. He's as fine a little chap, too, as ever lived. He shall not go if I can do anything to save him. Dr. Stanton was called in this afternoon. He doesn't hold out much hope, though. Measles are a treacherous complaint. We doctors dislike measles as much as anything, and the boy has a bad form of it." "Are the parents very much upset?" "Yes, they're very anxious about their children indeed. This is a sad experience for them. We can sympathize with them. God grant that their children may yet be spared to them. They have a treasure in the governess. She's a splendid girl. I cannot think what they would have done without her. She seems a comfort to everybody. The children are absolutely devoted to her. My only fear is that she will break down, for the little boy will not let her leave him." "That is the young lady they call Sissy?" "Yes, she's a treasure. That's about all I can say about her." And Dr. Colville wished the vicar good night and made his way once again to Winston Square to watch again beside the little bedside. Mr. Delamere met him in the hall. "Anything fresh?" he inquired. "No. Miss Garton says the fear still runs as high as ever, and his breathing is quite as quick. Don't despair, Mr. Delamere. Where there's life, there's hope. We doctors know that well. I'll go up now and see if all is straight for the night. Remember, your children have been prayed for in church this evening." There was little apparent change at present, but the doctor gave a few further instructions for the night. On his account he ordered in another nurse, and when he saw Nell's own exhausted condition, he was more than glad that he'd done so. "You must get some rest tonight, Miss Garton. I absolutely insist on it," he said as he looked at her. She was completely worn out. The strain of this day's anxiety had told upon her terribly. "If you break down, what shall we do? Mr. Delamere is going to stay beside the boy tonight with the nurse, and I insist on you going to bed. Those are my orders. After a good night's rest, you'll feel a different person and be once more fit for your duties. Will you promise me that you'll do as I tell you?"
"I will if I must. But suppose little Hedzer wants me?"
Nell asked in a quivering voice. "You will be within call if he does. It seems to me his breathing is, if anything, not quite so quick, though of course the temperature is still very high. He may possibly sleep. I hope he will. I've given him a soothing mixture. If he does not sleep, and he really frets for you, then I'll give the nurse permission to call you. Will that satisfy you?" Nell was very reluctant to do so, but she gave way and went to bed, leaving Mr. Delamere beside the little sick boy and the nurse in charge. She just ran in to look at Muriel, and was more than thankful to see her looking better and sleeping peacefully. Before she got to bed, she scribbled off a short letter home to have it posted in the morning. But there were no texts to send this week, and the remembrance of those dear, loving little fingers that had chalked text for so many happy Sundays, now lying useless, came into her mind, and she fell on her knees sobbing.
"O Heavenly Father, do spare the dear children, my precious little Hedzer and Muriel, if it is thy will."
She prayed, and still sobbing, partly from grief and partly from exhaustion, she laid her tired head upon her pillow, and utterly worn out, she fell asleep. Mr. Delamere spent the night watching beside his little boy. There was not much for the nurse to do, for the soothing draught had taken effect, and he slept peacefully for some hours without stirring. At length, about 4 o'clock, he opened his eyes, and as usual, the first word on his lips was Sissy. "Where are you, Sissy?" he asked. "I want you." The nurse stooped over him with some nourishment. "Take this nice jelly, dear," she said. "You're not Sissy. I only take things from Sissy. I don't want you. I can't see who you are, but I know you're not Sissy. I can't take my jelly from anybody but Sissy," he said in a fretful voice, and he began to get excited. "Sissy is resting, my darling," Mr. Delamere said, as he almost unconsciously called the children's governess by the now familiar name. "She will get up if you want her to, but she's so tired." "I do want her to. Of course I do," he said in his old commanding way. And then somehow the recollection of all that Nell had done for him seemed to make him feel how selfish he was. Besides, had he not got his father with him? It was rather unkind to treat his father like this. "I'll take my jelly from you, father, if you like," he said. "Do you think it will please Sissy?" "Yes, my boy, I'm sure it will." "And will it please Jesus?" What did Mr. Delamere know about that? But he must pacify the child. "I'm sure it will," he said. This contented Hedzer. He took the jelly, and after feeling his father's hand, he once more fell asleep. Now and again he laughed in his sleep, as if his dreams were happy ones, and Mr. Delamere, as he sat beside him, caught 2 or 3 mumbled sentences. "Muriel, come along, quick. The gate is wide open. Jesus says we may both come in," he called. "Look, Muey, the streets are all made of gold. Sissy said they would be. Isn't it lovely? Won't she think it's beautiful when she comes?" he said again. Mr. Delamere had a vague idea that the child must be dreaming of heaven. "What a pity father and mother are not here too, Muey. I wish they would come. Wouldn't they like it? Isn't it a pity?" So the child murmured on, and he wished Hedzer would wake up, yet he knew he must not disturb him. At last he turned over and opened his little blinded eye. "I cannot see you, father, but I'm awake. I'm glad you're still here. What time is it? Has Sissy come back?" "Yes, I'm still here, darling. The night is nearly over, and Sissy will not be long now." "I've had such a lovely dream, father. I dreamed that Muey and I were in heaven. It was just like what Sissy had read to us out of the Revelation it would be like, and Muey and I were running up and down the golden streets, and we'd seen Jesus, father. Oh, he did look so lovely, and he was so kind to us, just as Sissy said he will be, and we were so happy there, till we suddenly remembered you and mother were not there. Then I woke. I do wish I'd not, for it was such a nice dream till then. You and mother not being there, that made me wake." Those last few words of Hedzer came into his father's mind many time afterwards. Was it for this that a place might be prepared in the heavenly mansions for them too, that the child's life was spared, that through him and his little sister their parents might learn the way to heaven and join with them in the pleasures of the golden city? "I'm sure it must have been a very nice dream, darling," his father said at length. "Yes, that it was. I wish you could have dreamed my dream, father, except the piece about you not being there." It was getting daylight now. Mr. Delamere went to the window, and through a crack in the drawn-down blind he looked out at the beautiful sunrise. As he stood watching it, thinking of his little boy's dream, he could almost imagine that he was standing looking at heaven's golden gate, and he was outside. He looked across at his apparently dying boy. How peaceful he looked. He seemed to have no fear of death. He wondered how he should feel in his place if he thought he was near to death himself. But Hedzer did not die. When Nell came into his room the next morning, about 7 o'clock, she noticed at once there was a slight improvement in him, which the thermometer only proved. As to her joy, she found his temperature was a trifle lower, as his breathing was not quite so quick. Dr. Colville's prescription for her had been a good one, and everything looked brighter. He was round early, and he confirmed her opinion that Hedzer, instead of being worse, was certainly a little better. The good news cheered Muriel. Indeed, the news of ever such a slight improvement after the fear of the day before seemed like a big cloud lifted from the whole household, and was an intense relief to everybody. Mrs. Delamere was quite overcome when Dr. Colville gave her his report. He could not exactly say, "Yesterday at the time of the evening service, when your little boy was prayed for at your parish church, the fever left him." But he had noticed from his last evening the change for the better in his little patient. "More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of, Mrs. Delamere," were the words which fell from his lips almost without thinking, when Mrs. Delamere said to him, "Well, doctor, If you succeed in pulling our boy through, we shall owe you an extreme debt of gratitude for what you've done." The recollection of the prayer in church came into his mind, and he wondered what debt of gratitude Mrs. Delamere would feel she owed towards the earnest congregation in Mr. Thurston's church, who had prayed so fervently for her child, and to the Heavenly Father who was watching over all. It was not to him that she would owe the greatest debt anyway. He would do his best, but he was but human. Prayers were divine. Headser's case had been put into a more skilful physician's hands than his, and he was glad of it. Chapter 13. A Pleasant Prescription. Headser's convalescence was very long, and from day to day very little improvement was perceptible. It was only by looking back from week to week that one could tell that he was getting slowly, but surely, better and stronger. Muriel, by this time, was fairly well again, and was most devoted to her little brother, who, like other invalids, found the process of getting well very trying and very tedious. It was now the middle of June. Dr. Colville had been paying his usual visit. "I tell you what it is, Mr. Delamere. A change of air would do more good for that young man upstairs than all the bottles of medicine in my surgery put together. If I were you, I should get the children to the seaside as soon as possible. You want to leave them strong and well before you go abroad. Take my advice and get them away at once," he said. "Where shall we go?" "I don't think at this time of year it matters much. Margate, Folkestone, Dover, Deal. They're all bracing places and would suit the children. Take them to whichever place you like the best." Mr. Delamere thought that, as it mattered so little, it would perhaps be best to consult the children. So he went to the schoolroom carrying the doctor's new prescription, and told them what he had prescribed. "Now, which place shall it be?" he asked. "You shall decide, Master Invalid, as you're the chief promoter of the change." "I think Sissy had better choose, please, Daddy." "All right, Sissy. You shall choose," Mr. Delamere said. Somehow, since that night when he'd first called Nell Sissy by the little boy's bedside, he had never gone back to calling her by the more dignified title of Miss Garton again.
"I am sure I do not know which place to choose. Let us draw for it. Headser, you shall draw, dear."
And so saying, she made 4 little slips of paper on which she wrote the names of the 4 places: Dover, Deal, Margate, and Folkestone. The paper which Headser drew had written upon it, Dover.
"I think we shall like Dover very much. It is such an old town. I should not be surprised if we find that there are secret passages there."
"There's a castle at Dover anyway," Mr. Delamere said, "and any amount of ships and sailors and soldiers too. You'll like that, won't you?" "Yes, indeed. Hurrah! How soon are we to go, Father?" "Dr. Colville said that the sooner the better. So I mean to go down to Dover tomorrow, first thing in the morning, to find the nicest rooms I can for us to go to." "Are you coming as well, Father?" "Yes, of course your mother and I are coming as well. As if we should let you 2 monkeys go off without us. We do not mean to leave you now until we're obliged." How times had changed. The children's illness had indeed been sent for a good and wise purpose, which Nell did not fail to see. The awful prospect of losing the children had made their parents find out how very dear the children were to them. There are very few children who do not return love. Headser and Muriel were of such an affectionate disposition that there was now no stint in their return of love to their parents for that shown to them. "Oh, it will be jolly for all of us to be together. We've never gone away with you and Mother before, have we?" Headser said. Just at that moment there was a familiar knock at the schoolroom door. "There is Friend!" Muriel exclaimed, and she ran to open the door. Mr. and Mrs. Thurston were constant visitors at Winston Square now. All the old ceremony had been broken down in those days of dread suspense. What a comfort and help Mr. Thurston had proved himself to be to all of them then. Mrs. Delamere could never forget those terrible days. Her old acquaintances had then seemed only to irritate her with their sympathies, and their attentions only grated upon her feelings, and she wished them away from her. But Mr. Thurston's visits had been so different. He had helped her to bear her sorrow bravely. His words had comforted her. She found out then, through him, that after all, in sorrow and in dying, it is religion only which can satisfy at such times. Mr. Delamere had also found out then what a real messenger of comfort the vicar was to him. His past life of fashion and pleasure and selfishness seemed in the presence of death so hollow and unsatisfactory. "We both knew it was your rap," Hedzer said, as Mr. Thurston entered the schoolroom. "Where is Mrs. Thurston?"
"That is more than I can tell you, young man. I came out alone this afternoon. I happened to meet the doctor, and he told me the news, that he thought you'd all be taking your flight almost directly. I came to know whether that's really true." "Yes, it is quite true. We're going to Dover. We are so excited about it. And what do you think? Father and Mother are coming as well."
"All I can say is you're very lucky children indeed. I only wish I was going too. When do you expect to go off, Mr. Delamere?"
"We hope to go on Monday. Today is Wednesday, and I'm going down to Dover tomorrow to get rooms, and we shall try to get away on Monday."
After a little conversation, Mr. Delamere went downstairs, and Sissy went to her room. When Mr. Thurston paid a visit to the schoolroom, it was always an understood thing that he came to specially call on the children. Hedzer and Muriel had something which they particularly wished to say to him today.
"We wanted to see you quite alone, very much," Hedzer said, when Sissy had closed the door behind her.
"Yes," said Muriel, in a very solemn voice. "We have been reading the prayer book."
"Oh, indeed. I'm glad to hear it. The prayer book's an excellent book to read. What have you been reading in it?"
"We see that amongst the thanksgivings, in the red print part of the general thanksgiving, it says that when any have been prayed for wish to return praise, there's a special piece to be read. We were looking about in the prayer book to see what happened when we were ill and were prayed for. That's how we found this out. And now we want to tell you that we would like this special piece of praise said for us, as we're all right again now. Do you think you could oblige us by reading it for us yourself? The people were kind enough to ask God to make us better in church when we were ill. We should now like to thank God very much in church for doing so, if we may, and if it won't be troubling you and the people too much." "Have you spoken to your father and mother about this?"
"No."
"Have you spoken to Miss Garton?"
"No.
It's just our private secret with you, like that letter was a secret. We thought we'd like to speak to you about it first, before we spoke to anyone else."
"I think you better tell your father and mother that you wish to do this. Perhaps they'd like to come to church with you, to thank God too."
Mr. Thurston, thinking of Mrs. Delamere's distracted letter, asking for the people's prayers when trouble was so close at hand, wondered if she would be ready, now that the trouble was averted, to offer her praise and thanks with those of her children. "We will tell them about it tonight," Hedzer said, "and then, if they agree to doing it, we'll all come on Sunday morning and do it." Mr. Thurston smiled at the earnest child, and laid his hand on his curly head, saying, "God bless you, my boy. He loves to see a thankful spirit." So the matter was settled, and Mr. Thurston left the schoolroom, wishing that more people remembered to thank God for benefits received, as well as ask him for mercies to be given. "I wonder what Father and Mother will say to it," Hedzer remarked when Mr. Thurston had gone, and he and Muriel were alone. "Can't say." "When we are going to tell them about it, shall we send for them now?" "When they come here just before dinner time. That will be best, I think." "Yes, that will be best, perhaps. Will you tell them, or shall I, Muriel?" "You can do it if you like." "I think you had better do it. Girls are always better at that kind of thing than boys." "Very well." And by the by, when Mr. and Mrs. Delamere came up to the schoolroom to say good night, she rather nervously began her task. "We have been talking to Mr. Thurston about next Sunday, Father," Muriel hesitatingly remarked. "What about next Sunday, little girl?" "Hedzer and I think that we would like to return praise then," she said.
having learnt off the prayer book expression quite correctly. "Whatever do you mean, Muriel?" "What are you talking about?" her mother asked. "We want to offer up our praises and thanksgivings for thy late mercies vouchsafed unto us," Hedzer chimed in, seeing his sister's nervousness and wishing to come to her assistance. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere looked at each other. They couldn't help smiling as they listened to Hedzer's explanation of Muriel's remark. "Where on earth have you got all that from?" his father inquired. "What have you been reading?" "It came out of the prayer book, of course. It comes in the general thanksgiving, which comes after the prayer in which we were prayed for when we were so ill. Muriel and I think that as the prayer book has got a prayer for thanking God for making us better, as well as one for asking him to do so, it would be rather ungrateful of us to go away to Dover without thanking him in church for having done so before we go. That's the reason why we want to do it. Can we, Father? Mr. Thurston said we could if you didn't mind. And we both want to do it very much." "Yes, you can do it if you wish, I suppose," their father said. "You're strange little things, but I think you're right." That evening, when he and Mrs. Delamere were alone in the drawing-room, he said to his wife, "Those children of ours, they've taught us a lesson tonight, Agatha. We ought to offer our thanksgivings too, I'm sure, if anyone ought to. What do you say to all of us going to church together on Sunday morning?" Mrs. Delamere did not look up, but she said very quietly, "I think I should like that very much, Gerald." "Then so, yes, we will, my dear. It's been a case of the children leading us instead of us leading the children in the right way this time. But never mind, it's better so than not at all, and all of us together owe our leading toward the right way to that dear girl Sissy. What do we not owe to her?" Nell never came down to dinner now. Though the children were so much better, she still preferred to stay upstairs with them until they were asleep. But when they were asleep, she generally found her way down to the drawing-room, where she was always welcomed. Illness and trouble have a wonderful way of breaking down barriers which years of fair-weather times never overcome, and so it had been in this case. Nell had proved herself a friend as well as a governess, and the old position of governess only could never be resumed. For 6 months now she'd been in London. It seemed in some ways like 6 years to her. She had very much to be thankful for, and she was very happy. Although she still saw certain traits in Mrs. Delamere's character which she did not altogether admire, she was very fond of her now. Mrs. Delamere had been very good to her in many ways. £3 6 and 8 was still the amount for the monthly cheque, but this had been augmented by very many little gifts. Nothing was said, however, about any holidays. Nell wondered sometimes when they would be thought of. Although she was quite happy, yet the feelings of homesickness did sometimes come over her, and made her long for home. She did her best to overcome these feelings, however, and made up her mind that she should be content to wait. For after all, 6 months was not really a very long time for her to have been away, and perhaps she ought not to expect a holiday so soon. Mr. Delamere went to Dover the next day, and came back very excited at having secured a delightful suite of rooms facing the sea, and they were to go to them on Monday. The children were most excited. Dr. Colville's prescription seemed already, in its anticipation, to be having a good effect. He came on Saturday to take leave of his little patients. "Let the children be out of doors all day long, Miss Garton, enjoying themselves as much as they can," he said. "The more fresh air they get, the better they'll be. No lessons, all play, mind. And then, if you obey me, I shall expect to see you come back to London looking like, well, what shall we say? Like 2 rosy apples," Hedzer said. "Yes, like 2 rosy apples. Big, bonny, red, rosy ones. I shall quite miss you all. You've kept me busy so long." "Shall you miss Sissy as well as us?" Hedzer innocently inquired. Nell could not help blushing at the child's remark, and Dr. Colville, as he looked up at her and smiled, felt that he certainly should miss her too. He noticed how pale she had grown, and how that pretty blush improved her beauty. He began to wonder if he should not miss her even more than her pupils. Coming in and out of Winston Square so constantly, as he had done for more than 2 months now, he had got to know Nell very well. And yes, Hedzer was right in his surmise. He would miss her. He knew he would. Of course I'll miss Miss Garton, Hedzer. You're quite right in thinking I shall do so, at length he said. And she must come back looking like a rosy apple too, mind. You look as though you need a change nearly as much as the children, he said, turning to Nell.
I'm quite well, thank you,
Nell said. Goodbye, children. Goodbye, Miss Garton. You're to come back looking like 3 rosy apples, don't forget. And somehow, as he shook hands with Nell, she thought she noticed a pressure of his hand, which she'd never felt before, as he said goodbye to her, and she didn't altogether mind it. Goodbye, children, again he said, as he was going out of the schoolroom door. Do you ever go to church in the morning, Dr. Colville? Muriel asked. No, not often, only when I'm not very busy. Are you going to be very busy tomorrow? Why? Well, we're all going to church tomorrow morning. Father and Mother and all of us, and Hedzer and I are going to return praise. Are you? How nice. I'll be there too if I possibly can. Goodbye. As the doctor went downstairs, he made up his mind he would be at church the next morning, at all costs. I have to offer praise too, he said to himself, for I was one of those who prayed for the children and for skill for myself. That boy's life was given back in answer to prayer, of that I'm quite sure, and in gratitude for it I'll go and offer up my thanksgivings with the rest of the congregation. It was indeed a happy Sunday. The church was crowded as usual, but Mrs. Thurston had kept seats in her pew for the little invalid boy and his friends. Hedzer still looked far from strong, and Muriel wore signs of having lately been through an illness, for her little cheeks were very pale. Hedzer held his father's hand, and Muriel kept by her mother's side as they walked up the wide aisle, while Nell walked by herself behind them to a pew where Mrs. Thurston was sitting. Dr. Colville was already in his seat, and he couldn't help noticing the sweet expression on Nell's face that morning, and saw that tears, which he knew were tears of joy and thanksgiving, were very near the surface. Man though he was, and a doctor too, used to sights of pain and sorrow and suffering, when Mr. Thurston rose at his prayer desk and in a loud voice read, Hedzer and Muriel Delamere desire to return praise. His eyes too filled with tears, for he knew how truly these 2 little members of Mr. Thurston's congregation were joining together in their praises that morning. Almighty God, Father of all mercies, the vicar read, for he wouldn't let the curate take this part of the service for him. We, thine unworthy servants, do give thy most humble and hearty thanks for all thy goodness and loving kindness for us and to all men. And the congregation's voices joined in loud accord. Dr. Colville's eyes again fell on the kneeling forms of Nell and the children, particularly to those who desire now to offer up their praises and thanksgivings for thy late mercies vouchsafed unto them. Hedzer at this point squeezed his father's hand, and Muriel squeezed her mother's. No one held Nell's hand. She preferred to have it as it was. She simply poured out her own thanksgivings too, into her heavenly Father's ear, for having so wonderfully drawn these children and their parents to himself. Nell's religion had not repelled, but it had attracted them all to the same Father and friend whom she loved so well. The general thanksgiving was finished, and so the children's public offering of praise was over. When the service was over, Mr. Thurston hurried from the vestry to see Mr. and Mrs. Delamere before they left the church. He lifted Hedzer into the carriage himself. This is really goodbye, my boy, he said, until you come back again. How glad I shall be when that time comes. Goodbye, Mr. Thurston. We shall miss you awfully. Oh, it has been so nice thanking God together in church. Hasn't it, Father? We all gave each other squeezes when our parts came. Father and Mother and Muey and all. Well, we all held each other's hands, just to show that we were doing it together, you know. I understand, Mr. Thurston said. I hope it will not have been too much for Hedzer, Mr. Delamere. No, I don't think so. Thank you so much for all you've been to us. We may have our tea party when we come back, Mr. Thurston, may we not? Muriel said, as she wished the vicar good-bye. Yes, indeed you may, and Miss Garton must come too. Yes, of course, and may Dr. Colville come as well? Hedzer said, as he saw the doctor coming up to the carriage. Oh yes, if you like, the vicar answered. An invitation to a tea party is being asked of you, Doctor, he said as the doctor joined them.
I think I should prefer to walk home, Mrs. Delamere,
Nell had said when they came out of the church.
The carriage is rather crowded for you, if I drive as well. I shall be home nearly as soon as you are.
So she'd hurried on and was gone before Dr. Colville joined the party. Are you wondering where Sissy is? Hedzer inquired as he noticed the doctor looking round. You said you'd miss her last night. I suppose you're missing her now. She's walking home. Dr. Colville laughed. I told you I'd miss you all, young man, he said. But the doctor's words, unnoticed by the others, fell on Mr. Thurston's ears with some meaning. There's many a true word spoken in jest, he said to his wife, as he repeated Hedzer's innocent remark to her. I should not be very much surprised if Miss Garton's attractions have not touched the good doctor's heart. Her simple, unaffected, pleasant manners, well, that's her charm. It's such a contrast to the manners and ways of so many of the society girls of today, whom Dr. Colville of necessity is always meeting. He has been proof against their charms for so long now that one has thought of him as being a settled old bachelor. But he's only waiting his time till the right mate comes along, probably. And who can tell whether Miss Garton may not be that one? You are becoming a regular matchmaker, Edward. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I don't see why that's the case. Miss Garton is a girl in 1,000, and I'm sure the dear doctor is another treasure as rare. By the by, I forgot to tell you that I find Miss Garton is the daughter of an old college chum of mine. We were at Oxford together, at Worcester College. He's now a clergyman in the north of England. I must look him up in Crockford to see what kind of position he got. I haven't heard of him since we left college. How did you find this out? Oh, the children. They were talking about some poor people in Miss Garton's father's parish, and I began to question her about her father, and I found out he was the man I once knew. How small the world is after all. What was Mr. Garton like when you knew him? Well, he was very studious and a clever fellow, and very quiet and unobtrusive in his manner. He was not well off, I remember, but he was a perfect gentleman and thoroughly good. He got me out of a bad scrape once when I was at Oxford. Indeed, if I speak the truth, Garton saved me from what might have been a lifelong disgrace in my youthful days. I lost sight of him completely, though, after he was ordained, and I'm afraid it's been a case of out of sight, out of mind. Mr. Thurston went to his study and took down his Crockford from the bookshelves. Garton, Norton. Yes, this is the man, and the place. Population 800. Income £120. Poor fellow. And he's been there since 1884. 20 years. No wonder his daughter had to go out as a governess. He is evidently the happy possessor of a starvation living. You have been more fortunate than he has, Edward, Mrs. Thurston said. Yes, I had a friend to help me, you see, in Mr. Trevor. Evidently poor Garton has not been so fortunate, and he has a family too. I think Miss Garton told me there were 4 of them, and the only boy is a cripple. I shall make myself known to him, and if I've got any chance of getting him preferment, I will. It seems to me that if you do that, it will be a case of the butler remembering Joseph in his prison house again. I'm sure you ought to do what you can for Mr. Garton now, as he did so much for you in days gone by. Yes, and so I will. But I don't think for what I remember of him he'd like to be compared to Joseph in the prison house. Though he was poor, he was very proud, and a man that did not appreciate patronage. I expect I'll have to be careful how I go to work. Chapter 14.
Dover days.
It is a month today since we came, Hedza. Hasn't the time gone quickly?
Hasn't it? I have enjoyed every day of it. I think Dover is just one of the nicest places anyone could wish to visit. There are such heaps of interesting things to see and places to go in the dear old town, besides the castle and the harbour and the heights. What shall we do today? What fresh place can we go to? Hedza and Nell were thus discussing their programme for the day's pleasure when Mrs. Delamere came in and they began breakfast. Hedza had indeed found his roses. In fact, they'd all done so. The children were as brown as gypsies, and Nell also looked the picture of health. I did mean to keep my promise and take you up to the top of the keep today, children, Mr. Delamere said. But your mother has had a letter from some friends at Folkestone, and we're asked to go over there to lunch with them, so I'm afraid we'll have to reserve our visit to the keep for another day. What can you do with yourselves instead? Where can you take them, Sissy?
How should you like to go up for a day in the country?
Nell said, as she got up and found the Dover guidebook, which she had already often studied since they'd been staying in Dover.
There is an old ruin mentioned here. Should you like to go and see it? It is called St. Radigan's Abbey.
How far is it, Sissy?
Listen to what the guidebook says. This old ruin stands at the top of a high hill overlooking the beautiful Alcombe Valley. It is about 3 miles distant from Dover, but hardly 1.5 miles from Kernsney Station. It has always been a spot of great interest to visitors, and it is a delightful place for picnic parties.
That all sounds very nice. Take them there by all means, Sissy. May we take our lunch and have a picnic? Muriel asked in a pleading voice.
What do you think, Mrs. Delamere?
I think that should be very nice for them. Old ruins are generally pretty and always interesting. Get back in time for tea. We shall return about 4. Mr. Delamere looked up the trains and found out there was one starting for Kernsney at 10.
If we go by that train, we must be quick,
Nell said, as she proceeded to cut a large pile of sandwiches for them to take with them. That certainly doesn't look like invalid fare, Mrs. Delamere said when Nell had finished them. And it's not fair for invalids either, Hedza said as he surveyed himself in the looking-glass. I do believe Dr. Colville wouldn't know us now. You certainly do Dover Air credit, his father said. You all look so well. They were soon ready and reached the station in plenty of time for the 10 o'clock train. It was only a very short ride in the train before they reached Kernsney Station, where they found themselves in the midst of the most delightful country imaginable. An old man was sitting by the wayside breaking stones just outside the station. Nell went up to him and asked him if he could tell her the way to St. Radigan's Abbey. Yes, missy. I think as how I ought to be able to direct you there, seeing as how I live in them there parts for sure. There be's a short way, and there be's a long one. It all depends on what you have a mind to take, as the way that I directs you.
How much difference is there in the distance?
Well, let me see now. I should say as there should be a difference for a good 3 miles twixt one and the other. But if you and the little uns are ones as like the scenery, and don't object to a walk, I should advise you to go by the long way. It's grand country, and the air will be fine. The short way is just up that lane yonder, and he pointed with his thumb to a long, narrow lane close by. That lane runs straight up to the Abbey, as straight as it can go, with no turnings either side. The other way is over there, up that hill yonder, that perpendicular one there. You have to climb up that hill, and then when you gets to the top, there be's a minus, Yule Minus, so they calls it. You've heard tales of Yule Minus for sure. Take my word for it, missy. It will well repay you for your climb when you gets there, for there's a fine view of all the country for miles around. Bless me, when I had legs as young as yours, I knows which way I'd have chose, that I do. But it's different nowadays. I've got the rheumatism now, in all my joints, and I have to take my way home by the shortest road, and thankful I am when I gets there. Hedza and Muriel began to wonder when the old man was going to stop talking. He seemed to be wound up to go on until further orders.
We will take your advice and climb the hill, I think. We are very much obliged to you.
And she put 6pence
into the old man's hand. "Thank you kindly. I didn't expect that for telling you the way to take, but sixpence will come in useful for me in many ways. Keep straight forward when you come to the top of yonder hill, until you comes to the other side of the Minnis, then you'd better arse your way again." The absolute freedom of the country, which gave to the children almost more pleasure than the sea and the harbour and the castle had done, was wonderful. Used to the crowded streets of London, this space and beauty everywhere appealed to them in a way which country children, who have known it all their lives, could never understand. It was certainly a climb, as the old stonebreaker had said it would be, to get to the Minnis, but once there it did indeed repay them for all their trouble. They met nobody. How natural it seemed to Nell. It was just a taste of her old home life again. She felt so free and happy. The weather was getting warm, but they didn't mind that. This was indeed enjoyment to these London children. They made their way slowly across the Minnis, which they found was a distance of nearly 2 miles, until at length they reached the other side. They were beginning to feel decidedly hungry by this time. "I do wish we were at the ruins," Hedza said.
Why?
"Because I do want my lunch so dreadfully badly." "So do I," Muriel chimed in.
And so do I. Let us be naughty, children, and have it now before we get to the ruins, shall we? This is a very nice place for a picnic, I'm sure.
And suiting the action to the word, she sat herself under a hedge and began unpacking the luncheon basket. The valley of Alcombe lay before them, with its little trickling stream winding in and out along the side of the road, and then on the opposite side rose another hill. It was all so peaceful and so beautiful. The only living creatures to be seen anywhere were the cows and the sheep dotted on the hillsides. The sandwiches soon disappeared, and the bananas, and the cake. Nell folded up the last piece of paper.
There it is, all gone,
she sadly said.
Don't you wish we had not done it?
"Oh dear," Hedza said, taking out his watch and examining the time. "It's only just 12 o'clock. We'll be hungry again when we get to the ruins. What a pity our lunch is gone."
It is too late to cry about it now, darling. The mischief is done and the lunch is gone. But I've got an idea in my head, ever such a nice one. Shall I tell you what it is?
"Yes, please do."
If such an unlikely thing happens, as we should feel hungry again when we get to the ruins, we will find out a cottage where there is some nice clean old woman, and we will ask her to make us some tea.
"How spiffing. Of course we'll feel hungry, won't we, Mewey?" Hedza said. "Yes, rather. That will be much more fun than eating our lunch at the ruins. I'm very glad now we've eaten it." "You always think of something nice for us, Sissy. I never knew anyone as nice as you are. You are a dear," Muriel said, as she looked up at her governess with a very loving little gaze.
We really must start off again now, or we shall never get to the ruins at all. Let me see. We were to ask the way when we got here. Of whom, I wonder, the cows or the sheep? Which shall it be?
They looked about, and in the distance they spied a chimney, peeping through the branches of a tree.
Let us make our way to that chimney and inquire there. There is generally a house where there is a chimney.
Which they found to be the case also this time. It was a little thatched cottage with an old woman with a red handkerchief tied over her head, who was standing at her gate, leaning on her stick.
Can you tell us the way to St. Radigan's Abbey?
"Can't hear what you say, my dear. I'm rather hard of hearing. You must shout a little louder." Nell shouted her inquiry this time, but still the old woman could not hear. "Scream in her ear," Hedza said, which Nell once more tried to do, this time with greater success. "The way to St. Radigan's Abbey, do you say, missy?"
Yes.
Nell nodded. "It be a goodish step from here, lassie. But there, you and the little uns is but young, so maybe you won't count it's as much. It be down this hill, and across the bridge at the bottom, and up the hill as stands opposite. There's a path to go all the way, so you can't mistake yourselves, and then when you get to the top of yonder hill, you'll see the ruins afore you, but there'll be a down, and there'll be an up, afore you gets there." Hedza and Muriel were both smiling now at the way the old woman was giving her directions.
Thank you very much.
Nell screamed in the old woman's ear.
I think we can find our way now nicely.
There be a down and an up, sissy, so don't forget that afore we gets there, Hedzer said, when they'd started on their way. The down and the up proved to be almost the prettiest part of the whole walk, for it was mostly along a winding path through woods which led them through the down until at length they reached the bottom, where they crossed the bridge, and then through a winding path up the other side. In due time they came to the top of the up, and there before them, all covered with ivy, they saw the old ruins. The children were delighted. Although Nell knew very little about the history of St. Radigan's Abbey, she knew that at one time it must have been a monastery. So after they had wandered in and out amongst the ruins for a little while, they all sat down and rested on an old ruined piece of wall, while she romanced to the children about what might have taken place there. Nell was in the middle of telling them a most thrilling story when she heard a voice on the other side of the wall which sounded familiar to her. It was certainly a voice that she had heard before, and looking up she saw a gentleman helping a young lady over another piece of the ruined wall close to them. "You must take care where you step," he said, "for the wall is in a very crumbling condition." He had hardly spoken when the lady's foot slipped, and she fell almost at Nell's feet. Nell sprang up to help her, for on trying to get up, she found that she couldn't do so. "I believe I've sprained my ankle. What a bother! I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Rayland. Do go and fetch my sister." Nell looked again at the lady's companion. Yes, of course it was. It was Gwenny Rayland's cousin. What a strange place in which to meet him again. He stared at her, but couldn't remember where he'd seen her before. "Will you, be kind enough to stay with Miss Langholm while I go and get help?" he said, and he raised his hat. As he looked more closely at Nell, he said, I beg your pardon, but I'm sure I've met you before."
I am Miss Garton, a friend of your cousin, Gwenny Rayland. Yes, I will certainly stay with this lady.
Miss Langholm looked up uneasily. This was most awkward. Not only was a sprained ankle a very unwelcome and unpleasant thing just now, but this very pretty girl, whoever she was not very desirable either, under the circumstances. "Pray do not trouble yourself, thank you," she said. "I would rather not detain you."
Let me just loosen your shoe. It will be more painful to get it off the longer you keep it on.
And she knelt down and gently undid the shoe. Then she turned to Muriel and said,
Run quickly to that cottage and get some water.
Hedzer and Muriel needed no second bidding, for they felt very sorry for the lady. "It is awkward. The others had gone into the wood. I only wish I'd gone there too, but my friend Mr. Rayland and I thought we'd first come and examine the ruins, and then this happened. I do feel mad with myself. I shall always hate ruins in future. But I say, this is horrid pain." Muriel was back again with the water before there was any sign of Mr. Rayland returning. Miss Langholm's ankle in the meantime was swelling frightfully.
May I bandage your ankle for you? Cold water is a splendid thing for your sprain, until you can get a better remedy.
And she pulled off the girl's stocking and proceeded to bandage her ankle in the most approved style that would have done credit to even a trained nurse. Ronald Rayland, in the meantime, was looking for his companion's sister. What on earth Miss Langholm wanted to go climbing on those ruins for, I can't think," he said to himself. "I am sorry for her accident, but I'm not sorry to be clear of her. It was lucky Gwenny's friend was there to leave her with, or what should I have done? Of all the uninteresting, insipid, silly girls it's been my misfortune to make, I think she surpasses every one of them. How very strange it is that I should meet Miss Garton up there. I hope she'll stay with Miss Langholm until I get back with her sister. She is a pretty girl indeed. I thought her pretty when I saw her before, but she's prettier now." In the midst of some such thoughts as these, Mr. Rayland came across the lady he was looking for. "I'm glad I found you," he said. "Your sister has had a slight accident and has hurt her foot, I'm afraid. She wants you to come to her." "Oh, how unfortunate. Have you left dear Constance alone? What shall we do for her? What has happened?" "She is not alone. She has a lady with her," he coldly answered. "Strangely enough, I met an old friend of mine in the ruins, and I've left your sister in her charge." "Oh, indeed.
How came she to be at the ruins? She'd gone there for the same reason as we had, I think, to see what there was to be seen, and by chance we came together. She was as surprised as I was, but I'm very glad to find someone who I could have left your sister with. Poor dear Constance, how very tiresome. I do hope she's not suffering much. I cannot tell you. I came to look for you at once. They had reached the ruins now, and poor dear Constance's sister knelt down beside her and poured out her sympathy, while Nell, seeing her services were no longer required, walked away with the children. Ronald followed them. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Garton," he said. "And such a surprise. May I ask how you happen to be here? I thought you were at Norton." "We came here for a picnic," Hetzer said, not waiting for Nell to reply herself. "But we ate all our lunch before we got here, because we were so hungry. We have not finished our picnic yet, though, for we're going to ask the old woman at that cottage over there to make us some tea. You may come and have tea with us if you like, for if you're Sis's friend, I'm sure we would like you. Don't ask those other people, though. We only want you." "Ha! I won't ask those other people, little man. It's very kind of you to invite me. I only wish I could come with you, but I'm afraid I can't, for I'm the other people's guest, you see. I'll walk with you, though, as far as the cottage. What fun it would have been to come there to have tea with you. I should enjoy it ever so much more than the correct picnic which we're having, with tablecloths and knives and forks and everything just like you have it at home. And now, a sprained ankle into the bargain," he said, laughing. "Ours has just been a spiffing picnic. We ate our lunch under some trees right away at the top of a hill a long way off. Then we came up here, and now we're going to a cottage for tea, which will be simply lovely." "I'm afraid I must go back now," at length Nell's friend sorrowfully said. "Have you heard from Norton lately, Miss Garton?"
I always hear once a week from home, and sometimes I hear from Gwenny.
"Dear little girl, what a nice child she is. She seemed very fond of you, Miss Garton, when I was there." "Do you know Gwenny Rayland?" Muriel asked. "Yes, I'm her cousin." "If you're her cousin, of course you're nice. We know all about her." "Well, it doesn't always follow, little girl, but I hope I am nice."
Have you been to the hall lately?
Nell inquired. How delightful it was for her to be talking to someone connected ever so slightly with her home. "No, not again, since I saw you there. My uncle only asked me then, as a kind of duty he owed me, you know. By the by, I suppose you have heard from your people that he's been far from well lately, and that my aunt has been very anxious about him. I heard they were coming to London for a consultation about him."
No, I had not heard that.
"Perhaps he's not so bad then. Not as bad as they fear. I believe they're keeping it as quiet as possible, because he's so nervous about himself. I really must go back to those other people now."
I wish you could have stayed longer with us, but no doubt your friends will be wanting you.
"Oh dear, my friends do weary me so much. It's hard lines when I might be enjoying myself with you and this jolly little boy and girl." "I expect you would enjoy yourself if you could stay with us," Hetzer said, looking up at Ronald, with his head on one side. "For everyone likes being with Sissy. Everybody. Our clergyman, the maid, the doctor, everybody. Dr. Colville said when we came away from London that he should miss Sissy as well as us." Nell couldn't help blushing at the child's remark. How innocently awkward children can sometimes be in what they say. "Colville? Do you know Dr. Colville? Why, he's one of my biggest chums in London," he said to Hetzer, apparently not noticing Nell's blush. "He is our chum too, then. As well as being our doctor, he's ever such a big friend of ours, isn't he, Sissy?"
Yes, the children are very fond of him.
Nell said. "Well, that is strange. I'm so glad I've met you all. I'm going back to London tonight. If I see Colville, I'll tell him I saw you all, and how jolly you were all looking. You must tell him that we looked like 3 rosy apples. He will understand," Hetzer called, as Ronald Rayland waved his hand and was gone. The children enjoyed their tea at the cottage most thoroughly. The old woman was charmed with their pretty manners and their pleasant way of talking. She got out her best china and her homemade bread and cake and butter and the jam, and it was all most delicious. It was quite a feast. "Your house is ever so much nicer than ours," Hedzer said. "I wish our dining room opened straight out onto the road like yours does."
I do not think you would like that, darling, in London.
"No, little master. It's fearsome cold like in winter, I can tell you, when the wind howls about our cottage. It's terrible cold on a winter's night, and the wind, it do make strange sounds."
It must be rather weird round these ruins on any night, I should think.
"Yes, you'd think so, no doubt. But them as been brought up amongst the ruins, well, gets used to 'em, you see. There are tales, though, about the old abbey as would make your blood run cold." "Are there any secret passages?" Muriel inquired, in an awed voice. "Bless you, my dear, yes, there's one. I can show you the entrance to it, if you'd like me to. It lies down that brick wall yonder. They say as it goes all the way to Dover Castle, and in the middle of the passage there stands a pot of gold. But none has ever gone in search of that pot of gold has ever returned, so I can't say as the story is true or not." "We should very much like to see the entrance to the secret passage," Hedzer said. "You may certainly. But there, child, don't set no stall on my tale about what's inside it. It's only what folks have always said, and that's not always to be believed." So when the tea was finished, the old woman put on her lilac print sunbonnet and led the way to the supposed secret passage entrance. Hedzer and Muriel were delighted as they looked down at the arched entrance to the dark passage below. It had always been their desire to see a mysterious passage, and now they really had their desire gratified. "Thank you very much for having us to tea with you, and for giving us such nice things to eat and for showing us the secret passage," Muriel said, when Nell at length told them that they really must be saying goodbye. "We will never forget you and your cottage and St. Radigan's Abbey. You be a very nice young lady and gentleman, and knows how to behave yourselves. Come and see me again, my dears, when you pass in this way." "That indeed we will. Good-bye," Hedzer said, as he waved his hand.
We shall have to hurry if we are to catch the 24 train at Kernsney Station, children. There is no question which road we will have to take to go home. No down and up this time, but it must be along that straight lane which we saw this morning if we are to catch the train. How quickly the day has gone."
"Yes, it has. I wish it was only just beginning, and we were going to do it all over again. It has been nice, every bit of it." "Well, all except Miss Langholm's sprain," Hedzer said. "Yes, I'm glad I'm not her," Muriel rejoined.
"Let us hold hands and run down the hill."
And taking each other's hands, they proceeded to run down the hill together. "We don't look like very bad invalids now, do we?" Hedzer exclaimed when they reached the bottom of the lane, quite out of breath. Whom should they meet there, just making his way homewards, but the old stonebreaker, who had directed them so well in the morning? He recognised them again. Army, he sighed. "I would that my old legs were as lightsome and free as yours, my dears. It does my heart good to see you come skipping along like young colts. Keep young as long as you can, but remember, your old age will come upon you one day as mine has overtaken me, and life will be weary work when that happens to you."
"We followed your instructions, and thanks to you, we have had a delightful day in consequence."
"You found your way to the Abbey then, all right. It's a fine place on a fine day, and I hopes you liked it. It's home to me, you see. For me and my old woman, we've lived together under its shadow nigh on 40 years now."
"Do you live in that thatched roof cottage near the ruins, then?"
"Yer, that be my home, my dear. That's where old Jacob Andrews lives." "The little cottage with the dining room door opening into the yard and the bedroom opening into the dining room and the dairy on the other side?" Hedzer exclaimed. "'Tis the same, young master. That be my home. That's where my old woman is, and that's where she is, and that's where I'm happy." "Then do you know it was at your house where we had tea today, and we know your old woman, I mean Mrs. Jacob Andrews," Hedzer said apologetically. "She was so kind to us, and she gave us such nice things for tea, and she showed us the secret passage." "Did she now? Well, that were foolish of her, too, to put ideas of that sort into your little heads." "We asked her first." "Did you now? I can quite believe it. for it's the ways of the young to be asking all manner of questions. But there's, my dears, don't take no notice of what she said, for the story, well, it's all gammon, sure to be. My old woman is always such a body as to go to please the youngsters, and I guess as how you went and asked her first, afore she told you.
We must not stop. But do not blame Mrs. Andrews. The children did ask her about the secret passage first. We must hurry on, or we should be late for our train.
Goodbye, Mr. Jacob Andrews, the children called as they waved their hands gaily, while the old man slowly trudged on homewards, his old life made brighter by the sight of those happy young lives that day. It turned out to be literally a matter of catching the train, for the train was in the station when they arrived there. But it didn't matter, as the train was caught, and they got back to their lodgings not long after Mr. and Mrs. Delamere's return from Folkestone. Well, children, what sort of day have you had? Mr. Delamere asked, as they came in. Oh, father, it's been all lovely. You ought to have come with us. You would have enjoyed yourself, Hedzer said, and bit by bit the whole of the day's proceedings were recounted, including Miss Langholm's accident and the meeting with Ronald Rayland. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were very interested in everything. What a pity your friend was not staying in Dover for a longer time, Sissy, Mrs. Delamere said.
Yes, it was very nice meeting someone connected with my home.
I wonder if Sissy ever gets homesick, Mr. Delamere said to his wife later that evening when they were talking together about her meeting with Mr. Rayland that day. I'm sure she deserves a holiday. What arrangement did you make with her on that point? I think I arranged that she was to have a fortnight's holiday during the year. Well, why not let her have it now, while we're down here? We will have Gordon down here to look after the children, and she shall go home. When Mrs. Delamere spoke to her of it, Nell simply couldn't believe that the proposal could be true. She didn't know, until now that there was a prospect of it, how very much she longed to see all her home people again. We shall miss you very much, dear girl, but we should like you to go home. Only for a fortnight, though. We cannot spare you for longer than that, remember, Mrs. Delamere said.
Are you quite sure that it is convenient for me to go now?
Nell asked. We shall miss you whenever you go, Sissy, Mr. Delamere said. But after all you've done for us, you deserve a holiday. It will be much better for you to have it before we go away. With Gordon down here, I think we can get on fairly well. So Nell went upstairs and wrote a little letter to her mother, telling her she hoped to come home on Friday for a fortnight. When the letter had gone, she really did not know whether she was standing on her head or her heels. The prospect of so soon seeing all her dear ones was so delightful to her. Needless to say, the news was received at Norton with great joy. From Mr. Garton in his study to old Sarah in her kitchen, Nell's return was the one subject which filled all their minds and most of their conversation. The news soon got abroad in the village also, for of course Sarah couldn't help telling the milkman, whose boy Tom was in the choir, and Tom told the other choir boys, as how our Miss Nell is a-coming home afore next Sunday as ever comes. And Ethel went to tell Gwenny, and Miss Lampeter came hurrying up to the vicarage to know if what she'd just heard from Mrs. Adams, who'd been told by Mrs. Pocock, who had heard it from Miss Gwenny's maid, that dear Miss Nell was returning, was true. I do not think, if the king himself had been coming on a visit to Norton, there were some hearts there who would have rejoiced nearly as much at the prospect of his visit as they looked forward now to Nell's return. Chapter 15. Home. It had been a long journey. Nell had been obliged to start very early in the morning, but with lunch and tea in the train she had travelled very comfortably, so that as she neared Norton she felt nearly as fresh as when she started. Travelling is not always fatiguing. With a bright prospect at the end, the long journey thither is not often thought about, and it was home, sweet home, which was filling Nell's heart and mind as each station brought her nearer to her desired haven that day. The children had been so kind to her about her holiday. She knew very well how little they wanted her to leave them. They had hardly spoken about themselves, however. Their conversation was all about the pleasure
it would be to Nell's friends to have her back again amongst them. But Muriel did say, the day before Nell's departure, "We do wish we were coming too."
Yes, that would be nice,
Nell answered. "It's a good thing that we're not going, Muey. Think what a bother we'd be to Sissy. We should spoil all her fun," Hedza remarked.
You have never bothered me yet, Hedza, and I am sure you could never spoil my fun,
Nell said, as she contrasted the two sweet children before her now with the two rebellious children she had found when she arrived in London. The day before she was to start, they were both most mysterious in their manner, and to Nell's surprise insisted on going out with Garton, who'd come down to Dover that morning, instead of going out with her. The mystery was quite explained when it came to tea, each of them carrying a big parcel in their arms. Since that first present of flowers which Nell had suggested to them to give to their parents, the children had gone on finding out the pleasure of giving, and many little gifts it had been their happiness to give to one and another. In fact, Mr. Delamere told them it was no use to give them any money now, for they had no sooner had it than they gave it away. They had not been spending their pocket money so lavishly lately, and the reason for their carefulness was now explained, as they came into the drawing-room carrying 3 big flat parcels and laying them down before Sissy, and another parcel of a rounder shape.
Whatever have you got there?
She inquired. 3 texts, Sissy. They are for our old friends in your father's parish, to make up for those we didn't send them when we were ill. They can hang these up on their walls, for they're in strong frames. They are all just alike, because we didn't want to give Mrs. James, Mrs. Pocock, and Mrs. Wigram any cause for quarrelling, or being jealous of each other. We meant to have spent 3 shillings on each of them, but they only cost half a crown, so we had 1 and 6pence left, and we bought 3 tins of toffee at the sweet shop with the rest of the money. We thought a tin of toffee would be rather a nice present to send to Hezekiah Tompkins and Jemima Lawson, because we seem to know them so well too. And the other tin is for your maid, for old Sarah."
Dearest children,
Nell said as she kissed them both.
this is very kind of you, and I am sure all will be delighted with their gifts. What lovely texts! I must write and tell you what those old women say about them. And I am sure the children and dear old Sarah will be delighted with the toffee. I must go now and do my packing.
To Nell's amazement, when she got up to her room, instead of finding the old tin box placed ready for her, she found a beautiful leather-covered cane trunk, fitted with a hat tray and straps, all complete. Even a label was attached, and inside the trunk, on the hat tray, there was an envelope lying addressed to herself. She opened it, and found within a banknote for £20, with a little note from Mr. Delamere asking her to accept the trunk and the money as a small token of gratitude from him and his wife for all her unselfishness and kindness and friendship, and not in any way as a payment for all that she had done for them, for they could never repay her for that. She looked at the £20 again and again. She knew that the vicarage was not let that summer, which meant, besides no change for her home people, also a serious loss of money for her father. This gift would more than compensate him. She had never possessed such a sum. She found a needle and cotton and sewed the banknote within her dress for safety. She went downstairs and tried to express her thanks, but she utterly failed, for she did not know how to do so. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere understood, though, and having given her such a happy send-off, was it to be wondered that as she neared Norton that July evening, her heart was simply overflowing with feelings of happiness and excitement? Was it any wonder that she was feeling happy? She was conscious of work well and faithfully done, which always brings its own reward. She was conscious, too, of having won the love and affection of her little pupils and their parents. Mr. and Mrs. Garton, with Dolly, had gone to the station to meet her. Ethel had stayed at home with Bertie. They had kept it from Nell, but Bertie was not able to get about so well now, even with his crutches, as she had been when she was at home. He so soon got tired, and it pained him to walk much. So it had not been proposed for him to go to the station. Ethel was his closest friend. Where he was, she was sure to be, if she could. So she had stayed at home with him this afternoon. Old Sarah was very much on the move today. She seemed to be incessantly stumping up and down the passage between the dining room and the kitchen all the afternoon, preparing for the tea, which was to be in readiness for Nell's arrival. "Oh, for goodness sake, do go and lend her a hand, Ethel," Bertie said at last. "She sets every nerve in my body quivering with her clatter." But Sarah was not so easily to be interfered with. "You just go upstairs again, Miss Ethel, and bide by Master Bertie, and leave the tea arranging for myself to see to, if you please. Surely, if I can do nothing else, I can be allowed to set the tea table as I sees fit, and which way I thinks proper. I never did hear of such impudence. Why, I set the tea for your pa and your ma long before you were even thought of, and so a little hussy like yourself comes and interfering as if you were somebody. It's no good. No, I won't have none of it. I always says to myself, says I, when our dear Miss Nell do come home, Sarah shall be the one as gets the tea table ready for her, and I've had it in my mind's eye over these many months to do so. Be it summer or be it winter, it's Sarah as shall do it, I says to myself, and so I will. And you, get yourself back to Master Bertie at once, and set yourself to amuse him." With these orders, Ethel made her way back to her brother again. "It's no use, Bertie. She won't hear of it. So you must try and put up with her noise. Let's have a game of Halma, or chess, or dominoes, or do something that will make you forget old Sarah's fairy footsteps and pass the time as well. The old body won't have me, and she always means what she says, so I'd better keep out of her way." Mr. and Mrs. Garton had been out all the afternoon, and so had Dolly, so Bertie and Ethel had had the entire benefit of Sarah's airy movements, and when at last quietness prevailed, they imagined her work must be completed. "I'll see if the coast is clear, and if it is, I think I must go down again on a voyage of discovery and see what she has been doing," Ethel mischievously said. "Yes, do go, and bring me back a true report of the land. If it were not for the noise which my crutches would make, I'd dearly like to come down with you." Ethel quietly crept down the stairs. When she had entered the dining room, merry-hearted girl as she was, the sight which met her eyes brought tears to them. The good, faithful old servant had worked out a design, "Welcome Home," in blue forget-me-nots and daisies, all down the centre of the dining table. It really looked very pretty, and the unevenness and crookedness of the lettering only made it appear more artistic. She had turned out the best of the china, such as it was, and on the table were dishes of fresh-picked fruits and homemade jams, besides a big loaf of fresh batch of bread and a large homemade family cake. It looked quite a regal repast. Ethel returned to Bertie when she had surveyed it all. "Dear old Sarah, I felt as if I wanted to go and hug her," she said. "Only I knew it was more than I dared to let her know I'd peeped in and seen her handiwork. Wouldn't have that have got her in a jolly wax? Yes, wouldn't it just? It's as well that you didn't." And before his sister had time to explain all that she'd seen, Bertie exclaimed, "I say, here they come." Ethel was downstairs again in an instant and was in Nell's arms. "You dear, dear Nell. Oh, it is so nice to have you back again. We're glad to see you. Bertie's up in the drawing room. Do go to him." Nell ran upstairs and was kissing her brother in a very short time. What brightness she seemed to bring into the house with her. Then there was old Sarah to see. She was standing waiting for her on the landing, and of course there was a kiss for her. Nell's welcome home seemed an even more happy and joyful one
than she had ever pictured for herself that it could be. Everything looked about the same. Nothing was altered in the old vicarage, except perhaps the furniture looked a shade shabbier. Her father's hair seemed a little more grey, and her mother looked perhaps more careworn, though how familiar her mother's black bonnet with the red rose in it looked, and how sweet it was to again be able to say father and mother. Bertie had altered more than anybody. He looked more fragile, and evidently moved about with more difficulty than he used to do. She had wondered why he and Ethel were not at the station. She knew now.
"You never told me that you were not so well, Bertie dear,"
she said later on, when she was alone with him. "No, Nell, of course I did not. There is not much wrong, except that I'm of even less good now in the world than I ever was." Dolly and Ethel both seemed improved. Dolly was prettier than ever, and her manner seemed so much more gentle and less overbearing and proud than in the old days. She had greeted Nell so warmly, whilst Ethel could no longer really be described as little Ethel, because she had developed into a very attractive-looking young lady. As Mr. Garton looked at his 3 daughters standing together before him, he had good cause to be proud of them, for they certainly made a pretty group. "Bless me, Miss Nell, it's just nice to see your dear face amongst us once again," old Sarah said, when she had a chance of putting in a word, "for we've missed you every day. Your letters, though, Miss Nell, they do read beautiful, just like any storybook. I do like to hear of those 2 young children in London and all their wonderful doings. There, it nigh passes my comprehension what that London town can be like."
"It is a big place, Sarah, and I will tell you more about it presently,"
Nell said as she allowed herself to be dragged down to tea, Sarah keeping at a near enough distance to be able to hear what opinions were expressed upon her efforts at table decoration. Nell had seen many beautiful arrangements of flowers on the dining table at Winston Square, but she had never seen anything like this, and she could hardly believe that it was the rough, horny hands of old Sarah which had so lovingly decorated the tea table.
"I shall have to send Muriel and Hedza an account of all of this. They will want to know everything that happened when I get back. They go into the most minute details imaginable about you all in their inquiries, and they know all about everybody."
And Nell proceeded to describe the kind thought and trouble they had taken in sending presents to the old people and to Hezekiah, Jemima, and Sarah. Tea was a very prolonged meal indeed that night. In fact, stretched on to the supper hour, for Nell had not arrived until late, and there was so much to talk about.
"I think I will go to bed now, Mother, for I do feel rather tired after all,"
Nell said as she rose to go upstairs when the family prayers were over. She followed her father to his study. She had already untacked the banknote. She went up to him and placed it in his hand. Bending over his armchair, she fondly kissed him.
"This is for you, Father. Is it not lovely?"
Mr. Garton looked at the money. "Oh, Nell! Nell! Where has it come from?" And Nell told her father in a few words all about the kind gift.
"It will make up for not letting the vicarage this year, will it not?"
"Yes, Nell, indeed it will, but I cannot take it from you, unless I'm absolutely obliged. I've heard today that an old college friend of mine who claims acquaintance with you in London as well will take the house for a month, paying 4 guineas a week for it. This will be a great help to us, for it will mean a change which your mother and Bertie both need badly. The duty will be taken here for 2 guineas weekly, and I've got duty at Hawke for 3 guineas remuneration, as there's a good deal of work required. 3 guineas will pay our expenses, and I feel very thankful to Mr. Thurston. No, dear child, I cannot touch this money of yours, unless it's really necessary."
"If you do not want it now, Father, you may want it later on. It is of no use to me. I do not want it. You must accept it."
"You've been my brave, good girl. Oh, Nell, there's no need to tell us that they all love you in London, for who could help it? Thurston has told me what you have been up to at Winston Square."
And are the Thurstons coming here?
Yes, Nell. Through you, my old friend has found me out, and in this way he is very practically helping me.
I am so glad. Good night, dearest father.
Good night. God bless you, my child. But although Nell went to her room, Dolly and Ethel soon wended their way there too, and found, as all girls do, that this was the hour when chatting was the sweetest and when girlish confidences could be the most easily poured out. The next morning, whilst they were at breakfast, a message was hastily sent to the vicarage asking Mr. Garton to come at once to the hall, as Lord Rayland had suddenly been taken seriously ill. Mr. Garton didn't wait to finish his breakfast, but hurried to the hall at once. Before he arrived there, however, the spirit had passed peacefully away. It appeared that Lord Rayland had not been well for a long time, and that it had been decided that he should go to London in the course of a few days for further advice. The news was a sad shock to the whole village, and much sympathy was expressed for Lady Rayland and her daughter, whose life at the Hall would necessarily now be over. Ronald Rayland was telegraphed for, and came at once. It was indeed a dreary and sad house for him to come to at this time. He felt like an intruder there, as if it was his fault that his aunt and little cousin were being turned away from what it seemed to him ought really to be theirs. He knew, however, that it was necessary for him to be present, and he spent much of his time with Gwenny, for whom he felt truly sorry. But he couldn't stay in the house all the time. Sometimes he went out and wandered about in the park and wished his little cousin could come out with him. But her mother would not give her consent to this, as she didn't think it was respectful for her daughter to go outside of the house at this time of morning. On Saturday afternoon, Ronald was wandering through the park and happened to come to the path which led down to the church. He went on until he came to the little wicket gate leading into the churchyard, and seeing that the church door was standing open, he strolled in, thinking he might see something there which would interest him, and which would while away a little of his time, which hung so heavily upon his hands just now. He sat down on the first bench he came to, just within the door, for he could see that there was someone moving about in the chancel, evidently arranging the flowers for Sunday. To his surprise, he thought he recognised the vicar's daughter, to whom Gwenny had once introduced him, that same pretty girl whom he'd met in the ruins at St. Radigan's hardly more than a week before. He waited until her work was finished, before he went to speak to her. Then he followed her into the vestry.
I didn't expect to see you again so soon, he said. It's nice to find someone to speak to. It's very dreary up at the Hall.
Dolly looked up quite startled.
I think you've made a mistake, she said. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Yes, I have made a mistake. I see. I'm rather nearsighted, and I mistook you for your sister.
But as he looked again at the girl before him, he saw that she was even more pretty than her sister.
We are considered very much alike, Dolly said. And you are, I suppose? She hesitated. Ronald Rayland, he said. This is a sad business, is it not? I feel as if I had no right to be here. It must be rather bad for you, but you can't help it, can you? No, I can't help it, but it is rather hateful for me all the same. Of course, I have known it would come some day, but I never thought that some day would come so soon. I feel as though I've been here for months. The time goes so slowly up at the Hall. Why don't you come and see Father? Come in now and have tea with us. I'm just going home, and I know they'll all be delighted to see you. Ronald, nothing loath, took advantage gladly of the invitation thus kindly given. Tea had been placed in the garden in accordance with Nell's expressed wish, as it was a lovely day, and a very pretty picture it made as Ronald came upon the party. The garden, with its old elm trees, making a fitting background to the charming foreground of Mr. and Mrs. Garton, with their invalid son and attractive daughters. Ronald recognised Nell at once, and talked with her of the occasion of their last meeting together, of his friend Mrs. Langholm's sprain, of Hedser and Muriel, and of the ruins.
The time went very quickly. He was very much attracted by the refinement and simplicity of all he saw. He was a kind-hearted man. Most suffering appealed to him, even if Miss Langholm's sprain had not done so, and Bertie's pathetic face and crippled form called forth his sympathy now. He chatted with the boy and found that he was most interesting and well-informed. Dolly's pleasant manners and graceful movements, apart from her pretty face, attracted him also. She had so much to say for herself, and he soon found out she was a very well-educated girl, whilst Mary Ethel reminded him of his own little cousin up at the Hall. Nell was evidently the practical member of the family, and before he left he felt already interested in them all and asked permission to come again. The consequence was that in those sad days of mourning at the Hall, Ronald spent more and more time at the vicarage, which he found to be like an oasis in the gloom and dreariness of his aunt's domain. Then came the funeral, when all the village people came out to do their last act of homage to the old squire's remains, and after that was over, Ronald felt that he'd really entered upon his uncle's estate. Lady Rayland talked of leaving the Hall as soon as possible, but Ronald persuaded her not to do this. Stay on for at least another 6 months, aunt, until you've quite made up your mind as to what you wish to do. Stay altogether if you like. No, Ronald, no. If you mean that I can stay on for a little while, perhaps I will stay for a month or two. But you must bring home with you another Lady Rayland. You must be looking about for a wife of your own now, my boy. Ronald knew that his aunt's words were wise ones, but during all his wanderings he had seen no one whom he wanted for a wife. He stayed on at Norton after the funeral for a little longer. There was a great deal of business to settle, and he was a comfort to his aunt, and his daily visits to the vicarage continued also. Mr. Garton thought it was very kind of him to bestow so much time on his crippled son, for he came and spent hours with Bertie in all kinds of occupations. So the days went on, and Nell's holiday, which Mrs. Delamere had written to say was to be increased to 3 weeks, was fast drawing to a close. The time had gone so quickly. The trouble at the Hall had been somewhat of a shadow upon its brightness, but it was a very happy time indeed, in spite of that. Nell had distributed her pictures and her toffee, much to the delight of all the recipients, including old Sarah, who said, when she saw the tin of sweets, "Well, now, to think of the dear children sending a present to me. It's right down kind-hearted of 'em, and I would lay as the sweets took the form of toffee drops as any kind at all, because there's a way of lasting regular long for you, and do not melt away afore you gets 'em in your mouth, like those of the Jubblies does. I shall slip one into my mouth every day till you come back, Miss Nell, and I shouldn't be surprised if maybe they'll not last till then. There be so many of them." Nell had been to see Miss Lampeter several times. She too was very pleased to hear how well she was getting on. She had also been to see Hezekiah and Jemima, and had primed herself up with so many fresh stories as she could about everyone, ready for Hedza's and Muriel's edification. And now she was packing again to return to them. But the prospect of leaving home was almost harder than before. She had enjoyed herself so much, her love seemed only to have deepened by absence, and she knew her father and mother and all of them felt the parting quite as much as she did. She was only glad they would all be going away for a little change soon. She wished it meant rest for her father, but this was better than nothing. Lord Rayland found that he must return to London, so he proposed to Nell that they should travel down together.
I travel third. I hope you do not object.
Not in the least, if I may have you for a companion. So Nell found herself once again bound for London, for Mr. and Mrs. Delamere and the children were now returned to Winston Square. Ronald was very kind and very careful of her during the journey. She was quite glad to have his company. He spoke so kindly of Bertie, and so nicely of all her home people, that she felt as if he was no longer a stranger at all, but an intimate friend of hers. "I hope it won't be long before we meet again, Miss Nell," her companion said when they arrived at King's Cross, and he had put her into a hansom. Shall you be coming home for Christmas?
I'm afraid not.
You look tired. Goodbye. Give my kind regards to those jolly little children, he said as he took her hand. I wonder where we'll meet next. Chapter 16. Christmas. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were busy now making their preparations for their winter tour. The summer had been a very happy one and had passed all too quickly. The thought of the parting, which was drawing near, was a real grief to them. But as the autumn damp and cold began to appear, Mr. Delamere knew that it was necessary for him to go to a warmer and drier climate. Now it was that they felt more than ever what a treasure they had in possessing such a governess as Miss Garton, in whose care they could so confidently leave the children. Nell proved herself also to be of great assistance to Mrs. Delamere in choosing her outfit. All her life she had loved pretty things, and she thoroughly enjoyed these shopping expeditions now. Mrs. Delamere had already found out what excellent taste she had in the matter of choosing the children's clothes, and she considered her opinion was worth having in the choice of her own things also. At last the parting time came. The evening before they started there was a small farewell dinner party, and the children and Nell were to come down to dinner, for their special friends, Mr. and Mrs. Thurston and Dr. Colville, were the only guests invited. Nell thought of her old black silk dress. How she wished she had something prettier to wear. But she had not felt justified in spending any of her money on what was not absolutely necessary. So she had never allowed herself the extravagance of a new evening dress. She had a pale blue silk blouse which Mrs. Delamere had given to her. She would wear that with her black silk skirt, she thought. Just before it was time to get ready for the dinner party, however, a message was sent to her that Mrs. Delamere wished to speak to her. She went at once to Mrs. Delamere's room. I sent for you, Sissy dear, she said, to tell you that pretty cream crepe de chine dress which we chose the other day, and which you liked so much, I really bought for you, though I didn't tell you so then. What fits me, fits you, and I want you to accept it, dear, and to wear it tonight. It's only a little return for all the trouble you have taken in choosing my things for me. You will find it in your room.
Oh, how kind of you! It is much too good for me, and you know how much I have enjoyed helping you.
Not another word, dear. Run off and put it on. I want to see how it suits you. There was no question of how the gown suited Nell. It suited her perfectly, and the loose, graceful style of its make, as it fell in clinging folds around her slight figure, was thoroughly becoming to her. There was no adornment of sparkling gems. Her only adornment was a bunch of lovely pale pink roses, which she had received that morning from Gwenny Rayland, and which had come up from Norton Hall hothouses. She pinned a rose too, in little Hetzer's tunic, and one in Muriel's dress as well, and the trio went to the drawing-room together, where the three guests and Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were already gathered. It naturally fell to Dr. Colville's part to take Nell into dinner, as Mr. Delamere offered Mrs. Thurston his arm, and Mr. Thurston waited for Mrs. Delamere. I hope you'll not mind me saying so, but I must tell you how well you're looking this evening, the doctor said as he led Nell into the dining-room. And Nell, somehow, could not help feeling glad that he was pleased with her appearance. The dinner party was a great success. Hetzer and Muriel were very happy at being allowed to be present. How differently they behaved now in their parents' presence from the days gone by. When dinner was over, the gentlemen came back to the drawing-room in an incredibly short time, and instead of formal conversation interspersed with a song or a little music, the children produced a new game of fish ponds, which they had been given, in which metallic fishes and metallic fish hooks were used. Everybody was made to play in the most unceremonious style. The vicar, Dr. Colville, Mr. Delamere and Hetzer fishing on one side, against the ladies on the other. There was a great deal of excitement and fun over the game, and of course the gentlemen won. At length the children had to go to bed. Nell went upstairs with them, as it was her habit to tuck them up, and in her absence
she was discussed. Dr. Colville did not join in the discussion, but he listened. As he listened to Mr. and Mrs. Delamere's appreciative expressions of her many good qualities, he quite agreed with what they all said, and felt more than ever that it was to Nellie Garton he had given his heart and his devotion, and it was now her love in return that he wanted to win. As usual, when people are going away, there was a general bustle the next morning. The travellers were starting by the 10 o'clock express from Victoria. Nell and the children went to the station to see them off. Dr. Colville found time, in spite of his patience, to be there too. "I leave the children, as regards their health, in your charge, Doctor," Mr. Delamere said. "They cannot be in better hands." "What about Sissy, if she is ill, Father? Is she not to be in Dr. Colville's charge too?" Hedzer asked. Again that tiresome blush would come. Nell felt so vexed. "Yes, I leave Miss Garton in your charge as well, Dr. Colville," Mr. Delamere said, laughing, little thinking how the doctor would remind him of his own words later on. "Goodbye, dearest Daddy. Goodbye, darling Mother." Tokes were not thought about this time, as the children put their arms so lovingly around their parents' necks, and two little tear-stained faces were left on the platform to watch the train steam out of Victoria Station. Mr. and Mrs. Delamere were gone. Dr. Colville shook hands and said goodbye, and Nell and the children had to return again to the old schoolroom life at Winston Square.
"We will go to the Hippodrome this afternoon, darlings, and then we will go to the vicarage to tea,"
Nell said as they went home, trying thus to keep the children cheerful, although she couldn't help feeling that things were now as they should be, when she saw how downhearted the children were at her parents' departure. Childish troubles are not generally long-lived, and it was wonderful how soon everything went on again in the old way. Parcels of curiosities and all kinds of other good things were always arriving for the children, and the weekly letters from their parents caused general excitement, whilst the children's letters to them were always happy and amusing. The fogs of November had been as thick as usual. The days were now growing very short, and the shops began to look like Christmas. Nell's thoughts were of home, as the happy season drew nearer. Christmas would be very lonely and quiet here with the children. She must think of something to make them all have a happy time. How often they had made her tell them about her Christmas doings at home. They knew the whole programme by heart. They had heard it so often, and they never tired of hearing about the squire's treat to the old people and the feast for the Sunday school children. "You will not like Christmas here half so much, will you, Sissy?" Hedzer remarked one day, after Nell had given a more fully detailed account of her home doings than usual. "Oh, I wish we could go to your house for Christmas," Muriel said with a sigh. "Wouldn't that be lovely?" That remark of Muriel's suggested an idea to Nell.
"I wonder if Mrs. Delamere would let the children come home with me."
She knew that there was £20 at home, which her father had told her more than once was lying unused in the savings bank. That would more than cover the expense of their visit. After many considerations, she at length decided to propose the idea at home, and needless to say, everybody was very delighted. And the prospect of the addition of Hedzer and Muriel to the family Christmas party was hailed with pleasure by everybody, old Sarah included. Nell asked her mother if she approved of the proposal, to write at once to Mrs. Delamere, as there would only be just time to get an answer from her before Christmas, which her mother naturally did. Nell waited in suspense for Mrs. Delamere's answer to arrive. It came in about 3 weeks, and had been written with evident care. "Dearest Sissy, your mother's letter inviting the children to your home for Christmas has quite overwhelmed us with its kindness. If you really do not mind the trouble, we shall be only too delighted for them to go home with you. It will make us very happy on Christmas Day to think of the dear mites enjoying themselves with you all in your happy home circle, instead of spending the day in the loneliness of the Winston Square schoolroom. I cannot tell you how kind we think it is of your father and mother.
you must have the pleasure of breaking the good news to the children, etc., etc. Yours very affectionately, Agatha Delamere. When Nell told Hedza and Muriel the contents of their mother's letter, they couldn't believe that it was really true, that they were to go home with her for Christmas. And it was now only within a week of that day. As they were taking their walk that morning, they met Dr. Colville, driving in his carriage. He waved his hand to them. "Stop!" Hedza called out in the most imperious tone. The coachman instantly obeyed, and the doctor jumped out of his carriage. "Good morning. Is anybody ill? None of you look very bad." "No," Hedza said, laughing. "Nobody's ill, thank you." "Then what right have you to stop my carriage, young man? Tell me, do you not know that I am a doctor, and therefore only sick people interest me?" "I am sure we interest you, and we want you to know we're going to Norton Vicarage with Sissy for Christmas," Hedza exclaimed in a very loud voice, and as he was talking he was jumping about on the pavement in a very excited way. "You'll be taken in for making a disturbance on the King's Highway if you go on like this. But there is some excuse for you, certainly. I'm glad to hear it. What fun it will be for you. And what do you think? I have had an invitation to Norton too for Christmas."
"You, Dr. Colville? What do you mean?"
Nell asked. "Well, you know that friend of yours, Lord Rayland, is a friend of mine also. He was going to spend Christmas alone at Norton Hall, and so he's invited me there to keep him company in his loneliness. 2 old bachelors together. I'd almost made up a mind to refuse, for it's difficult to get away. But if you and my little friends are going, I have a great mind to say I'll go too, if it's only for 3 days. By the by, Miss Garton, Lord Rayland tells me you have a crippled brother, and he says if I go to Norton, he would like me to see him."
"Yes, I have. A dear boy. Oh, Dr. Colville, I wonder if you could do anything for him."
And tears filled the girl's eyes, as the prospect of ever such a slight cure for her brother filled her thoughts. "This shall decide me, Miss Garton. I will go. My parents in London must do without me for once. How I shall enjoy myself. There's nothing like Christmas in the country." "It will be jolly having you there as well," Hedza said. "Aren't you ever so glad, Sissy?" The shabby vicarage came before Nell's vision. She didn't mind the children seeing it. Children don't generally notice that kind of thing very much, and if they made a few awkward remarks, it wouldn't matter. She had not minded Mr. and Mrs. Thurston seeing the poverty either, for Mr. Thurston was a clergyman and he understood, but Dr. Colville, he was different. As she thought of his elegant mansion, his luxurious consulting room, furnished in old oak and scarlet morocco, she contrasted it with the shabby old chairs and the springless old sofa at home.
"It cannot be helped. He will not mind, and I know he will like my precious father and mother, in spite of all the shabbiness. And, oh, if he could do anything, something for Bertie,"
she cheerfully said to herself, and almost unconscious of how heartily she said it, she added her expression of pleasure to that of the children as she said,
"Yes, it will be very nice if you can come too. We shall have a merry Christmas."
Dr. Colville said goodbye and drove off on his round, feeling very happy after that. "Anyway, Miss Garton seems pleased that I'm going too," he said to himself, "and I will go." It was Christmas Eve, and tea was ready at last. Just as the Gartons were beginning their favourite meal of that day, there was a ring at the front doorbell. Who should be ushered in but Ronald and Dr. Colville? Did Nell think about intrusion this time? Somehow she did not, nor did any thought of shabby furniture or cracked crockery fill her mind. With no needs of words to tell him so, Dr. Colville knew, as he looked at her, that Nell was glad to see him, and that he was a welcome visitor. Ronald settled himself down at the table near Dolly, in a most familiar fashion, without making any apologies, and left Dr. Colville to find himself a place near Nell, who was pouring out the tea, and none felt any apologies were needed. The doctor could only stay for 3 days. He wanted to make the most of his visit. The arrangement was that he and Lord Rayland were to spend their Christmas Day in solitude as 2 lone bachelors at the Hall. But that Christmas Eve, when they got back to the Hall and were sitting enjoying their pipes together, Both of them were feeling very conscious of how lonely their bachelorhood was to them, and both of them, in the seclusion of the smoking room, opened out their hearts to each other. "I've come to see you, old chap, of course," Dr. Colville said at length. "But I must confess, there was another attraction at Norton beside you. Can't you guess who?" "Your little friends, the Delameres?" Ronald innocently inquired. "Hedzer and Muriel? Bless me, no, I love those dear children. But it was Nell Garton who attracted me here. You're not enough for me this Christmas. It's Nell I want." "You don't mean it." "I am glad. She is indeed a treasure worth having. You will win her, Colville. Mark my words, you will. Do you know, I am in the same state too. But it's Dolly who has won my heart. I love her with all my soul. This is a strange kind of way for us two bachelors to be spending Christmas together. To tell you the truth, my dear fellow, much as I appreciate your kind hospitality, I have a fancy for spending Christmas Day at the vicarage rather than here. And what's more, though I'm your guest, you'll excuse me for saying, I mean to spend Christmas Day at the vicarage, if Mr. Garton and Miss Nell give me the chance. I shall speak to Mr. Garton tomorrow, after the morning service. We'll both interview him, Colville. We shall indeed be two treasure seekers, for Nell and Dolly are both rare treasures."
So when Christmas Day came, and the morning service was over, Dr. Colville made his way to the vestry. His request came as a great surprise to Mr. Garton. It means a great deal to a good father when he is asked for his daughter's hand, especially when that daughter is such a one as Nell had been. It was a great demand to make, which Dr. Colville knew, but could her father wish to deny Nell the love of a good man? The interview did not last long. "Go and ask her, and God bless you both," he said. "I am giving you a treasure, but that, I am sure, you already know." And then, when Dr. Colville had gone, came Ronald with his request, which surprised Mr. Garton quite as much as the doctor's had done. For parents do not always remember that their children are grown up, and Mr. Garton still looked upon Dolly as a child. "I can only say the same to you as I did to the doctor. Go and ask her, and God bless you." So the treasures were sought and were found, and Christmas Day was spent at the vicarage by the two lonely bachelors after all. It was difficult to say which of them looked the happier, for everybody was happy, and as Mr. and Mrs. Garton discussed their children's future prospects together in the study, he said to his wife, "Well, Mary, if we're giving up two good daughters, we are gaining two good sons." Chapter 17. Conclusion. Lord Rayland and Dr. Colville were to be married on the same day. The village of Norton had never known such excitement, for the double wedding at the vicarage was an event which was interesting everybody. Nell and Dolly had both agreed that they wished their wedding to be as simple and quiet as possible, but Lady Rayland and Mrs. Delamere had both agreed also that the brides must be married in white. They could not allow anything otherwise, for in the positions they were each to occupy, they would find a white wedding dress useful to them afterwards, and there was a sentiment connected with it which they would always like to keep. So the wedding dresses had been made alike, but they were the joint gifts of Mrs. Delamere and Lady Rayland. The bridesmaids' gowns were of pure white also. Ethel and Gwenny had been chosen for this office, and Hedzer and Muriel were to be the little train-bearers, and very pretty they looked in their suit and frock of white. There was to be no grand reception, but instead of that a welcome at the vicarage for all the village people who liked to come and offer their good wishes to the brides. No carriages were to be required. The brides preferred to walk to church, for it was only on the other side of the road, and in June what could look sweeter? And now the day had dawned, and perfect weather had greeted the happy day. The village was all astir quite early. Floral arches had been erected from the vicarage gate to the entrance of the church, under which the wedding party were to walk. Flowers seemed to be everywhere, for was it not the month of flowers? Nell and Dolly had been told by Ethel and old Sarah that they were to have no share in the preparations, and they were to spend the morning quietly in their rooms or in the drawing room as proper brides should. But neither of the girls felt at all inclined to do this. They read over the marriage service together after breakfast, and then arm in arm they wandered out into the garden, where Bertie was sitting, and there their father and mother joined them, and there they stayed until it was time to be getting ready for the wedding. The preparations were not extensive.
It will be quite understood.
Nell had said when the subject of entertainment was discussed.
Our people do not expect from us what they know we cannot give them, but they will appreciate being asked to the vicarage and treated as our friends.
So long tables of fruit and cakes were spread under the trees, and all looked very pretty and very tempting, if not very elaborate, which did not matter, for the guests who were coming were those who cared for them, and not those who only come to criticise. Mrs. Delamere and Lady Rayland had insisted on sending the bride cakes, and these were placed in the centre of the feast, among a sheet of lovely white flowers. The church was crowded, when, at 2:15, Mr. Garton walked down the aisle of the old church with Nell and Dolly leaning on his arms. They were followed by the two sweet little train-bearers and the bridesmaids. Dr. Colville and Lord Rayland were already standing at the chancel step, waiting to claim their brides. Mr. Thurston conducted the beautiful service with much sympathy. The sun, pouring in through the stained-glass windows, lit up the scene with a golden light, shedding, as it were, heaven's own rays upon the scene, as an assurance of God's blessing on the vows then being made. Well, that's the end of Nell Garton, and we hope you've enjoyed the story. I'm very grateful to my daughter Abigail for reading the part of Nell Garton, and next week she's agreed to answer any questions that you send in about her interpretation of this story.